Opening day from Saratoga in the books, and reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavien Prat picked right up where he left off here last summer, taking the first 3 races on the card. He'll ride the favorite and the likely pace setter in today's featured Coronation Cup in race 7 as he takes over on Make Haste. Former Diana winner and 4-time Grade 1 winner Lady Eli has her first foal to race in the States as Dr. Agnew debuts despite this race coming off the grass. Look forward to that debut coming up. From the same barn, she feels pretty. A 4-time Grade 1 winner herself. Is she unbeatable on Saturday's Diana? Already off to a great start at the meet with a stakes win on opening day. Her trainer, Cherie DeVoe, could have the best turf filly in the game. We'll have a preview of that to come. That's all ahead on day 2 of this 40-day meet from the summer place to be here at Saratoga Springs, upstate New York. Day 2 of this meet. And the sun shining down. We'll talk about what happened immediately following the races yesterday. As a result of that, only the Coronation Cup stays on the grass. Rest of the races have been taken off. We got pounded. We'll have more on that as said in a minute. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, champion jockey Richard Migliore. Good to have this trio back together for day 2. Fun opening day.
Highlights of my life is to be with you two gentlemen. I'm kidding, I'm not kidding.
Nowhere else I would rather be.
We've spent a lot of time together and we still don't hate each other, which is pretty amazing.
Incredible.
At least we don't show it outwardly.
Well, I don't like Richie, but I like Richie.
We got one race that stays on the grass, that Coronation Cup, and we talked about Prat that big opening day, and he's on it. Looks like the one to catch in that race.
I agree. It feels like she's sort of the tale of 2 fillies. The one that makes the lead is very tough. The one that doesn't, not so much. She's going to go, but one of her chiefest, if not her cheapest rival, Chloe, Richie, she figures to be right outside of her.
Yeah, and obviously with the rail draw, there's a lot more urgency with a horse that needs the lead to run their best race. But it doesn't seem like Flavien consistently puts horses forward.
Yeah, you know, he may not have the best horse, he may not win the race, but he's not a guy that makes a lot of mistakes.
She was incredibly fast last start. She powered away in a 5-furlong sprint. Now, we don't know, you know, maybe not a lot of talent behind her, but she won by 4 3/4 lengths going 5 furlongs. That's pretty dominant.
I agree. It's a different turf course, and there was some of that rain yesterday. We'll see how much effect they're listing it as good. We'll see, in fact, how much rain it took. Different course than down at Gulfstream, but I thought she was the horse to beat as well.
So that is race 7. It'll be part of certainly a pick 6 carryover. One day in, we already have a carryover in the pick 6, over $118,000. So we look forward to that. It is not an easy sequence at all. We'll go through it in just a little bit. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 1 through 10 are FS2 coverage until 2:30. We'll be on YouTube from 2:30 to 6, and then back on FS2, 6 to 6:30. Pick 6 carryover begins in the 5th Coronation Cup. Part of it in the 7th, race 10, $110,000 allowance race. We're off the turf except for that Coronation Cup because of what happened immediately following the card on opening day. We got over 1.5 inches of rain in less than an hour. This from Dave Grenning on Daily Racing Form, providing that picture for us. Just got pounded here.
It was wild, and there was hail, dime-sized hail, coating the lawns of Saratoga, and very briefly, getting just a few blocks from my apartment to my mom's house was like walking through a river.
It was a deluge, and then the wind was sideways at one point. Tree came down at Bill Mott's barn, nearly landed on his office.
As long as you weren't there, because you almost had a tree situation a few years ago.
Get signed up, started, and play along with all the action here at Saratoga all summer long, including this Big 6 carryover. Spot 200, that code to use to get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus right there at NYRABets.com. Post parade for our opener. Non-winners at 3 life, mile and an eighth. Golden Purchase begins things.
Comes off the claim for Bruce Levine at 2 for 51. She's a tough horse, or he's a tough horse for me to take at a short price.
Morning line favorite, BD Saints, barn of Gary Siaka with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Obviously, there's a question of whether or not he's still competitive. I picked him. If he can remember a scintilla of what he once was, he will crush this field.
Prat won the first 3 on the card yesterday. He's here on Solo Empire.
Yeah, a horse that is a nose shy of being undefeated at the mile and eighth distance, which is a very demanding distance here in Saratoga. This is who I like because of that.
Coming in from Finger Lakes, here's St. James.
Just 1 for 21 on the dirt, and it just feels like his recent form's a cut below these.
And skipping a condition. Bernie goes boom.
Yeah, first off, the Rudy Rodriguez claim, and a horse that he's going to have to find a race a little faster than we've ever seen before.
Doesn't have a single race that makes him competitive here. That's why he's a big price.
So let's go back to now the favorite, the morning line favorite, BD Saints. So Rad Ortiz Jr. for Gary Siaka, and much tougher company for this one last time out.
Yeah, he's my top choice, but it's somewhat begrudgingly. I can't take the one at 2 for 51. I understand that Solo Empire may be the speed in here, but I don't think Irad's going to let that one go. I think he's going to be aggressive from the start, and I'm just kind of hoping he can refine that once good form. But Richie, there are big questions with BD Saint, who is dropping substantially as well.
Well, there are big questions. Is it one of those instances, Andy, where you feel like either this horse is going to win or he's not going to hit the board?
I think that's a very reasonable point. He's not the kind of horse, I mean, first of all, you should never be betting place or show, but he's not the kind of horse that you trust. If he doesn't win, he may be nowhere.
4 minutes to post in this opening race here as the fans starting to come in. As we get set to kick off the card, let's check in with Acacia Clement for more on the opener.
Yeah, terrific crowd here already. Can certainly feel the energy of opening weekend up at the Spa, the official opening weekend, Greg. But we'll take a look at the number 3 BD Saints, which is where I'm going to land. This is a horse that I know he's not necessarily the most trustworthy, but to be honest, nobody in this field is particularly trustworthy, and one thing I do appreciate about him is that he is taking a significant drop in class, and as he makes his second start for Gary Siaka, a horse that sometimes can get a little bit light and in not carrying his weight well, particularly across that hind end. You see how he's kind of a leanly built horse. For his standards, he looks very strong today. He was sharp, he was touting himself. Rad Ortiz opting to warm him up with the pony, but a horse that just really framed himself up nicely and physically is very convincing as far as the mile and an eighth is concerned. The number 1 Golden Purchase, another horse who has run very well at the mile and an eighth distance. First off the claim for Bruce Levine, and last time out he was not the quickest out of the gate and then kind of rushed up to press the pace setter, ending up in a bit of a pace duel early on, getting a little bit keen. He was past late, having to settle for second, but I think a horse that showed in that mile and an eighth try that he once again could handle it. The biggest concern for me is with that rail pace draw, and you see how he kind of carries his head straight up in the air. He does that even at the walk, and this is a horse that needs to get out of the gate and not have to expend energy kind of rushing up. So Ricardo Santana giving him a big warm up in here, trying to keep him moving forward. I wish he would put that head down, but again, that's just kind of typical of who Golden Purchase is. We'll see what kind of trip he gets from that inside post. The 4 Solo Empire as a win at the distance, even though physically he's not the one in this field that's the most convincing at it, but he's again one that's proven sharp, warming up beautifully out there with Flavien Prat. Flavien, of course, sweeping the early pick 3 yesterday. We'll see if he can kick off. He's currently aboard your 8 to 5 favorite, and he is taking a drop in class as well. He never saw the rail last time, never got any sort of clean trip. I think he's better when he should be forward, and given his energy today, I imagine, Greg, he's going to break running.
Acacia, thank you. 2 minutes away. This race, of course, will kick off in early pick 5. Almost $300,000 in this early pool. And the 8 to 5 favorite, public backing the man who took the first 3 on the card yesterday.
Yeah, and I think this horse could play out to be the controlling speed here, and he's already been proficient at the mile and an eighth distance. You know, we saw a mile and an eighth race yesterday. It just seemed like everybody was struggling, Andy. It is a truly demanding distance here at Saratoga.
It is. I will say one thing. Yesterday's track was playing extremely slow,
yes.
as you well know. And I wonder if there was some concern about weather coming in, that maybe it wasn't water. I'm just guessing this. It was a little bit drier than it normally is. And even though, obviously, we're fast today and we sealed the track, I wonder if the track will be a little bit more tight today than it was yesterday. It's just a guess.
Well, particularly with the amount of water we got in a short period of time, you would have to think the track would be a bit more glib.
Some news to bring you a little bit later on in the program, too, with who is pointing to tackling sovereignty in the Jim Dandy. We'll have that coming up in a little bit.
You have a scoop?
I do have a scoop.
Wow. You and I in a horseshoe?
Someone with a little more talent than that.
Speak for yourself, my friend. 2 8-5 shots in this race, and it's kind of interesting as you've got Irad and Flavian, and for so many years we have become accustomed to Irad's horses taking an inordinate amount of money. Now you're starting to see a situation where they're betting Flavian as well.
Yep.
And I think that'll mitigate that effect a little bit.
Well, I mean, listen, anytime you open the Saratoga meeting reeling off the wins in the first 3 races run, you're going to get attention. And obviously what he did here last summer just has already got people, you know, he's on people's radar, I guess is the best way to put it.
And I imagine it really got Irad's attention as he's so accustomed to winning the title as he does most years. I mean, it's not that he doesn't know that Flavian's going to be a real rival for him up here, but it's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
Yeah, it's not like when this was a 24-day meet, and really the opening day kind of set the tone for the entire meet, or at least the opening weekend. Now it's a 40-day meet, and it's just a substantial amount of time here.
Whether or not Flavian wins, one thing's for sure, Irad's never going away.
He's going to have to earn it.
He's got to earn it.
Yeah.
He's up to the challenge. He is
Most
up to any challenge, that
the
man.
most relentless rider there probably is in a jock's room anywhere in this sport, Irad Ortiz Jr. But yeah, what a statement from the man who set records here for graded stakes wins, grade ones, and then for the year as well, shattered the mark for an entire single season for graded stakes wins and stakes wins. Flavian Pratt.
And I know that Greg Wolf is not going to repeat his 1-9 on Irad Ortiz that you had last year. And you were right.
I was
You were
right.
Yeah, no,
that's
I'm
why I
not
didn't say it
arguing.
this year.
But it's definitely, I think it's, I don't know if it's pick 'em, but it's close.
It's very close. Yeah. I do give it, I think I have a slight edge to Irad.
I make the champion that gives him the edge. You got to beat Irad.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. You've got to beat the
It's like
champ.
beating Michael Jordan. You
Jose
gotta beat him.
Ortiz is not out of the running
No,
here.
no, I don't want to discount the others as well. Other riders are very good and get it, but those guys, they're tough.
Frank Miramati to kick off day 2 with this opener from Saratoga. Let's send it upstairs.
One more left to load. It's Bernie Goes Boom. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of hesitation for BD Saints. Rider lost the irons, it looked like, briefly. Solo Empire is going to the front. Golden Purchase along the inside. These two hook up right away. And BD Saints is just off them down on the inside to join third. Bernie Goes Boom is next, and a gap of 4 to St. James, who trails around the first turn. And it is Flavian Pratt and Solo Empire getting to the front by 3/4 of a length. The opening quarter in 23-3. Golden Purchase along the rail is in second. And on the inside comes BD Saints, who is just in behind Bernie Goes Boom. It's a distance to the trailer, St. James. Down the backstretch at Saratoga. And the favorite Solo Empire has a 2-length advantage. On Golden Purchase heading to the half-mile pole. Bernie Goes Boom covers up BD Saints, who's on the rail, 3.5 or so off the lead. A dozen or so back to St. James. Into the far turn, Solo Empire, 47-3 for the half. Golden Purchase will now make a move to try and challenge him coming to the 3/8 pole. These two are a neck apart. Another 5 lengths back. BD Saints along the inside of Bernie Goes Boom. Coming to the quarter pole, Golden Purchase ratcheting up serious pressure on Solo Empire. These two are dominating at the top of the stretch. Golden Purchase goes a bit wide, but is up to take the lead. Coming to the 8th pole and puts a couple of lengths on Solo Empire. A distance to BD Saints from well out of it. St. James trying to get into third, but it's a 1-horse race. Golden Purchase all alone. Golden Purchase opens up with every stride. By the time he gets to the wire, it's almost 10 lengths. Solo Empire, St. James, and BD Saints.
Dominant performance, 6-year-old son of Golden Sense, Bruce Levine, first off the claim. Ricardo Santana Jr., and 2 for 51 coming in. Now 3 for 52.
And 2 for his last 3. A nice win for Bruce Levine off the claim. And Richie and I have been around a long time, and we know how good Bruce Levine is. And this horse won for our Blue Streak stable. And for those that don't know, the Blue Streaks are Saratoga High School's teams. And this horse, I believe, that's Neil Galvin, a friend of mine. That's his stable.
And listen, she was the best horse, particularly when BD Saints was an absolute no-show today. But I love the ride that Ricardo Santana put on. He protected his inside position going to the first turn. by going forward, then allowed the 4 Solo Empire to clear, tip back out to clear in what was virtually a match race.
And your point before the race proved to be well taken, as BD Saints, maybe a bad break, didn't matter. That horse was never running and finished 4th of 5 out of the try.
1-4-5-3. Bruce Levine, first off to claim victory. Ricardo Santana Jr. and, as you mentioned, our Blue Streaks stable kick off this Friday card as the 2-1 third choice on the board.
Yeah, and he was just much the best. A horse that stays the 1 1/8 distance. Definitely one thing for certain, Andy. Track much quicker than it was yesterday.
No question about it. You look at those fractions. Just to compare it, they were going 55 in the 1 1/8 race yesterday. Much quicker in all ways.
Yeah, they went 47-3 for the half here. That's quite a discrepancy.
Yeah, no, it's clearly a quicker track today.
There was Bruce Levine. Congrats. She feels pretty. Is she the best turf filly in the country? She'll get another chance to prove it in a major race. Grade 1 Diana. She's the even money morning line favorite for Cherie DeVaux. We'll have a preview next.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Golden Purchase kicks off this Friday card with a dominant score under Ricardo Santana Jr. Nice claim by the man standing by with Acacia.
And, excuse me. First off, the claim here for Golden Purchase, Bruce, and certainly found himself in the right spot today, and that proficiency at the distance.
Yeah, I mean, he likes a 2-turn 1 1/8, and it just fell right. You know, it wasn't a great field, but he ran well, I thought. You know, he's got a little hang to him. He's about 2 for 50, but now we were about 3 for 51, so not too bad.
Hey, a win at Saratoga, nothing wrong with that.
You're not kidding. The owner, he's from here, so nothing better.
Absolutely. And a horse that you picked up to claim. Can you talk a little bit about some things that you look for when claiming a horse, especially to run up here regardless of the level?
They got to have a condition and soundness. I look for horses, make some starts. He makes a lot of starts, and he gets pieces of it, But today he really ran well, so I was happy.
It certainly did, and those types of horses are cool. They look after themselves no matter whose barn they're in, and he's coming back to your barn as well.
Yeah, we didn't lose him, so we'll have another dance up here. It'd be great.
We look forward to it. Well done, Bruce.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Off to a good start for the day, Greg.
It's got to feel good. Always special winning up here at Saratoga, but a good win to kick off the card and to win first off the claim with a horse, too.
Yeah, Bruce has been winning races for as long as I can remember, and that was career win 2,256 for Bruce Levine.
Can't believe it's not more. I mean, when I first started getting involved in the game back in the 70s and 80s, Bruce Levine was one of the biggest names in the game.
Yeah.
Golden Purchase, $6.60 to begin things on this Friday afternoon from Saratoga. Race 2 will start the pick 4. 6 furlongs, fillies, mares, 3 and up, who have never won 3 or have not won a race since July 11th of last year. And current favorite in here, the 4 Bourbon Serengeti. Rick Dutrow Jr. barn with Jose Ortiz, who had a nice opening day.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that horse. Claimed away, anyway, go ahead. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought.
De La Rose victory for Jose, teaming up with Cherie DeVaux. He'll be on the favorite here. Speaking of that trainer, we're going to talk our ABR race of the week coming up on Saturday. Grade 1 Diana. Such a special race. An important race for year-end championship honors as well, and she feels pretty. No question, she is the one to beat, coming in on a 4-race win streak. She's a 4-time grade or Group 1 winner.
Listen, she's terrific, and there's an argument that she could be 10-0. She has never run a race where she wasn't the best horse in the race. She's had mediocre trips in all of her losses. Having said that, and while she didn't have the best of it, and she was unlucky to lose to Gray Ocean last year's Lake Placid, Dynamic Pricing, who seems to be improved this year, didn't have a good trip in there either, and she almost beat her that day. This is probably as stern a test as she's ever had.
I believe it is the sternest test that she's had up to date. You've got 3 other horses in this race that have run a triple-digit buyer in one of their last 2 starts. And, her last race was her fastest from the buyer speed figure scale, matching the 100 she had done once previously. So it's no layup. This is a good field. I respect her, and I think she's really good, but this is going to be tough.
But incredible as you look at that record, Andy, of what she's done to, as you said, very easily could be undefeated. To be able to do that on the grass with her running style as well. Just, she's a talent.
She's sensational. I'm a huge fan. Nobody needs to convince me of that. But as a heavy favorite in a race like that race, I don't know that she necessarily has that big an advantage over her competition that she's supposed to be an extreme favorite tomorrow.
Yeah, again, I'm with you. I respect her, and I think she's a world-class talent. But I think she's in a field with some world-class talent.
Well, her trainer broke through in the Breeders' Cup last year in the mile, started off on opening day, winning that first division of the De La Rose. With more, let's go to Acacia.
It's been a sensational year for trainer Cherie DeVaux, and as I got a chance to catch up with her following that De La Rose win yesterday, of course I asked about She Feels Pretty coming up on Saturday in the Diana, and she said she's on a streak right now, and there's always a little bit more nerves associated with a horse on a streak, but she said it's actually a feeling I'm not that familiar with because it's the first time I've had a horse of this caliber, of this class, and She Feels Pretty, don't forget, as a 2-year-old, was the first grade 1 win for Cherie and has turned into a superstar. So finding herself in a little bit of an unfamiliar position as a trainer, but one that she certainly has earned with the success that she's had on the track. And it really is those top class horses like a She Feels Pretty, like More Than Looks, who won the Breeders' Cup Mile back in the fall, that really make a name for a trainer and really help to boost your business, to boost your team, to boost your owners as well. So all of the pieces falling together for Cherie, but of course you have to keep it going in this game. But I thought it was interesting what she said, because the class so far of what we've seen from She Feels Pretty, that she's been able to overcome everything, including the soft turf last time out. Now she has to go out and do it again, and I'm sure if she's able to win that Diana on Saturday, they'll be happy, but more than anything, they'll breathe a deep sigh of relief, Greg.
You want to be in those positions, thank you, Acacia, where you are the one to beat in these important grade 1s. Cherie DeVaux will be, but when you're in those positions, the pressure mounts.
You want to be in those positions. You want to have favorites in stake races, but that means there's much more pressure as well, and it's a lot tougher when you lose.
That's welcome pressure, though. Would you rather run 20-to-1 shots or 2-to-1 shots, right? There's expectation with 2-to-1 shots. Give me the horses that are more well-backed in those situations.
No question about it, but it does bring pressure. But you're right. You want that pressure in the game. Pressure is when you can't win a race, too.
Someone who's
Pay your
handled
bills.
pressure pretty well, especially in this race, Chad Brown. He's won 8 of the last 9 runnings of the Diana. That is just remarkable what he's accomplished. And he'll have a duo that just ran 1-2 in the Grade 1 Just a Game, lining up against She Feels Pretty.
And I'm curious Richie's thoughts, because there's some wisdom that says that Excellent Truth ran the better race. I don't agree with it. I think they ran very similar races. She was only 1 path wider in dynamic pricing, and sometimes it's tougher to be the one closing inside of the other horse. And I thought she just ran slightly better, but it's very close, Richie.
I think dynamic pricing was just the best horse on this day. I mean, they both had their opportunity, and she was always holding her at bay. It never looked like she was in danger of getting picked off, right?
And Excellent Truth should be a Grade 1 winner this year, but she should have been placed first in the race at Keeneland.
Now, that man right there has made a great career in this race alone, almost.
Oh, yeah.
8 of the last 9, 9 overall, so going for a 10th Grade 1 Diana win on Saturday.
I think he's going in this year in almost one of the tougher spots, and that he's got to beat a heavy favorite. And I don't think that was the case, and if not all of them, most of them.
Also kind of interesting that the path to the winner's circle through a horse of one of his former assistants in Cherie DeVoe, right? So she obviously learned her lessons well there.
Well, she worked for Chuck Simon,
Yep.
and she worked for Chad Brown. She learned from 2 of the best.
Yeah.
Intriguing subplot, no question, though, to that Grade 1 Diana. So that will come up on our Saturday coverage, first Grade 1 of the meet, and it will be special. That man right there has had so many big wins right here at Saratoga on this New York circuit, but his greatest achievement has come off the racetrack, taking care of the backstretch. We'll have that story next.
And they're off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
The Saratoga Sale, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales. Ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with an honor roll of graduates that includes the past 3 Preakness Stakes winners. National Treasure.
Oh, what a Preakness!
Seize the Gray.
Wade Lucas has done it!
And journalism.
Oh my goodness!
The 104th Saratoga Sale, August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Close. A dandelion.
Do you have fun? No, it's a daffodil.
No, it's a dandelion. And dandelions grow in the grass. It's considered a weed. Okay, guys, have a great day. It's a dandelion. People ask me, you know, what's been your greatest moment in horse racing, and what's your greatest win? And I don't hesitate, the Belmont Child Care Association. is the greatest thing I've been involved in. And it's not me, it's we. I mean, you know, this is a team effort. Jerry said, you know, the kids at the track, of the people who work there, they're sleeping in cars, they're left unattended, there's nobody to care for them. It would be a great idea to build a daycare center. You know, Jerry, I'm a builder. I've always wanted to do something for kids. I'll do it. And I always thought I would build a daycare center and ride off into the sunset. But here I am, addicted to horses and addicted to the daycare center. You know, picture going into school and you have a problem with, you know, understanding what the teacher says. So we eliminate that. And now you're going into school and you're actually ahead of what the teacher is teaching. Think of the confidence it instills. So we put the children in such a great position to excel, and they do. And it's great. And the parents have complete peace of mind. Not only are the kids being cared for, but they're given such a strong foundation and such great love and affection. And, you know, when they come out of here, they're really ready for preschool, and they get into preschool and they excel. You know, it's like having a strong foundation on your house. And they don't necessarily go away at pre-K. They come back for after-school programs. They come back and do volunteer work. They come back and help out. So the pleasure of watching these children, you know, grow up and be successful and be good people is just, you know, enormous, because we know that it all begins with the foundation, and that's what we do. It's the greatest gift. I mean, if you said to me, win the Kentucky Derby or this, I would choose this. So that's how I feel about it. Now, I'd like to do both, but that's a different story.
Well, incredible what he has created to help out those who are the caretakers of these equine athletes and their young ones.
That's fantastic. And to be able to free up their parents' mind that their kids are in a good spot, they're safe and well cared for while they concentrate on taking care of these horses.
Spent a little time over there on Tuesday. My every Tuesday reading with the kids.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Awesome.
That's
I
awesome.
love it. It's the best. Kids are great. Love going over there.
Can I bring the kids to here one day?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm in.
I mean,
I'm coming.
You can't read, so somebody's got to read to them.
Race 2, and Michael Dubb with the current favorite in this race.
You're against.
Bourbon Serengeti. There she is, two-time winner. Rick Dutrow Jr. Barn with Jose Ortiz.
I mean, I'm somewhat ambivalent here. I don't love the fact this horse doesn't have much speed. And I'll tell you one thing, I think he can win, and I picked him second, but is he really supposed to be a heavy favorite? Is she supposed to be a heavy favorite here, Richie?
I don't think so. I mean, listen, you've got horses in here. You're 13-time winner of the 1 horse, 6-time winner in the 3 horse, a 10-time winner on the outside of My Flicker. She's a 2-time winner facing some pretty seasoned kind of horses. I'm surprised that she is that big a favorite.
I don't disagree.
So 6-5 coming in from Churchill Downs. The last couple of tries in an N1X 50,000 starter allowance last start. A little bit tougher going in that spot. But Peak of Chic looks like a serious rival to the inside who did not get out of the gate well last time out and still ran big.
Yeah, I mean, I think she may have to deal with the speed of the 3 bedtime story, who's not impossible as well, but I agree she's a player.
Oh, yesterday, this one right here, Christopher Elliott, right back in the saddle. He had a tough go of things that he had to make a trip and a little visit to the hospital, make sure everything was A-okay. With more, let's go to Acacia.
And I did get a chance to catch up with Christopher's agent, Jose Santos Jr., who said that he did go to the hospital to x-ray his ribs. Thankfully, everything was okay. X-rays came back clean. He did have, as reported yesterday, a couple of lacerations on his face from that fall, but back riding the full card today. So great news to see that Christopher's okay and back in the saddle this afternoon. As we'll check in with a couple of the key players in this race, starting starting off with the Fort Bourbon Serengeti Fort Rick Dutrow, who will drop back down in class. It was claimed for 52 starts back at Churchill and ran against Tougher last time out. Went off slow as well. Ended up kind of chasing the pace setter who kicked on, and the winner wired at 4-5. So I think that this is a horse that showed she probably would just benefit from a little bit less class to face in here. She looks great, as she always does. I haven't seen her obviously since last year, but she's one that always carries great condition, and that is very much the case. As we'll check in with the 6, My Flicker, coming in from Laurel Park for Phil Capuano, a horse that is very sharp. She has been on her toes since she entered the paddock in here. Last time I noticed she was trying to get out a little bit early on in the race, and she is outfitted with a Houghton bit. So give her rider a little bit more control for her, but I think she's better when she's able to be forward, and she certainly runs like a horse that wants to be forward. And I have to give a shout out to Callie Francois, who does the TV over at Laurel Park, who helped me out to confirm that it is in fact TV personality Maury Povich, who's the owner of this horse, Greg.
Maury Povich, all right, with My Flicker, 9-2.
I was at Michael Jordan's Garden return when he scored 55 back in the 90s. And Maury Povich and his wife Connie Chung were leaving early. The Knicks were, I think, up 1. Because you recall the Bulls won in the last second. Michael passed the ball. And they were leaving, and I said, "You're leaving before the end of the game?" They were walking by us, and they were a little embarrassed. Fans were cheering and giving them a hard time, saying,
as they should.
Yes. That was my one encounter with Maury Povich.
But now there's full redemption because he likes horse racing.
If I had known he liked
obviously.
horse racing, I'd have jumped out of my seat and just talked to him and forget about the game.
When he visits the track eventually, we're going to need to find out what was so pressing that they had to go.
I think they said they had to catch a train. I don't know what to say. That was the greatest sporting event I'll ever go to in my life. I'll tell you that.
Mig, Christopher Elliott, good to see him back. But I don't know if you have this opinion, but maybe you should. Jockeys are the toughest athletes around.
Well, I'm probably biased, but yes, I believe so. There's no season.
Present company excluded.
No, they no season. They do it year-round, make a weight that's below their natural weight, and an ambulance follows them.
Peak of Chic kicks off the post parade.
No, only one way to go, and that's to the lead.
9-2. That is a great price. She's cool. Rad Ortiz Jr.
Steps up in class and turns back off a nice win.
Here is Christopher Elliott back in action on Bedtime Story.
And we know one thing about Christopher. He's not shy. He likes to go to the lead. He's Mig's kind of rider.
Michael Dubb, you saw that tremendous story creating the aftercare for the backstretch workers' children. Bourbon Serengeti, his horse.
Yeah, listen, she's a player, a contender. I just don't see 6-5.
City Blocks, double-digit odds. Ricardo Santana Jr. took the opener.
The last win gives her a chance, but I think the racetrack helped her, and I want to see it again.
And coming in from Maryland, a 10-time winner. Here's the Maury Povich 7-year-old mare, My Flicker.
Now, she's one of two I like in here. 7-year-old mares bookend the field. The one, Peak of Chic, a 13-time winner, and My Flicker, a 10-time winner, both 7-year-old mares.
Her record at 6 furlongs is incredible, with 5 wins in 7 seconds, 15 starts. I picked her. Her last race was bad. Her prior race is good. I just wonder, why would they ship this horse up here if she's going to run as badly as she did last time?
Maybe Maury wanted to come to Saratoga.
He wants to settle the score about the Nick game with me. It's understandable.
Well, the pilot on board, that is Carlos Lopez, and this will be his first ever mount here at Saratoga. Do you remember your first, Mig?
I do. Opening day, 1981. Sloppy track. I rode every single race on the card. Didn't get my first win till the 9th race for Walter Kelly with a gray horse named Hilarious. I went 1 for 9 opening day.
It's not bad. 1 for 9 at Saratoga as a rider is a good day.
Yeah.
I don't understand how amazing your recall is for every race in your career.
Horses. I can't remember people's names, birthdays, anniversaries, but horses I can remember.
Richie and I, between us, have more useless information about racing stored in our heads than any 2 people on earth.
So 5-1, My Flicker outside, but yes, she has been a win machine. 7-year-old mare with 10 victories, over $400,000 in earnings. And Andy, you look at this board, obviously that money staying with this Michael Dubb filly's Bourbon Serengeti. I'm surprised 4-1 on Peak of Chic.
I'm not going to argue with you, because if you look through speed figures, I don't know what figures you're looking at that gives this horse a demonstrative edge over quite a few performers in here. And I mean, it's Jose Ortiz, and Jose's a great rider, but he doesn't get bet like Irad does. And I agree. I think this race is much more competitive than this board suggests.
Is some of it just connections that are unfamiliar?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe a little bit. I think that's a fair point. But to be honest with you, it's not like Rick Dutrow has been setting the world on fire since he came back to training. He's an excellent trainer, and he's had good results, but he's not winning at 25%. So I agree. I think this is a little bit puzzling. And it's also a horse that doesn't have much speed, Richie. Do you worry that could be a bit of a problem?
Well, particularly the way we saw the first race run today, you know, where it's obviously a faster racetrack since we had that deluge last night. Or is this one of those cases, Andy? Are we going to be saying this is one that they knew? Whoever they is.
What was the morning line on this horse, Greg?
3-1.
3-1. Well, there you go. The morning line makers as perplexed by this as we are. And maybe you're right. Maybe this is a they knew. They knew yesterday that Cherie was going to win that stake in a 7-horse blanket photo. She won by a half a head, and I guess they knew that was going to happen. I don't know. This is weird. There's no riders to suggest, and I don't think I think your point wasn't they're betting Rick Dutrow. Your point is a relative unfamiliarity with a number of the trainers in this race.
Yeah, Michael Moore, the trainer, Andy Hernandez, the rider, with more on Pika Chic. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, but first I want to say, too, and I don't know if this is the cause, but after Rick Dutrow unveiled that first-time starter in the nightcap on Sunday, Hangover Heaven, who wanted a big price for Mike Dubb and for this barn, I'm wondering if people are kind of saying, well, I have to bet everything from the barn now. But as far as the #1 Pika Chic is concerned, I agree. This horse is a major player because, not in any small part, because of her early speed. She is a horse that touted herself from the second she came in. She's done nothing wrong, has been the ultimate professional, and warmed up beautifully out there. Incredibly fit as well. I thought that her speed from the inside made her very dangerous, and she's run consistently throughout her career at a multitude of different tracks and at different levels of competition as well. As far as the two, she's cool. She's never a horse that carries great weight, so that's always my complaint with her. She did saddle with the pony accompanying her. That's something that Rudy will typically do with some horses that maybe tend to live on their nerves a little bit, but she was really pulling in the warm-up with her mouth wide open and just not really settling down. It looks like she has now that she's linked back up with the pony, but this is a horse coming out of an off-the-turf non-winners of 2 condition race, and to me she would have to take a step forward against this field, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Pick 4 up and over $100,000. Public has not backed off, Mig. This favorite here, Bourbon Serengeti.
No, not at all. And listen, I'm not going to be surprised when she wins. I just think that she's being a bit overbet. I think the 1 is certainly a player here. That's my top selection. And not any reason why I'm picking her. She's actually just bred right down the road from me at Thorndale Farm, Jonathan Thorne up in Millbrook. And then you get the 6, my flicker. So I'm bookending the field with 2 7-year-old mares.
Greg, you want to ask him, or should I? Was she bred by the, what's the name of the Hofner-Schneigers? What's the name of the family that you love? The breeders that we like to make fun of you about?
Dershmits.
Okay, just checking.
Mig, dial
I know
into
Greg
all
was
those
thinking
barns.
the same thing I was.
No,
which is
they're
a bad sign for Greg.
Their farms in Pine Plains. There's farms in Millbrook.
Okay. Even money now on the 4. There are horses that are overbet that I'm dying to bet against. I guess this is kind of one of them. I did pick this horse second, but the money is just too smart, and getting yourself in big positions against these horses around here can be tricky. And I think we saw that in the stake yesterday, where there was really no rationale on paper for the deep horse to be favored in the first division. And I think it played out correctly because she won a blanket photo by a half a head. It's not as though she was clearly best. She got a very good trip. But if you looked at all the multi-race bets, she was an enormous favorite in every one of them.
Ozara.
Yeah, no, the first division. Deep
Satin.
Deep Satin, yes. Yeah. No, Zara was the overlay of the day. How was she 4-1 in there?
Amazing.
I thought she should have been favored personally, but
I agree with you.
Strange. She got a very good trip and ride too. Dylan really gave her a great ride yesterday.
Oh, it really did. That perfect pocket trip.
But getting the rail puts you in a position where you can get that trip. You don't always get it.
And have a handy horse like her. You could see how athletic she is.
Yep.
So even money on the 4. Is this money right with Bourbon Serengeti for the Dutrow Barn with Jose Ortiz? There she is in those silks of Michael Dubb, seeking her 3rd career victory. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the load and the call.
Three more left to load. Bourbon Serengeti, City Blocks, and my Flicker. My Flicker going in. And they're off. Very even start. My Flicker, City Blocks, down at the rail. Peak of Chic is now joining the fray. And Bedtime Story is in the mix and, in fact, in front. So it is Bedtime Story, the leader. City Blocks, My Flicker. And Peak of Chic is now 4th. The 2 trailers, She's Cool and Bourbon Serengeti. 4 lengths covers the field. And it is Bedtime Story on the inside and City Blocks racing together as 1. With My Flicker a length and a half back, 3 deep in 3rd. Peak of Chic, Bourbon Serengeti, and She's Cool, 22 and 3. And there goes My Flicker. My Flicker makes a 3-wide bid, trying to get to the front with a 1/4 mile to go. And My Flicker has done just that. The 7-year-old mare turns for home and opens up on the embattled leaders. City Block is in 2nd. On the inside of her, a weakened Bedtime Story. They are followed by Peak of Chic. They're in the final furlong, and it's all My Flicker with a 5-length lead. City Blocks, She's Cool up the fence into 3rd, trying to get 2nd. That's the only battle, as My Flicker is much the best under Carlos Lopez, scoring by 4 lengths. City Blocks held 2nd comfortably. She's Cool 3rd in front of Bourbon Serengeti.
It's My Flicker, owned by Maury Povich, and Carlos Lopez has never lost with a mount at Saratoga.
1 for 1.
He really should stay here, probably leading rider.
She was traveling like a winner every step of the way, Andy. Didn't you? I mean, you liked her. You had to be really confident.
I bet her, and in my heart, I never thought I was going to lose the race. But as you know, when you feel like that, you get a little overconfident. Bad things happen. But she was like the only one running, and no one was running. And, you know, I remember you watch the backstretch, and you know Bourbon Serengeti's bet like she is. So you're kind of expecting her to show up. But it was clear at the 3/8 pole. She had absolutely nothing.
No, she was struggling along. She's Cool, rallied okay from far back. City Blocks, long shot, rounding out your exacta.
Yeah. And you were right, Greg. I mean, you set it up here to us. You said, I don't think the 4 should be the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd choice. And you were dead right. Yeah.
6-5-2-4 finish, 9-2 on the 7-year-old mare who just loves to get her picture taken. 11th career victory from 33 starts. Ships into Saratoga for the first time, and picture time now.
I hope Maury's here. He might have left at the 8th pole, though.
Very good. Very good to bring it full circle. That's what they call recall in comedy. Andy should start doing stand-ups.
I wouldn't know anything about comedy, but so are the most of my picks on a lot of days.
That was well done.
You know, he could have walked out at the 8th pole because she was home.
Yeah. You know what happens when you go to the 8th pole and you go to the winner's circle at the 8th pole? One of the hardest things I've ever seen, and I'm not going to say the name, and I don't say this to make fun. I say this because it's painful. We had a very close finish in the Travers. Bang Bang, and a lot of us thought the horse that didn't win had won. And I saw the owner of the horse that didn't win walking down the boxes, taking high fives, heading to the winner's circle, and got to the stairs when they put the other number up. And my heart broke. It just, like, in a race like that, and that's the game, and we've all been there and seen that. You think you won, and I'm sure you've ridden races where you probably thought you won it. Racing, you usually knew when you won.
But still, don't mess with the gods, right?
The Indiana Derby, I was convinced I won it.
Well, I'll tell you, there was a, I think it was the John Morrissey, and my friend Seth Klarman had a horse in there, and we thought we won in a Bang Bang photo, and the people in the box, they left the box to go to the winner's circle, and I stayed to watch the slow-mo, and I had to yell and say, guys,
come back.
Bad news. get back.
90% of the time as a rider, 95,
Yeah. It's got to be very, very, very close.
What a moment, Mick, for Carlos Lopez, first ever Mount Saratoga, and a win at this historic venue.
Family, too.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4.
Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. First Friday of this Saratoga summer meet here on Saratoga Live. And it's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. My Flicker coming in from Maryland, 11th win of the 7-year-old mare's career. Wins it 9-2. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and did get a chance to catch up briefly with winning jockey Carlos Lopez, who, because of his English limitations, was not comfortable doing an interview, but did say that he was incredibly grateful to Phil Capuano and the Capuano family for coming here. And he said it's a nice horse. So 1 for 1 at Saratoga, which is pretty cool. But Phil Capuano, the young nephew of longtime Maryland-based trainer Dale Capuano, who retired a couple of years ago, and it just is in the family in the breeding, you could say, for the Capuanos to be trainers. But he did share again with Callie Francois, who passed on to me, that as far as Maury Povich is concerned, there's a couple of other horses in Mopo and Miss Notion that may run up here in Saratoga throughout the remainder of the summer, and that he hopes to come as well, though he is not here this weekend. We'll be running under the racing stable Mopo, so something to look out for and something very cool of a celebrity involved in the great sport of horse racing, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. I guess try and just pass that word along to Maury that we're going to expect to sit down with Andy Serling.
I agree. I want to. Well, now that we know he's a racing fan, I mean, everything changes, right? Once you find out somebody's a racing fan, they immediately become a friend.
I have a whole newfound admiration and respect
I really
for him.
do.
And, you had this horse. You like this horse, My Flicker. So now
accidents do happen.
Is it fair to say now that's my friend Flicker?
Okay. Okay. We went a little
9-2.
too far on that one, but I want to know about the horse running the Travers that you're alluding to that you're not telling us about. When is that coming up?
We will get to that in the next segment.
I'm not a patient guy, Greg.
Coming up, race 3 first. This is a mandatory pay pick 5 that begins here, mile and an eighth. New York bred entry-level allowance group. Pineapple Man, interesting, is opened as the favorite.
He is the speed, I assume. I have a bankroll pit bet in this race.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh for me. Can I go back and make it the second winner? Too late?
Yeah, that would have been a nice call. Well, speaking of that 3-year-old division, the impressive Preakness winner, Journalism, the only horse to run in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. What is the next spot? We will tell you when we come back. Who will he face? And who's going to line up here at Saratoga? Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Carryover. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Carryover.
Carryover, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Friday Saratoga Live coverage. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. What a 3-year-old division we have in 2025. And what a performance, Andy, we saw in the Preakness from Journalism.
I just love this horse. And, understandably, Sovereignty is a heavy leader of the division right now. But I'm going to tell you something. I think this horse can get his revenge in the Travers. He is a good horse.
Well, first things first, it's the Haskell, Mig, July 19th for Journalism.
I can totally understand that. Listen, there's not a lot to me separating Sovereignty and Journalism, but why go head-to-head with him there? Go in a different direction and maybe hook back up with him in the Travers. One thing we know about Journalism's connections, they're sporting. They're not afraid of the challenge, and I respect and admire that.
They've been great friends of the game. There's no doubt about it. Running him in all 3 Triple Crown races at a time when I think it's really important to explain to a lot of the naysayers the importance of the Triple Crown, and I think we kind of owe them a debt of gratitude for that.
And he ran tremendous in all 3 legs. Why was this decision made? Let's go to Acacia.
I did get a chance to catch up via text with Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Thoroughbreds, and he shared that first and foremost, Journalism has indicated to them that he's ready to run. And the Haskell timing seems to work out well, spacing for his next start potentially after that, which could include the Travers. And for the race itself, it's $1 million race, it's a Grade 1, it's also a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. So they kind of get that piece of it out of the way, which I thought was interesting. But one thing that I really took took away from that conversation was him saying journalism is indicating he's ready to run. This is a horse that just trains with so much enthusiasm and bounces back so quickly from tough races, like we saw with him after that huge win in the Preakness, coming right back into the Belmont and already showing that he's ready for his next start. A horse that I have become a huge fan of, Greg, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see him here later this summer.
It was, look, a Preakness performance for the ages. That's going to be a Triple Crown race that people remember forever, what he overcame in that performance.
No, I agree, and he's that kind of horse. And even though it's the only leg that he won, nobody's forgetting journalism, Richie. He is very, very good, and I look forward to running the Haskell. Wherever he runs, I'm a fan.
I'm a huge fan, and I think this is a terrific crop of 3-year-olds all the way through. I love how tough he is. Not only is he talented, but he's brave to do what he did in the Preakness and bull his way between horses and then go ahead and finish the deal. And obviously he has amazing recuperative powers, because not only did he go through the entire Triple Crown, he's bounced back and in good order that they're going to go on to the Haskell. This is a horse that thrives on work.
And someone needs to name our horse recuperative at this point.
We saw, indeed, we saw a horse reroute to a 2-turn graded stake, stretching out New York bred by the name of Moplex. They were thinking potentially the Albany for New York breds, but he did run so good. For a moment, they were thinking Haskell. Have rerouted. Now it looks like Jim Dandy is the lean for Moplex. Ohio Derby
Maybe
winner.
it was the 37 hot dogs that Jeremiah Engelhardt ate over the weekend.
I
that
love
got him
this
to do
move.
it. I thought he ran tremendously in Ohio Derby. This is obviously another step forward, but I love him being game enough to try to run in the Jim Dandy, and makes it a better race.
Well, and Jeremiah's based here. All he's got to do is put the bridle on him and walk him on over instead of shipping someplace. I think it's awesome.
He said,
earned
look,
his
we're under no illusions. If the race was run in Moplex's barn, Sovereignty would still have the advantage. But they're going to take a shot. Love to see it. And we can't wait. This 3-year-old division is getting more and more exciting by the week. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. One of the greats we've seen here over the last decade or so, Lady Eli, former Diana winner, 4-time Grade 1 winner. Her first foal to run in the States. Unveiled later in the card. We'll have a preview next.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Cherie, sending out Dr. Agnew for his first start. Sentimental horse, being that he is out of Lady Eli, who you had such a tremendous relationship, getting her over laminitis to go on and win graded stakes. Talk a little bit about how important it is for you to have him in your barn.
It was amazing to watch her go through that and go on and win grade ones. And then Dr. Agnew himself, full circle moment, he was killed in a cycling accident. And when Chad had told me about that, I made an offhanded remark that, okay, well now we have to name one of our offspring. And that was not a blip in my thought process that she was gonna make it back to the races and that I was gonna be a trainer and much less train one for her, train that baby. And then here we are today having a starter out of her and one that acts like he can really run. So it's kind of like all the stars are aligning. Obviously, he has to go out there and prove it. It's his first start, but he's been so professional and I'm so excited to get him started.
Dr. Agnew, the horse, taken or inherited any of the characteristics that his mom had? Has she passed anything on to him?
He's really intense. He's not mean, but he comes out here and he's all business. He's not done anything wrong in the mornings. You can look at his work patterns. He's quite impressive on the track. He's been breezing on the dirt. He's definitely, you look at the female side of the family, it's all turf. He's by Into Mischief, who likens himself to be both surfaces. It's going to be really hard to not be disappointed if he doesn't win, but this is just the beginning of his story. Yeah. And hopefully it's a long and prosperous one.
Now, going to be a lot of eyes and a lot of interest on this 2-year-old by the great Lady Eli, first Lady Eli foal to run here in the States. Of course, a 4-time Grade 1 winner. She was so incredibly popular here, Andy.
She was a tremendous racehorse, but you've got an Into Mischief from a great race mare that sold for $185,000, which may sound like a lot of money. It's not. It's $1 million pedigree. That concerns me.
I think it's a great point. With that pedigree, you thought this horse would have brought just considerably more money.
Price.
And listen, we've seen great race mares not be the most prolific kind of brood mares. That's why Personal Ensign to me was always such a marvel. Not only she was one of the best race mares I've ever witnessed, she became an unbelievable brood mare as well.
Glowing tribute as well. And we've got a stake name for one of her many stakes-winning foals.
And that race, obviously meant for the grass, comes off. So main track, but they do keep Dr. Agnew in for that debut. Up next, race 3, and Pineapple Man still favored here. Michelle Nevenbarn, Kendra Carmouche. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Pineapple Man, making his fourth start, off the layoff. Did have a win 2 starts back, but will stretch out to the 1 1/8 distance for only the second time. To look at him physically, he would certainly strike you as the type of horse who should appreciate the distance. He's big, he's broad, he's powerful looking. He has a long frame to him. It's definitely kind of the stereotypical of what a distance horse would be. He also carries quite a bit of condition, which has always been the case for him as well. Comes out of a race that I think was incredibly tough, especially with 4 horses coming out of there to win. Top Gun Rocket, who's been in tremendous form, and Mr. Papa Giorgio winning his next start as well. Kendra Carmouche gets aboard, and I would imagine, given what this horse has shown at a mile and how he's able to be forward, he was 3 wide last time, we're going to see him be forwardly placed today and potentially use that speed to his advantage. Now, taking a look at the number 2, Toga Dan, who is fresh off of a win last time out for Jorge Abreu. Jorge Abreu and Flavian Pratt teamed up for a win yesterday at a 1 1/8 with Asaida. This one facing winners for the first time, but comes back against State Bred Company again and really seemed to thrive when stretching out from 6 furlongs to a 1 1/8. And this is a horse that you would not necessarily look at and say, he looks like he wants to run all day, because he has such a sharp demeanor, and I would imagine that's why they were sprinting him earlier. You see him going sideways now, and he's been kind of bobbing his head. That is typical of Toga Dan, but I thought that Flavian handled him beautifully last time out, though he is a horse that kind of has that paddling running style as well. We'll see if he can make it 2 in a row. The one, Eric from Miami, comes off of a win last time where he beat Golden Purchase, who we did just see come back to win the first race. So really kind of flattering this horse. He looks great off the claim for Wayne Potts. He is always one that I felt longer the better for him. He's tall and leggy. He's incredibly fit once again. We'll see if he can keep his good momentum going, but of course not an easy thing to do, claiming off of Rick Dutrow, Greg.
9 minutes away from this third race coming up. As you look at Eric from Miami, let's take a look at our bankroll leaderboard after day one. And a good start for Andy.
No, I'm down 200.
Oh, you're
which I could be down more. You know, you always look good compared to Jonathan, though. You know, and we just acknowledge that. Well, he was going to kick our butts last year, and it didn't happen, so I'm going to abuse him.
Paul like Ozara, so good call in the second division of the Della Rose. All right, so you're going to go back at it here.
Yeah, well, now this is a 4-day week, so we have to step it up a little over the weekend. I'm going to make $200 plays. The first one is $100 to win on Swift Magic. And, Richie asked me the question, am I concerned about the distance? And the answer is absolutely. But he's 8-1, so that compensates for a lot of that. I feel like he's been running against better horses. He gets some class relief, and I think he's an interesting play. I don't love him, but I love betting him at 8-1.
That would change things quickly.
Yeah, that's a long way to go. Deck. Yeah.
And what, you guys get $1,000 a week?
We get $1,000 a week.
Okay.
We do. And
just real quick before we move on, I want to tell everyone who won it last year, this guy, Andy Serling.
It was a late rally.
No,
the last week is what.
Well, I had a really good one with a long shot on the Sunday, but I was ahead going into that.
Right.
I played surreptitiously throughout the meet, saving my money. Thank you. But it's a new year and a new opportunity to embarrass ourselves, which I'm sure we'll be pretty good at.
Going positive.
I'm positive. If you don't embarrass yourself in the horse racing, you're not in horse racing, right, Richie?
A lot of embarrassing things happen.
Yeah. You got to embarrass yourself to succeed.
Post parade here for the third again start of a mandatory pay pick 5. And we'll kick things off with Eric from Miami, Christopher Elliott, Wayne Potts off the claim.
What he has going for him is no question he can handle the distance. I think he's meeting tougher foes today, though.
Toga Dan next door, Flavian Pratt for Jorge Abreu.
Has won at the mile and 8 distance, just broke his maiden, needs to improve, but he has improved pretty much every start a little bit.
Want to review him after the post parade.
Swift Magic, Andy's bankroll play.
I think running against horses like Butta and Soon to Be King and National Identity and Moplex, he's faced a lot of better horses, and I'm hoping the class relief helps, and the price certainly interests me.
Still favored, Pineapple Man with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, he's got some speed. He should be forward. I question if the mile and 1/8 is going to suit him.
Next door, Rad Ortiz Jr. on Alfgard 9-2.
What price would this horse be if Irad wasn't riding him? At least double. Bad value on a horse that looks overmatched on paper.
Has won 2 in a row coming in, but at Finger Lakes. And then Incantation, Javier Castellano for the James Bond barn.
Comes off a good effort at a 1-turn mile. Will that translate to the 2 turns of the mile and 1/8? It wasn't a good effort in January, but he did go to the shelf after that, so probably something went awry.
He's supposed to be stalking Pineapple Man in this race. I do think we need to discuss the money that Toga Dan is taking. And I understand some of it is related to Flavian Pratt, but I don't think all of it. I cannot look at his PPs and figure out any single reason that this horse is taking money. I'm guessing that this horse has good workouts or something, because based on his PPs, there's nothing that says he should be anywhere close to 5-2.
Well, I just wonder if people aren't looking at Andy too and going, well, his first couple of races, he really didn't run at all. And then he started putting it together, and they stretched him out to a mile and 1/8, and he won at the mile and 1/8. Will he continue to improve? But he needs to improve.
I mean, that last race.
That was slow.
Very
even
slow.
though it was a win at the
maiden
distance.
field. The third place finisher didn't get out of the gate, trailed by 100 and sucked over third. The second place, the first time starter. Second place finisher might have run the best race in there. It was a long shot first time starter. I'm guessing this horse is working very well, because for the life of me, I can't figure out. And he'll probably win, because these are the kind of horses that get bet and they run better than their PPs. But I will say he is going to be nowhere on my tickets, and he's going to beat me when he wins.
Well, is there a story on what he's been doing in the morning? Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I didn't mention this back in the paddock, but according to the DRF Clocker report for Toga Dan, he has been working in company with Asaira, who did win the first race at a mile and 1/8 yesterday with Flavian Pratt aboard. Now that said, also according to the Clocker report, that horse was going far better than him in the recent workouts, but I don't know. I'm wondering if just the company he's been keeping in the morning might have tipped some heads as well, Greg.
Now, Asaira, easy winner one of those 3 to kick off the day for Flavien Prat yesterday.
Asayura wouldn't win this race.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but Asayura is not as good as these horses. I know he won a race yesterday, but he wouldn't win in here. Listen, clearly the connections must like this horse. He must be working well, because for the life of me, I have no idea. I mean, I don't have a problem with somebody liking him. That's fine. But I don't know how he's 5-2.
Yeah.
And I think if you're betting him at 5-2, I'm not sure that's going to bode well for you going forward in racing, personally.
Now, there he is, Prat for Abreu, and first test against winners. We'll see. Lightly raced. This will be the 5th career start,
sure,
but we'll need to step it up, and perhaps can. Eric from Miami was 5-2 morning line from the rail. He's 9-2 right now. Let's go back and dive deeper into, Andy, why you like Swift Magic as your bankroll play.
Well, I mean, he's got speed figures that are competitive. Last time I was in the turf, I couldn't care less what he did in the turf race. He's not a turf horse. I don't know why they even tried him on it again. He can't run on it. The time before that, he was meeting a much, much tougher field. The time before that, I mean, Butta was in good form. Butta was coming off of a good effort in that race. The time before that, he's losing to 3 of the better New York breds in the country, including Moplex. I just think he's faced some better horses. He has won at a mile with a good effort. I don't know. I don't see why he doesn't fit in this field. He's 8-1. I don't love his chances, but I think he's a bit of an overlay as he comes out 6-1. Now, I'm alive in the double with him anyway, so I'm on a bit of a free roll.
There's this trainer, and there was a time, he's probably the fastest horse in the race. I don't think he'll be in the lead, but he's got the ability to stay close sprinting on the grass. But a rider who is not the most aggressive.
No, but Eric's got to be sitting no worse than 3rd in this race, assuming a keen break. If Eric wants to get some business up here, he's got to stop dropping horses out. He's got to get in the game. When Eric had a very good meet here as apprentice, he was super aggressive back then.
Aggression's good.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and I will say that the time that this horse did win at a mile when breaking his maiden back in January, he was more forwardly placed that day. So I certainly would give him that. As far as the distance is concerned, purely from my vantage point, I have always written down in my notes that this horse is built more like a sprinter. So the 9 furlongs is a big concern for me. However, we did see this horse going 2 turns on the turf last time out against incredibly competitive New York bred company. And prior to that, much tougher company as well, even trying New York bred stakes going longer. So I think George Weaver is trying to figure out if he can handle it, and this will be a real telltale sign for him. One thing I will say for him, even though he doesn't have the physicality, he has the demeanor. He is so laid back, which is what I like to see for horses stretching out to the 2 turns, unlike the Saratoga Dan, who's been really all over the place the whole time. The 5, Elfgar, I agree, taking attention because of Arad Ortiz. But this is a horse that I will say, looking at his last 2 Finger Lakes races, he got a beautiful trip up the rail when the rail opened up last time out and able to get the win. He has shown he can handle the 2 turns. And just wanted to say, I thought it was a pretty cool name because Elfgar was the son of Leo Frick. He was the Earl of Mercia. Leo Frick, the sire here. Leo Frick is out of Lady Godiva, and in history, Leo Frick, the Earl of Mercia, married to Lady Godiva. So it all comes together. Very clever name on this horse, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Set to break from the gate here momentarily.
It's also a little crazy to me that the 2 has never budged from the 5-2, which leads me to believe it's not just Flavien money, Richie.
Yeah, no, again, I gave him a long, hard look last night when I was looking at the races, and I felt like he's got to improve, but he has shown some improvement, and he is 1-for-1 at the distance.
Got to look at Michelle Nevin there with the favorite, the 4 Pineapple Man. Coverage will be continuing momentarily. Bottom of the hour, thank you, on YouTube. So to find our show, for those who have not done it before on YouTube, just punch in NYRA on YouTube, and it'll come right up. Or
and
New York Racing Association.
The NYRA YouTube channel will come up as an option. Go right there, and the live feed is there.
And we'll roll right through. We're going to be on all day long.
If I can do it, you can do it. Believe me, I am not computer savvy.
I'll need my daughter, Gabrielle, to help me do it, but I'm sure we can get it done.
She's here. I'd like to bring her on the set to replace really any of us.
I agree with that.
Get a much better looking Migliori than the one you got sitting here.
Well, that goes without saying. I mean, that's family
mandatory.
Pet could probably get into that discussion.
Pay pick 5 starts in this one coming up. We have a race taken off the turf next in the 4th part of the sequence, and we'll have that Lady Eli, first turn. Dr. Agni, part of the sequence as well in a race that comes off the grass in race 6.
Looking forward to discussing that pick 6 a little bit later in the show.
Pineapple Man of 4, the favorite for Michelle Nevin with Kendrick Carmouche in the irons. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. Just 3 more left to load. Here is Pineapple Man going in at odds of 2-1. Elfgar trying to extend that streak here at Saratoga. And Incantation to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very clean start. Pineapple Man is hustled out for the early lead. Swift Magic hard ridden in the early stages. And Toga Dan comes through along the inside. Extreme outside, Incantation and Elfgar is not far behind. The early trailer is Eric from Miami, sorting themselves out with Pineapple Man the quickest onto the backstretch. And it's Pineapple Man opening up a length and a half. Incantation moves into second. And Toga Dan settles nicely along the rail through a quarter that went in 24 seconds flat. They're followed by Swift Magic, who's fourth and 3.5 or so off the lead. Elfgar is next. Eric from Miami is at the back of the field. They have 5.5 furlongs to run. And it is Pineapple Man carving out the fractions, leading just under a length over Incantation in second. Then comes Toga Dan, Swift Magic. Those first 4 remain intact. 4 lengths off the lead is Swift Magic, who's now asked for a bit more. In the meantime, Elfgar has inched a little bit closer inside of him. Eric from Miami has trailed throughout. The half in 48 and 3. Pineapple Man pursued throughout by Incantation into the far turn. It's Pineapple Man holding the lead. 2-length advantage now. Incantation is second. Toga Dan riding the rail in third. Elfgar is continuing to advance, but this Pineapple Man is starting to open up. Pineapple Man with a quarter of a mile to go as Elfgar takes up the chase along the inside. He's trying to get to Pineapple Man in the final 1/8 of a mile. Pineapple Man 3-length lead. Elfgar in second. Toga Dan a distant third. Coming toward the 16th pole, and Pineapple Man has a 4-length cushion, and no one's getting to Pineapple Man today. Pineapple Man all the way under Kendrick Carmouche, scores by 3.5 lengths. Elfgar clearly second best. Toga Dan third. Incantation was fourth.
Pineapple Man on the front end. Kendrick Carmouche, Michelle Nevin.
Both Richie and I had our reservations about this horse getting a mile and 1/8. He had absolutely no problem with it. He was a winner, Richie, every step of the way.
When he got into the first turn in front and as comfortably as he was, his ears flicking back and forth, he looked relaxed, happy, and he dispelled any notion I had that he didn't want the mile and 1/8. He did it very well.
And we got no answer to the question of why they were betting on Toga Dan. He looked like he was getting a great trip to make a move, and he made a move. It was backwards. Yeah. Not quite as backwards as my horse's move. Eric Hansel got the 3 in good position. He just never had any horse.
No, it looked like by the time he got midway down the backstretch, he kind of let go of the bit, and he really wasn't taking him, but Pineapple Dan got a nice front-running ride from Kendrick Carmouche.
And goes about 4/5 of a second faster than those non-winners of 3 claimers did in the opener when Golden Purchase kicked off the card. 4-5-2-6. Pineapple Man as your 2-1 favorite to start this mandatory pay, pick 5.
Yeah, no, he was an easy winner here. He was the speed. He made sense on paper. He was the right favorite in this race. Had to get the distance.
Let's go to Acacia.
And with winning trainer Michelle Nevin, Pineapple Man, he looks, Michelle, like a horse that would appreciate the distance, and he thrived at it today.
Yes, he did. He got a great ride from Kendrick, as usual, and showed up.
Had to feel pretty good for you when you saw just how comfortable he appeared on the front end there.
Once, he broke so good and Kendrick was able to control those early fractions, it felt a lot better.
And I saw you celebrating up there in the boxes. A win at Saratoga is always so special.
Always. A win anywhere is special.
Absolutely. Well said. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Greg.
4th career win, Pineapple Man. Congrats to Michelle Nevin. Absolute Stables, who owned this one, and to Kendrick Carmouche.
I think Michelle, and I know Richie agrees, is an exceptional trainer.
Feeling.
Gets those opportunities. It's hard to get the opportunities. In my opinion, she's a tremendous trainer.
I was riding horses for her dad when she was a little girl. I've got a stakes picture, and she was about 12, and she's in it. She's a horsewoman.
Yeah,
she's a true horsewoman.
Big fan.
Kendrick Carmouche does his job here in this one, able to last this 1 1/8 distance, trying it for just the second time. So formful beginning to the start of this mandatory pay pick 5 here in race 3. Let's give you prices. Son of Gormley returns $6.30 for the win. 4.52 finish.
Well, not a bad price if you liked him. Keisha picked him. $6 fair. I think the question was getting the distance. Well, he answered that question quite easily.
Still to come later on our coverage, and this will be seen on YouTube. Again, bottom of the hour, going to be moving to YouTube until 6 Eastern time when we're back on FS2. Coronation Cup, sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf for 3-year-old fillies.
And I love any stake, and we've got quite a few named for daughters of Glowing Tribute. Interesting race. The Make Haste, Richie, and Chloe look like the controlling speeds, and they may well be the best 2 horses in the race.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I think there's some questions with the one Make Haste, I know you like, and ran a
Well, you had some interesting points about this horse, Richie.
Well, this horse ran in Europe. They don't compete on Lasix there. She didn't have Lasix in her first start, and it was an okay effort. And then she came back with Lasix on very firm ground and was the best race of her life. Now she competes without Lasix and on a course that's going to have some give to it after that rain last night. I don't think it'll be soft by any means, but it's not going to be, a firm course.
It won't be as firm as yesterday.
No.
I'm very curious to see how much the rain affected things because it was so fast and so sudden. But we did get well over an inch of rain, and when it's day number 2 of a 40-day meet,
or an inch and a half.
Ripping up the courses. And sometimes I think what happens when you get a course, and Richie, I know you're familiar with this, that's very, very hard, as they've been. I mean, there's like a coconut out there.
Yep.
It doesn't seep in as much, but it can get in the top layer, and the horses will rip off sort of the cover of it, essentially. Think of a baseball. They'll rip the cover off, which in a lot of ways does even more damage.
Because you peel, and it doesn't have a chance to re-knit because we're going to be running a lot of race on it throughout the summer. But it did come down so hard and so fast. Is it possible that it didn't get soak in and maybe just kind of ran off?
It's possible, but I wonder if the concern is that it's very much on the surface of things.
You can find us, again, moving to YouTube until 6 Eastern. Punch in NYRA on YouTube. Our show will come up. We'll be there until 6 Eastern, and then back on FS2 from 6 to 6:30. So our coverage continues, including that Coronation Cup. That'll be race 7, 4:35 Eastern start time. Fans enjoying day 2 and the first Friday of this Saratoga summer meet on a beautiful afternoon here in Saratoga Springs. We'll see you on YouTube right after this.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. Then Gun Pilot up to 1.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
We know that the horses are the foundation to this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our YouTube coverage here of Saratoga Live on a day in which our feature, the Grade 3 Coronation Cup for 3-year-old fillies, sprinting over the lawn. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richie Migliori. We have Acacia Clement with us as well on just a gorgeous Friday afternoon here at Saratoga Springs.
You know, I think we're on YouTube. I'm going to take the tie and shirt off. What do you think? Just like really chill out? T-shirts. What are you thinking? Get a little risque up here.
I think you should keep your shirt on though.
I don't think you're alone in thinking that.
I'll tell you what, hit a bankroll play. Are you limited to one per day?
I have another horse in the 5th race.
Okay, coming here. So we'll get to that in a moment.
I'm over 2 so far. Ran okay yesterday. The first one today was a debacle.
Race 4, let's set the stage for what is next. 22 minutes to post in a race that changed quite a bit, meant for the grass. All these races off the grass today, except for the Coronation Cup that remains on the lawn. So now changed to a mile distance. New York Breds allowance optional claiming field.
Maybe these were bet scratches, but I have no idea why Nolita, Racing Colors, and Malou came out of this race. Malou probably would have been favored, and while Army Gal is a likely winner, the current 1-9 favorite, she's a little bit suspect at the mile distance, Greg.
Yeah,
or Richie.
Next door, a filly coming off a win at 6-1 for a trainer we'll tell you more about now. By his own admission, David Dugan probably should have walked away from this game some time ago, but luckily for him, he's just too stubborn to quit. After some lean years where he did think about hanging it up, the last few years have been the best of his career.
Trainer David Dugan has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States. But that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Dugan would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at Naira emboldened Dugan to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, if we were ever going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Dugan destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the car, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the car and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Dugan barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best, go back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front.
Can't hurry, love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's gonna win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Dugan strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
Oh, it's been great to see his success over the last few years. We're all appreciative that he stuck around in this game. He'll be sending out, again, Walk With Me, the 10 in this race coming up. And his daughter, Lily, working for us as well. What Beyer speed figure would you give her for opening day?
Did she survive opening day?
She did.
Then she gets a high number.
Okay.
She's
85, 88, somewhere in there?
Great
It's a big
kid,
fig.
and such a good family. And I had the great privilege of working with Dave and Lara when Dave was assistant to John Kimmel, and Lara was one of the top exercise riders. She got on all the good ones, Katinka and Hidden Lake, and really, really good horse people and wonderful people.
Horse racing is, I mean, obviously talent's a big part of it, but opportunity is the biggest part of it. And he's gotten some opportunity, he's made the most of it.
Sure.
I think he got a lot, Rick Schosberg, right? With Rick retiring, I know that David got
Yes.
a number of his horses.
Yes, and actually he is in Rick's old barn now. I believe he has Rick's old office as well.
And drafted a horse that came to him that kind of turned things around for him. A huge performance back in the Toboggan in 2022. That was his first graded stakes win since 2009. Really sort of got things going for him. We're going to take a break. We'll see if this one can get a win for him here in race 4. Walk With Me, the 10. We'll have Romero Mirage in the irons. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come off for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care. They sacrifice. They make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
When I go to the barn. When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now.
He's gonna win at Belmont.
I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he gonna do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
I think anyone who follows this game, and there is Linda Rice, would echo that sentiment. Indeed, one hell of a horse trainer. It was back in 2023 in the most dramatic fashion you could imagine, almost unreal. Tying Chad Brown in the trainer standings in the final race of the meet. They finished in a tie together.
I believe Chad was up 5 the day before, and she just never went away. Listen, second training title for her. And she says she wants to be remembered. She was a great trainer. She is a great trainer.
And she has earned it. She works extremely hard. You go by that barn after training hours, and they're jogging every horse back and forth, checking their sons. She just works relentlessly at it.
Lives and breathes this game.
There she is with one of her main pilots she's had so much success with over the years, Jose Lezcano. They'll team up with a 1-2 favorite, Army Gal, who is, with this race being moved to the dirt, yes, a heavy, heavy favorite.
Yeah, and listen, she is a better horse than these horses. There's no conversation going differently. The one concern is, I don't think she finishes like a horse that wants to go a mile, and that concerns me. Now, I don't like Walk With Me, the number 10, as a horse. She took advantage of a good inside last time, was very fortunate to win that race. But having said that, she'll probably be in front, and she is her chief rival. And if a 9 struggles in the distance, Work With Me is probably going to win in this depleted Forest field. But there is a very important owner in this race that I know Richie is very excited about.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Basically, my neighbors, Jan Derschmidt has got a horse in here with Dominic Citino, a homebred, and they have a beautiful farm in Pine Plains on the old James Cackney estate, or Jimmy Cackney.
Is the monkey still there?
No, he had a monkey that he used to go to the diner with in town, from what I'm told. I wasn't there at that time. and he would have breakfast with his monkey on his shoulder, and there were pictures in the diner of him feeding the monkey.
If the monkey misbehaved, did he smash the grapefruit in its face, you think?
That famous scene. And you know, he did that, like, that was something that he did. It wasn't in the script, and he got the shocked reaction from whoever the actress was that he smashed.
I'll bet he did.
Yeah. Hey, but that's why it was realistic.
On and off camera.
Dare to be great.
There you go.
That horse, so 9-2 on Burn Again, had a pretty big effort at 1 1/8 on dirt against State Bred other than, I know it was a couple of years ago.
I don't know where it came from. I don't know where Smokey Eyes, who ran second, ran that race, because that was a turf horse, but I don't disagree. Now, the recent dirt efforts are abysmal, but that effort's in there somewhere, and if she can re-find it, she can get in the winner's circle, and you got to run. If she wins, I mean, you got to go see her neighbors, right? Be neighborly if you.
Yeah, I guess I have to.
You know,
right?
your daughter was just here. She could have come on the set, get some real talent up here, and
well, it would definitely make the show better.
And if she comes on, we're never letting her leave.
Well, and they got a pilot on board who was a 2-time Ride of the Week rider.
You know, I texted
last year.
Rajiv yesterday,
Well,
and
just
I
tell the
said,
story real quick. So Rajiv Mirage was on our show, and he's the one who came up with that, and just by amazing coincidence, he picked his cousin twice to win it.
It was an incredible coincidence. You know, it really was. I think we were all stunned. Nobody more than Rajiv. I texted Rajiv yesterday, and I said, you know, you're not here, so I don't think Romero's going to win the Rider of the Week. He ignored me.
Imagine that.
Well, it was his birthday the other day, so you probably should have wished him a belated happy birthday.
I sent him a gift. I'm sure he got it.
And I'm going to pick up the mantle and start doing that now, too, Ride of the Week.
Really, you are?
I am, yeah.
Your son Joey going to win?
No, the first one might be Romero after this race.
See how he does.
Romero, your days of being Rider of the Week, they're probably over.
6 minutes away from this fourth. Here's our post spread, and here is Romero Mirage on Burnt Again. Oh, sorry, they have Ricardo Santana Jr., excuse me.
So that's not Romero Mirage. And,
he's on the 10, my bad.
And listen, there is that one race. And sometimes that one race becomes two races.
Here is Crystal Air, Jose Gomez, rider switch here as well.
Yeah, it just would be a surprise off her current form. She'd have to find a race that we haven't seen recently.
Huge favorite, Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice on Army Gal.
I'm not trying to beat her, but I think the distance could be the potential Achilles heel.
And here is Romero, outside Walk With Me for David Dugan.
She was very game last time. I think she was aided by the racetrack, but I like the turn back that 1/8 of a mile. I thought she was a bit desperate at the 1 1/8. Mile might be better for her.
Actually, has been on the lead sprinting 6 furlongs, too, in the past.
Oh, Romero's going. And I want to say something. I believe that this, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is the first race since, well, since we got here in July, out of the Wilson chute.
I think you're correct. Yep.
Which we're going to probably primarily use for off-the-turf races going forward at this point. Doesn't mean we won't cart a race here or there, but I believe right now the plan is to use it mostly for off-the-turf.
Okay.
Which was somewhat the original plan.
Yep.
So 2-5, huge favorite on this Linda Rice filly, Army Gal. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll pick up there. She is the heavy favorite, and she should be, given what is left of this field. But I think the point that Andy brings up about the distance is a good one. There is a little bit of size to her. She has been pretty laid back and professional throughout, but she doesn't necessarily strike you physically as one that longer is better, and her lone start at a mile, while it was in New York Bred Stakes Company, was her most disappointing effort yet. Now, last time out, she was facing Viamente, who's been in tremendous form, and she was got a good trip, but just I thought was second best in that effort. Once again, as she has previously, Jose Lezcano warming her up pretty quietly, keeping her composed throughout, though she's not done anything or turned a hair in the preliminaries. I think she very much could win just on her overall ability, as she is one of the main track onlys with a big chance. Number 10, Walk With Me, though. I wanted to not like this horse because, as Andy said, I do think that she was really flattered by the racetrack last time out, where she came back after being engaged in the stretch and got the win that day. Unfortunately, we did not get to see Grace Reformed as she lost the rider at the start yesterday, but Asaira did come back to win with the 73 Beyer speed figure, kind of validating that race, I guess, as she took a drop in class. But Walk With Me, just kind of looks the best in here. She had great energy in the preliminaries. I think she's going to be forward under Romero Mirage, and physically I like the mile better for her. She turns back in distance a little bit as well. And with that Wilson chute, Richie, this is a question for you. There's that little bit of the dog leg coming out of the Wilson chute before you get onto the racetrack proper. Being drawn outside, do you feel like that's a bit more of a benefit for this horse, as she can kind of let everything play out? There's no wave of horses coming over to those horses posted more to the inside.
Yeah, I believe, because it's a small field, that yes, it's an advantage because she can see how it plays out, but it's not as big a deal because it's not a full field. It's a full field. I think it certainly makes a lot more impact.
She's going to go to the lead. She's the other horse in this race. My problem with her, and I picked her second, is that she won her last race with the advantage of a racetrack that was very much playing in her favor. Now, you can say, well, you're confident that she'll have no problem with the distance and some issues with the 9 get distance, and that's perfectly fair. The 9 is a lot better horse than she is, but the distance could be the equalizer.
Could be the equalizer, yeah.
It's not moved off that short price. Linda Rice trying to get her first winner of this meet early on here, day 2, with a 1-2 favorite.
I feel like I should have picked the 5, guys. Jan Derschmidt's horse.
Well, you talk a big game, Richie, and when push came to shove, you abandoned your neighbor.
Yeah, but I went with the Duggins, who I'm very close with as well.
Yeah, tough on form to like. Even 5-1, Andy.
Well, in a small field, what's going to happen? And I agree with you. I mean, that horse has that one inexplicable race. And the thing that's odd about that race is it's not just her. It's also the second place finisher, Smoky Eyes, who was a turf horse, who ran some other race in the dirt and never, ever ran a race, I don't believe, ever anywhere close to that race. And it's almost like that race happened in Narnia or something.
Land Before Time reference?
Narnia. No, Narnia is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. The C.S. Lewis books,
oh, okay,
the Narnia Chronicles.
So this is what you guys went to
Prince
school
Caspian,
there we
which
go.
I also believe is a Fish song.
We're going
the
to get
Voyage
to
the Dawn Threader.
Thank you.
You can do them all.
Thank you. Is there more? It's going to go on and on.
There's always more.
Pick 6 carryovers coming up in the next race, by the way.
Let's discuss that.
$118,000 carryover. We should take a moment yet to get to it because I'm sure everyone is going to have their eyes on that. First chance at a carryover, we have it. Race 5 kicks it off. And your thoughts on the 5th?
I like the 2 Madeline's Promise, but she's a little hard to trust. My second choice would be the 5 Lady Orient. Tom Ames, one of his 2 horses. I picked the race 2, 5, 1, 4. I'd probably make the 2 and 5 the A's, and maybe the 1 and 4 as distant backup.
Low key coming out of a stake. Getting a little time off from the interesting too, no?
She can absolutely win this race.
Yeah.
I think this race wide open. I think Linda can win with Always Practical. I'm not going to be too surprised, but I would focus on them. This is not an easy sequence, and you look at the second leg, the 6th race. Well, you're dealing with a horse that was field that was all entered around the turf. I would avoid the Lady Eli Foal. I think that horse will take money that you don't want. I picked the Todd Pledger horse. Epic Desire has experience, but that horse one race was not good. I would use that horse. I would use Kevin Rice, a 4, A Million Dreams.
Yes. I thought the 8 a little
interesting.
interesting.
I think Helio the 8 is very interesting because that is an entire dirt pedigree. Now, maybe it's a negative to Bill Motto enter the horse in the turf, but that horse pedigree says dirt.
Second dam, multiple grade 1 placed here in New York, centering.
It was a Darley horse, yeah.
All right, race 7.
I would lean on the 1 Make Haste and the 3 Chloe. I have a long shot in there that I'd want somewhere in the 2 Italian Soiree, who I think deserves 1 chance sprinting on the turf.
What'd you think of Gata Brazil's win last start in Laurel?
I thought she ran well in there, but I don't think she gets the same kind of setup here.
Okay. 8th race, maiden 50.
I would focus on the 2 Sounds Like Fun and the 3 Munson. Another one for Amos, though I think Gallo de Fuego, the 7, has to be in there somewhere as well.
Yeah, Dale Roman's runner I thought could step forward too. And then we could finish it off in a moment. They're loading here, set for this 4th race on the card. Out of the Wilson chute, let's go to Frank Miramati.
Army Gallon, Walk With Me. Walk With Me coming up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Army Gal and Walk With Me. Those two will lead them early on, followed by Burnt Again, and Crystal Air is on the outside of her, now taking that third spot. So it will be Army Gal and Jose Lezcano, the heavy favorite, prompted by Walk With Me, who's alongside in second, just a neck away, and trying to put some pressure on the front runner, who has a relatively easy lead of 3/4 of a length. Army Gal, Walk With Me, 2 more lengths. Burnt Again is down on the inside, and Crystal Air next to her. The quarter in 24 and 2. It's Army Gal, just over a half a length. Walk With Me, keeping pace second. 3 more. Burnt Again. Crystal Air is in fourth, getting a little reminder now as they move into the far turn, starting to separate on the front end. Army Gal and Walk With Me. Army Gal a half length, 47 and 4 for the half. Walk With Me is trying to cling to Army Gal. Army Gal comes to the quarter pole. A very busy Romero Mirage and Walk With Me alongside, challenging now. 3 lengths back. Burnt Again is in third. Top of the stretch. Army Gal set down. Out in the center, Burnt Again is trying to rally on these top 2 as Walk With Me has taken command. Army Gal comes up empty, and Burnt Again in the center of the racetrack trying to get to Walk With Me. Walk With Me, 2-length lead over Burnt Again, who's trying hard. It will be Walk With Me. Walk With Me wins it by 2.5 lengths. Burnt Again second, and Crystal Air rally to get third in front of Army Gal.
David Dugan, Wizard Stables, Romero Mirage. Feature angle, Walk With Me with the win.
I respect that Jose Lezcano went to the front with a 9 trying to get the distance. She had absolutely nothing whatsoever, Richie, and it put this horse in the garden spot.
Well, we talked about the question about the mile for your favorite Army Gal. Walk With Me was never letting her get a free roll. Romero Mirage stayed on top of her. She was able to put her away and then hold off a very nice run from the 5 Burnt Again.
I wonder what some of the connections of scratched MTOs are thinking now.
Wow, just
$100,000 race.
Nothing left in the tank for this 1-2 favorite.
Awful.
Yeah, she just didn't stay. She was traveling nicely on the lead, and just when the real running started, she was finished. And you know, a nice win here for Dave Dugan. And
there it is.
That feature angle again, Andy.
It's undefeated. You should have crushed this exacta, but you aren't really loyal to your neighbor. Oh, was that her? Was that a glimpse?
Great to see that barn get a win. Continuing to be riding high over these last, really, 3-4 years.
They just do such a good job with their
Ride of the
horses.
week?
Could be a candidate for Ride of the Week here. I got to go through it.
Yeah. I think he needs to win at least 2 or 3 this year, maybe more. Do it for
Romero Mirage. Cousin gave that award to him twice. Like, look, he did provide some very good rides last summer. Maybe a little overzealous from Rajiv.
If my
but
cousin
good for
was,
a young rider. Real quick.
Yeah.
Romero, what have you seen from him improving as a rider?
Oh, I just think that he's a student of the game. He really studies it. He works hard at it. He's a strong finisher. He just needs more opportunity. You know, this game's about opportunity. It's horse racing, not jockey racing. You got to ride the right horses.
I'm mad racing colors scratched.
9-5, second choice with a win. 10-5, 8-9 finish. 1-2 favorite checking in fourth. Not much left in the stretch. Pick 6 carryover coming up next. And this man could play a big part in it. A couple of big chances today. For former Eclipse Award winning trainer Dale Romans, we'll tell you how he turned his life around when we come back.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as Walk With Me gets the victory with Romero Mirage in the saddle. Romero, you rode a great race here. Of course, our program brought to you by Naira Bets, by the way. But you rode a great race here, sitting just off the hip of Army Gal, the favorite, and your horse certainly had plenty when asked.
Yeah, I think everything planned out sort of in the way that we wanted to. I know that I wanted to break and be aggressive with her. If I didn't make the lead, I didn't want to give the big favorite an easy lead, so just to sit off of her hip and put a bit of pressure, but also where Walk With Me was doing it in her own comfort zone, so that's what really helped me finish up very well.
She was game for you last time, going 1 1/8 miles, turning back today. How much of a difference does it make when you know the horse and have confidence in them?
It makes all the difference in the world, honestly, because that was the first time. Last time when I won on her was the first time I actually sent her to the lead, and she was so game. So I said today, I'm not going to take any prisoners. I'm just going to break running, and I think that's her running style. Dave and their team have done a phenomenal job, and I want to thank Wizard Stables for having faith in me. So have to give them all of the credit.
Yeah, well said, and pretty cool silks for Wizard Stables as well. But I have to ask you, I mean, what are you going to do this summer as your cousin Rajiv is not here to give out Ride of the Week? You know, Richie's doing it now. You may be the early favorite.
That sounds good. You know, Richie teaches me a lot, but I don't know. Last year when Raj didn't give me Ride of the Week a couple times, I think it was a bit counterfeit on his part. You know, so the best part now, he's riding in Florida, so I could critique him as much as he critiqued me.
Fantastic. Well done. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Acacia. Appreciate it.
It's all in the family, though, Greg.
Yeah, look, we miss his cousin, Rajiv, who was on the desk with us last summer. It's fun to spend that summer with him, have him as part of the team. But, yeah, he's back riding now, so good to see him back in the saddle.
Yeah, I think it's terrific. I mean, I thought he was doing terrific here on the desk. Nice to see him back riding. And I'll be honest, full disclosure, I'm jealous. I wish I could be out there with him.
Well, your job's safe now, because to be honest, Andy, we were looking at a mixed contract when we brought in Rajiv.
We were.
I was worried.
We were. You had a lot to be worried about.
Happy belated birthday, by the way, to Rajiv.
Yeah, happy birthday to Rajiv. I was supposed to send him a video wishing him happy birthday. Completely forgot. My apologies.
He ignored my text. He's dead to me.
Walk With Me, $5.90 for the win. Pick 6, carryover, $118,000. And it all begins here. $100,000 claiming race, 7/8 of a mile. 3-year-old fillies. And Tom Amos sitting out not one, but 2. He's got the current 8-5 choice Low Key and the next door Lady Orient, both lining up.
Funny, I disagree with the public. I like the one they're not betting. I prefer Lady Orient. The 4 and 5 are similar price to the morning line, but at least as of now I'm looking at the double prices. The favorite is the 1, always practical, and the 4 and 5 are very similar prices. And pick 3s, the 4-1 is a clear-cut favorite over the 2, with the 4 and 5 second and third and fourth choice.
Yeah, the 2 Madeline's Promise, trained by Dale Romans. That one is quick early. On a career that has seen him win some of the most prestigious races in the sport, the Arlington Million, Dubai World Cup, the Whitney, and one of the greatest upsets in the history of this racetrack when Keen Ice beat American Pharoah in the Travers. Dale Romans has a lot to be thankful for, but if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. Taking that mantra to heart, Romans made sure he got to work to turn his life around.
Come pounce at the end. All right. Nice little horse. You'll like it. All right. All right, Jim.
Safe trip. Yes, thank you.
I like every aspect of the game. I like the political side. I like the arguing with the front side. I like the horses. I like mating. I like going to the yearling sale.
Couple in between horses. It's going to be a photo.
It's anything to do with horse racing, I'm in.
2012 was Dale Romans' pinnacle season. He won a career best 20 graded stakes races, including 9 Grade 1s, earning him the Eclipse Award for Outstanding Trainer.
But of course, the biggest memory has to be winning the Travers here, or the Whitney. The Whitney Rose in May was my first Grade 1 win.
Roses in May, dead game. Here's the wire. Roses in May in a spectacularly game performance.
The most historic race was, of course, Keen Ice beating American Pharoah.
He has to deal with Keen Ice. Keen Ice has got him. Keen Ice has won the Travers.
That was a great day, and I came back with a horse. I didn't go to the press conference. I didn't go to the trophy. I just wanted to be with my horse. And I walked back, and I'm glad I did, because Leroy was waiting at the end of the barn to give me a hug and say, welcome to the club. That was a pretty cool moment in my career.
However, the upcoming years poise challenges. At 6'2", Romans tipped the scales at 400 pounds. His weight problem was no longer just an issue at home, On December 15th, 2021, Romans underwent successful gastric sleeve surgery. It took him a couple of years, but Romans has managed to shed 150 pounds from his top weight.
Yeah, I'm a different person. I'm back to my old self after losing all the weight. Playing golf, playing pickleball. Yeah, life's back. We're back on track. It's also helped me lose some weight. I mean, I'm not any good at it, never will be, but it's fun to get out there and play and hang out with your friends.
Tammy Fox, Roman's longtime partner, go-to exercise rider, and mother of their 2 children, loves to keep Dale on his toes.
Yes, yes!
When he came home 2 years ago and said he was going to do it, I was proud of him, said, this is, the best thing that you're going to be able to do for yourself, so I'm glad you decided to do it. The surgery has helped him a lot.
I can't be on the same team with her. She yells at me too much. She wants to win. I just want to have fun.
He got me hooked on the game.
Played the 3 games without taking a rest, and I was impressed.
He was a childhood hero of mine, and it's one of the great things about this game. Growing up, all these guys were my heroes. For them later in life to become such close friends, it's a dream come true.
Today's Dale Romans has some advice for his younger self.
I think the old Dale Romans would tell the young Dale Romans, relax and enjoy it more. It's all of the journey. Enjoy the journey.
Look at the resume from man who owns an Eclipse Award as outstanding trainer, and obviously one of the biggest upsets in the history of this racetrack, a track that is known for upsets.
I remember when he ran Little Mike in the, I think at Joe Hirsch, the fall, and a very successful trainer who I won't name and friendly with Dale said to me, what is Dale doing running this horse at 1 3/8 miles? And I said, I think he's nuts too, and we started laughing. The turf was a lot of give in the ground, and he ran abysmally.
Yeah.
And then he won the Breeders' Cup turf at 1.5 miles at his next start, and I said to the trainer, and I guess now we know why he ran him in the Joe Hirsch.
What was remarkable about that win in the Breeders' Cup too was he was a horse with speed, and he's actually a horse that rated off the pace under an incredible ride by Ramon Dominguez and finished. If he won the race, I thought he would be doing it by stealing the race. I never saw him coming from off the pace.
They were moving up front, and he was close to the pace. I mean, they were moving in point of entry. We beat in there. He was quite a horse. And
he was unlucky there, though.
Yeah, he was unlucky, but I still think Little Mike ran the best race.
Okay, fair.
I want occasion to ask Dale when my former roommate is showing up to visit his daughter Bailey, one of my favorite people in the entire world.
Well, let's go back to Acacia.
Yes, and we're with trainer Dale Romans. First and foremost, Dale, Andy would like to know when your daughter Bailey is coming to visit.
She'll be up first week of August.
That's great news. We love Bailey.
She'll be coming to find Andy.
Very good. Andy, watch out. But Dale, we just saw the feature on you and your health journey, your pickleball as well. Have to know, still playing, and is Tammy better than you?
Still playing. Tammy's a professional athlete, so it doesn't count. She is probably better than me, but no, it's fun, and it does help me stay fit. You know, I've lost 180 pounds over the last 3 years and made a lot of lifestyle changes, and exercise is one of them.
You look fantastic, and it's always great to see you here at the races as well. I wanted to ask about Madeline's Promise here, quick, early.
She is quick. You know, her daddy liked it here. He won the Alan Jerkins, and she is fast like he was, and she looks good in this spot.
Can you tell me a little bit about finding this kind of spot? Obviously, high-level claiming price, but it seems a bit of a class relief.
It is a class relief. You know, Churchill's so tough as New York racing is. So when you drop out of those allowance races into any claiming, you've done yourself some good. But I tell you, Mike Solito, the agent here for Junior, helped me find this spot, and it came up a short field. We weren't pointing here, but it ended up being a good spot.
Well, happy to see you here. Best of luck. Thanks for the time, as always.
Thank you.
Dale Romans, always a pleasure to catch up. And Bailey coming to find you soon, Andy.
Excellent. Bailey's the greatest.
Well, that's good news. This filly, she is fast, and by a sire that was very fast, too, that Dale trained. Promises fulfilled.
And I think winning the Alan Jerkins of that horse meant so much to Dale because he and the Chief were extremely close. And, in fact, Dale is the one who brought him to my old radio show down at the Parting Glass, and one of the most memorable nights I've ever had in Saratoga. I mean, there was a huge crowd, and the literal, you could hear a pin drop. The place was dead silent listening to the legend that was Alan Jerkins.
Not only was Alan Jerkins a legend, he was a legend that bridged generations of racing horse people and fans.
Yeah, we were privileged to have him around as long as we did, if at all.
So you just
Monday.
think she's loose, she's gone, she's going to be too good with the class drop?
I don't trust her. I mean, she's been giving it up pretty readily, and I can understand people look at her and think, I don't know, Andy, this horse, her stamina is a bit of an issue, but I'm hoping she gets to the front in the class drop and bosses them around the track, so I'll make a $100 bet on her today.
Greg, the real reason Andy's picking her is because of the feature angle. We just did the feature on. I'll give you the real skinny. It's because she is the main and controlling speed.
Yeah.
And look.
And the feature.
It's another Dale Romans horse, too, that could figure huge in this pick 6 carryover. Gallo de Fuego. That's in race 8. That's one dropping back down in class. Dale Romans could have a big say in this pick 6 carryover. 16 minutes away. We'll talk through the last couple legs of it when we come back.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's gonna take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm gonna win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Ames Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
Career-defining moment there for Tom Ames. What a moment it was. But Serengeti Empress for Joel Politti. And this one right here for Joel Politti, low-key, trying to get the second win of her career as we get set to kick off a $118,000 Pick 6 carryover. Trainer Tom Ames has two in this field, including low-key. We'll be back on FS2 right after this. Thanks for joining us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live, and we are on just in time for the start of a $118,000 Pick 6 carryover here on day 2 of this Saratoga Summer Meet. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliori with you. We'll kick things off with a $100,000 claiming race, 7/8 of a mile. As the board reflects, this first leg of the sequence, very difficult to separate.
I agree. This is not an easy race. You've got 4 horses, the 1, 2, 4, and 5 taking a lot of money. I think by post time, you'll probably see Always Practical, though, Richie, for Linda Rice, end up the favorite, the 1.
Right, but there's questions there because she doesn't have any speed, and it feels like the racetrack is playing. You want to be somewhat forward, don't you?
It's dirt racing. In general, you want to be forward. It's an advantage. Now, whether or not there's any kind of bias, I don't really think you're suggesting there is. No. But it never hurts to be forward, and I think the horse they have to catch is Madeline's Promise.
Let's head to the paddock with Acacia Clement.
And I would certainly agree with that. She is going to be the quickest early, Madeline's Promise, and just caught up with trainer Dale Romans, who said that he did feel that this was some class relief in a short field, and her speed should be dangerous given what she's facing. Now, obviously, she hasn't been able to sustain it, but I do think that she meets a little bit of a softer spot to potentially wire the field. She is the homebred for Robert Barron, who, of course, campaigned her sire. Promises fulfilled. She's a horse that I'll always have a tough time mooring to because she's very narrow, very light in the way that she's put together, one that seems to maybe live on her nerves a little bit, but she's really sharp, and I think her speed is incredibly dangerous. The 4 low-key comes in for Tom Ames, and she does have the layoff to contend with, and she was a big price in that Virginia Oaks, but obviously they thought highly enough of her to give her a try in that effort after she broke her maiden gamely 2 starts back. She's not had the easiest time getting out of the gate, and looking at her, she's one that, like the 2 Madeline's Promise, is a little bit more of an angular type of build, not much muscle mass behind, and that's where horses get their power from, pushing off in their hind end. Physically, I do prefer Tom's other horse, Lady Orient, but low-key, as she cuts back in distance, I think the 7 furlongs should suit her. Hopefully, she's fit enough and strong enough to get out of the gate well and into the race, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up. Wow, an additional $342,000 bet into this $118,000 carryover. We'll go through the sequence in a moment. We start our post parade with Madeline's Promise, the speed for Dale Romans.
Yeah, and I think the main controlling speed here, and that could take her a long way.
3-1 right now. Junior Alvarado, rider of Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty in the irons. As we go to the 3 ragtime, always practical from the rail.
Well, she lacks much speed. She could end up the favorite. She has some talent, but I don't love her race off the claim, but I guess she can win.
Here's the 3 ragtime sizzle. Ilkay Cantermachi off the claim.
She's impossible to make on paper, but they had a winner off the claim yesterday that was impossible to make on paper. And that horse in a form reversal showed speed that she never had before. Will Ragtime Sizzle show speed?
Our colleague, Tom Amoss, 1 of 2 for him here, low key.
Yeah, low key does have issues like Acacia was talking about. Getting out of the starting gate cleanly and going 7 furlongs, that could be extremely important.
Here's the stablemate for the Amoss barn, Lady Orient.
I prefer this of the 2 Amoss horses and thought she was a main contender. I like the fact that her 2 dry track dirt races were against much better and good enough to win here.
And another cliche on the outside for the barn of Gary Contessa.
Well, she was impressive breaking her maiden up here last summer in Saratoga, has been training extremely aggressively in the mornings, and you get Joel Rosario, a Hall of Fame rider.
So this one here, in those silks of Joel Politti for trainer Tom Amoss. They teamed up to win the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with Serengeti Empress. See if this 3-year-old filly can start off this pick 6 with a victory as the 5-2 favorite. Take a look at the sequence that comprises this carryover. It is not an easy sequence at all. We're off the turf all day long except for the Coronation Cup, grade 3 for 3-year-old fillies in the 7th, going 5.5 furlongs on the grass.
Yeah, I mean, I would lean on the 1 and 3 in that race. I think here is more of a spread, though I'd probably use 2 and 5 as my main 2 to start it out. The next race, the 6th, is a very tricky race schedule of the turf where only the 5 has run on the dirt. And while I picked her, he didn't do much running that day. I would use the 1-3 Make Haste and Chloe as my main 2 in the Coronation Cup. Little 2-3 with some 7 in race number 8. Race number 9.
That's a race that comes off the grass, race 9.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 13 is the horse to beat, but my long shot special is the 6 Neural Network, and I think you might want to use the speedy Get a Job, who could be the rolling speed.
The 2 could be tough in there as well, shared success.
I can see that. He's a bit of a 1-number horse is what my problem with him, but I don't disagree, and he could be more forward in here as well. And the last race?
Another race that comes off the grass.
I'm mostly 9s and 15s in there.
Yeah, super times for Mark Cassie. Face some very good company on the dirt. Going to be tough.
And soon to be King, who's just solid in there. I think Tom Amos's horse, the 14's, not impossible. And also the number 10, Handsome Pants.
All right, so good luck. Not an easy sequence, even with the races, except for that Coronation Cup coming off the turf. You're going to get back at it with a bankroll play here. Tell us what you're doing.
I like the 2 Madeline's Promise to wire the field to drop down. There are some questions with her stamina, and I can understand that, but I'm hoping she wires the field. I am concerned, though, that you're going to see more speed from the 3 Ragtime Sizzle. It's a similar situation we saw yesterday off the claim for these connections, but I'm going to hope she can wire the field and dole out her speed. And, you know, Richie, if you were riding her, you would take no prisoners, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to bounce her out, let everybody know right from the start that I'm going to the lead, you adjust around me. And then if you get comfortable, the key to riding a speed horse, at some point, if you've created an advantage, use the advantage. Get some separation. And particularly with a horse that may not want to stay the full 7 furlongs. I'd rather open up and be on fumes late than have the closers in closer proximity to me.
I'm with you. And, you know, I've ridden a lot of winners in my life, Richie. A lot of winners.
She is quick, this filly for Dale Romans, the 2. And she should just be absolutely alone, it looks like.
You know, I'm just, sometimes results sort of resonate in your head for better or worse. And I'm thinking back to yesterday where that Majestic Return, is that her name? The filly who was the speed in the inside, who was clearly on paper the controlling speed. She ended up getting dogged by a horse that was impossible to make on her PPs, and a horse that had never shown speed. That horse ended up drawing off to an easy victory at 16-1 for Manny Franco. And that horse, like the number 3 Ragtime Sizzle, was off the claim at a lower level for Ilke Cantermachi. And I just seeing like that again and thinking, I wonder if we're going to see deja vu all over again, and if this horse is going to improve off the claim and show more speed, get in the 2's way and run a better race. I could never bet her on her PPs, but that race yesterday is ringing in my head.
Let's go back to Acacia.
I think Andy brings up a really important point about looking at horses from that barn, and we'll say that she does not quite stack up against these from a physical perspective, but we'll see what she does for her new connections. We'll take a look at the number 1, Always Practical, who, yes, she was disappointing last time out. She also did not get out of the gate well when first off the claim for Linda Rice. That was at Churchill. She comes here to New York, where Linda's been based, and so we'll see if she can take her show on the road. My first time laying eyes on her, but she was spicy in the preliminaries. She was sharp from the moment she got into the paddock. She tried to rear up saddling, and well done by her groom to hold on to her head and avoid any sort of scary incident there, but she was tough to get the tack on. She seemed to have settled now that she's back in with the pony, but she had a spirited solo warm-up under Jose Lascano, which I think was the right choice to get some of that nervous energy out, and I am happy to see that she has settled down. A good-looking filly. She's very well muscled, looks really well turned out in here. She's not untalented, just hoping mentally she can keep it together and channel that going forward. The number 5, Lady Orient, as I had touched on back in the paddock, of the 2 for Tom Amoss. Physically, I would always be drawn to this one. I know that she has had some races on the turf, and in fact, her last workout was even on the turf, though she does opt to run on the dirt instead. But I don't have any problem with her running on the dirt. I actually think that she ran okay in her 2 fast dirt races. She even had to run against the likes of Muhima, a graded stakes winner, Fort Brad Cox, when finishing a distant 3rd behind that one back in November. So she framed herself up beautifully. She's really fit. She has the recency edge, having had a race last month, which her stablemate has the layoff to contend with. She framed herself up nicely out there. She stayed with the pony warming up, but looking like a horse that's doing very well coming in. We'll see if she can be a little bit of the longer price to make some noise for our colleague Tom.
Thank you, Acacia. Pick 6 pool growing by the moment here as they get behind the gate. Crowd anticipating what could happen here. Always fun after the first day of a meet to get a carryover in a pick 6.
No, I mean, listen, there's little more exciting in this game as a player than to be involved in the pick 6 and get through 4 legs with a chance, and you start dreaming, especially get a couple prices home in those races. I've been there, and it is a thrilling situation to be in, even more so when you win.
Sounds like a lot of fun, and we were just commenting, we got a nice crowd here, really good enthusiasm and energy here.
I was alive, and I ended up making a big score in a pick 6, and I worked in the Florida Exchange, and I sort of let out a whoop when my 4th horse won at a big price, and some broker sort of snidely said, "Oh, really? What are you all excited about? Are you going to win?" I said, "I don't know, 100,000." And the whole crowd turned around and looked.
It can be that good, indeed. The favorite has just moved to Linda Rice on the rail. Always Practical, Jose Lascano. We're set for the start. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Another cliche bounces out very alertly. Madeline's Promise and Always Practical. Those 3 vying for command, with Ragtime Sizzle 4th through the opening furlong, and already a half dozen or so off the lead. Lady Orient is just outside of her, and Low Key at the back of the field. So it is Madeline's Promise who is the quickest under Junior Alvarado, taking them to the half-mile pole, leading 3/4 of a length to Always Practical. 2 more, another cliche in 3rd. And then it's Ragtime Sizzle 4th, right next to Lady Orient through a quarter that went in 22 and 4. Low Key continues at the back of the field, around the far turn. And it's Madeline's Promise, Always Practical, matching strides. Another cliche is 3 lengths behind them in 3rd. Lady Orient takes 4th on the outside of Ragtime Sizzle. Another 4 back to Low Key, a 1/4 mile to go. Always Practical, Madeline's Promise have been head-to-head most of the way. 46 flat for the half. Another 3 lengths back. Another Cliche is in third. In the center of the track, here's Low Key coming alive and starting to motor home. Has 5 to make up in the final 1/8 of a mile. Madeline's Promise, Always Practical. Low Key within 3 lengths of Madeline's Promise. Madeline's Promise. Low Key is absolutely flying. Low Key from last to first under Jose Ortiz gets the money. Madeline's Promise was second. Always Practical third, and another Cliche.
These Silks won a grade 1 here a few summers ago in the Ballerina. Low Key, Tom Amoss, Joel Politi, Jose Ortiz to start off this pick 6.
Deja vu all over again, and she runs down Madeline's Promise, who got some surprising pressure, the only mild pressure from the one Always Practical. Madeline's Promise kind of won the battle, but she lost the war. And we're happy to see our buddy Tom get the win, even if it's at my expense, and I think a few others up here.
Well, listen, she really finished. She came down the middle of the track with that late charge. It's always her want to break a touch slow. I question a little bit the tactics on the 2 Madeline's Promise, who was very game. You've got an opportunity to take the racetrack away from the one Always Practical. Let out a little bit more. Take it away from them. You're going to get more of a breather that way than letting that filly engage you from the inside.
You know I agree with that, but I'll tell you something, and Junior's obviously Junior's a great rider, but that's just the way Junior rides. And I think when you bet a speed horse and Junior's riding it, you've got to accept that he's not Richard Migliore. He rides speed horses differently than you might consider. And I'm not saying you're wrong, because you know what I think.
No.
But I think you knew going in Junior was on, and he's just not really the way Junior rides. He likes to ease him in the lead, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. But at the end of the day, he might have been second best anyway.
May have been second best anyway.
Just saw Tom Amoss. Got congratulated by Gary Contessa. Good for Tom to get a win here.
The guy will do anything to not have to work, right? He's got horses entered today so he can leave the set. Well, the good news is if he misses 2 races, we don't pay him. I can't believe we pay him at all. But and he's got one in the last race as well. But hey, congrats to him. Is this his first starter? I don't think he ran anybody yesterday,
I think
right?
this is his first starter.
Have to check on that. I believe so.
Well, you know, and at least...
And he's got another big contender later in the card, too.
Absolutely.
To close things out.
Technically, the feature angle continues because we just did a feature on him. And if it's good, because if this TV thing doesn't work out for him, he can fall back on training horses.
If we hadn't shown his and we had just shown the Dale one, I think the 2 would have won. I think that's what it was.
It is a great angle. By the way, pretty capable. Main track only for Tom Amoss in the nightcap, who certainly is a player. 2 starts to go was in the bathhouse row against Instant Replay, but he kicks off the pick 6 carryover here. Low Key, 5-2, second choice on the board with the man who won that Kentucky Oaks for him on Serengeti Empress in those Silks, Jose Ortiz. It's Low Key here in the 5th from Saratoga.
Bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us. That's such an exciting finish in race 5. Jose Ortiz joins me now as he was aboard the winner, Low Key, who came flying. Jose, I think they could tell by how much dirt you ended up taking. She was far back, but a lot of run late.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she ran from the back, but I was a little bit worried that the 2 was the only horse with speed in the race, and he almost steal the race. But I rode it with confidence, but it was very hard for me to make ground on the turns. It was very hard. Finally, when she got to the straightaway, I was able to make some ground, and luckily we got off for the win.
She has those big long legs and used every bit of them covering that ground there. Can you talk about that feeling as you're trying to get there in time?
Yeah, I mean, when she switched lead, as I said before, she gave me that kick I needed, and I hit a left hand a couple of times, and she responded nicely to the crop, and I was able to keep it outside and just keep it rolling. And she's big, so I want to keep her out of trouble. So when I swing wide, I knew she was gonna make a run, but I didn't know if it was gonna be good enough to win the race. But luckily we did.
She was there in time, and well done by you. Got your work in there. In the next race, the 2-year-old race, you're going to be aboard Dr. Agnew for Cherie DeVoe. I know the race was scheduled for the turf and going to be on the dirt, but obviously big pedigree out of Lady Eli. Do you know anything about this horse or any thoughts coming in?
Yeah, working once in Keeneland out of the gate. Actually worked very good. Obviously, Lady Eli was a champion on the turf. We were going to run him in the turf like he's supposed to, but I think he worked good enough on the dirt. I think he deserved a shot. Today we didn't throw it up that way, but the race came out the turf. So I think he worked good enough to run good, and hopefully, I think eventually it's going to be better on the grass, but I think let's see what he got today.
Obviously exciting to see him for sure, but well done here. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kasia.
Jose Ortiz, as you can see, got his workout in with that ride today, Greg.
Won the riding title here in 2016, 17, 19, and he is coming in on an incredible roll to this meet, Andy.
Well, yeah, I think he won with 16 of 40 mounts the last week at Churchill, Richie.
Yeah, leading rider at the fairgrounds for the winter at a high percentage, leading rider at Churchill Downs, high percentage. And he's coming in with so much confidence, and he's riding so well, and he looks like he's just having so much fun to me. And now he has so many more horses, more stables to draw from with that experience riding at 2 different places this year.
And listen, he's one of the best riders in the country. There's no doubt about that. But he's going to find this room a little more competitive, with all due respect.
Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift with the 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty. And Acacia just asked about Jose's mount here. It's Dr. Agnew, who at Root and Riddle had taken care of Lady Eli when she was on the shelf. Lady Eli, the champion, 4-time Grade 1 winner's first States foal, set to debut coming up.
Yeah, obviously not the surface you'd want her on, and she's favoring the double. In my opinion, is a better. She's an immense bet against. I don't care how she works in the dirt. This is the turf, but we'll see.
Well, I'm sure the name Lady Eli jumps off the page at some people because she was an incredible horse and an incredible story.
Oh, of course.
To overcome what she overcame in battling laminitis and then get back to that level. Horses don't do that. They may come back and they'll heal and be healthy, but they don't get back to that Grade 1 level. And the fact that Cherie DeVoe was with her throughout that whole ordeal and now gets to train one of her offspring is a pretty remarkable story.
No, it's a great story. It's a great story, but we're betting. And we're talking about wagering, and emotion has to go on the sideline for that, and I agree with all of that. I think Into Mischief, who stands for $250,000 and is arguably as good a sire as there is in the game, with Lady Eli's the Dam to sell for only $185,000, to me that's a red flag. But I hope for the connections that it's not the case.
Yeah, sire stands for $250,000, and yeah, you would think it would go for a lot more. We'll see. Solid B effort from you guys today.
B is good. I strive for something slightly above mediocrity.
Well, but now we have
you keep working at it, you'll get there eventually.
Next crew taking over after a timeout in that first States foal from Lady Eli, the champion turf filly, set to debut in that next race. She was special, 4-time Grade 1 winner, including the Diana on that resume. Next crew takes over after this.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream U Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
We know that the horses are the foundation of this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Fridays at Saratoga. The excitement of today's races, the excitement of a Pick 6 carryover, and the excitement of the weekend to follow. There it is. Among the oldest active sporting venues in North America as this opening week celebration continues. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai on the heels of a terrific opening day program. And as a result of yesterday's results, here we are, just day 2, and this Pick 6 carryover, the sequence already underway. The remainder of the program coming up late, Pick 5 included that featured event. 14th running of the Coronation Cup, 3-year-old fillies, only race on grass, some rain yesterday, all others removed. Turf sprinters here, $175,000 purse. Number 1, Make Haste, quick English filly, 2-1. Morning line favorite as I welcome in my co-host and all-star cast, literally 4-time Major League All-Star, Paula Duca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, and the trainer who just saddled the winner of this 5th race moments ago to kick off this Pick 6, Tom Avis. Congrats, my friend.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it very much.
Well done.
Lafitte.
How confident were you going in?
I wasn't very confident around the turn. I was last and getting a lot of dirt in my face. But, you know, horses are funny. And when she got outside and cleared the dirt, she took off and was able to catch the leader.
You made Jonathan, like, real happy.
Well, you know, Jonathan knows how to handicap. And I did happen to notice a couple minutes before the race that was Andy's best bet was the horse I nailed at the wire. So you judge it for what you want.
That much sweeter. Paul, gearing up for the second half of the Day 2 program. What should our viewers be most excited about?
Oh, that's just exhilarating. I think it's a very good card. I think the late Pick 5 is I kind of get it. Well, I know there's races off the turf today, but the Coronation Cup stays on the turf. And I think it's a Pick 5 that you can get to for a nominal price. You don't have to really go that deep. I think you're going to look at some of the also eligibles. I think there's a 30-1 shot that's got a shot today on the morning line. We'll get bet down. I know you like the 2-in-1 race that stays in. I like the 13 in that race. So there's ways you can go in this pick 5, and you can get paid.
Yeah, and a really good 2-year-old event coming up next, race number 6 with horses in the paddock. We'll be saying hello to Maggie Wolfendale very shortly, but first an invite, a reminder to join us at Naira Bets, plus all these races you can play. Today's races brought to you by Clavern Farm. That late pick 5 race number 6, the 7th featured event, a little bit early with the Coronation Cup. Main track fast for the one turf race, turf course listed as good. Temperature around 82 degrees in Saratoga Springs, New York. Now that reminder, that invite to get signed up at Naira Bets. And what better time? Just day 2, like 38 and a half days left here at Saratoga. When you sign up, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NairaBets.com. We welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by, as you can see, in the paddock with the Spendthrift 2-year-old paddock report. Maggie, we had the surface switch, but the best news, this field holding together.
Yeah, with only one scratch in here. That was the plain part of the entry. And, you know, a lot of these trainers, I'm sure, just wanting to get a race into their horse. And I think that's what we're seeing with a horse like number 3, Dr. Agni. If you're watching the program earlier, you saw my Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old report, and I got to speak with Cherie DeVoe, who had such a close relationship with the dam of Dr. Agni, Lady Eli, and named for the late orthopedic veterinarian that you know, helped with her progress in getting back to the races at top form as she did. And I texted Cherie this morning saying, "Are you going to stay in?" And she said yes. He's a son of Into Mischief. They seem to handle anything, and really, I just want to get him going. And I can see that. He's a bit of a bull of an animal. He's very much of that Into Mischief ilk, just, you know, big, solid, those typical Into Mischief markings, too, that you like to see, and he's intense. The greatest thing about Into Mischief, obviously, the stats are there, but it's his progeny's demeanor. They are high energy, just pure racehorses. They want to do it. They want to get out there and do it. Now, looking at him, I wish he looked a little bit more fit, given that this is now 7/8 on the main track. You have to be a very fit individual for that. But again, he is acting like he wants to go out there and do his thing. He is high energy here. We'll see how he negotiates the surface change, giving the feeling like he might be better on the turf eventually. As we'll also take a look at a horse that I think needs a start for a different reason, and that's the 1A Honoree. I think this horse needs to start for the experience, for the mindset, because he came into the paddock and he's been a bit of a fool. He's been bucking, kicking, rearing up, just being a silly boy that they sometimes can be. He's actually been very good, though, to get the tack on, which you like to see. He does look incredibly fit for Shug McGahee, though, as he is a son of Code of Honor. Now, he is a 3-quarter brother to Vergara, who's a multiple graded stakes winning turf marathoner. So she liked as much ground as she could handle. And watching this guy in his last turf work, he was outside of an unraced mate. He was hard-ridden to stay on even terms, so not giving the impression that he's going to be overly quick. I think this is a race just to get him going, give him the experience, and we can look for him maybe going 1 1/16 a little later on in the meet. Lafitte?
And Maggie, here at Saratoga, horse racing outdoor sport. Tom, play the hand you're dealt. Weather happens. What does this mean for a trainer who prepared a 2-year-old, many of these in their career debut, for a grass event on 2 turns,
right?
And now a 1-turn dirt sprint?
So my experience is that as a trainer, that it's easier to get a horse ready to run on the grass than it is to get a horse ready to run on the dirt. You have to be a little bit sharper, put a little bit more bottom into a horse to run him on the dirt. So big advantage to the only horse that has started in this race, Epic Desire, who's had a race under the belt. I'm not even sure Epic Desire is the best horse in this race, but I think he'll be the most prepared to get this distance on the dirt.
What about the 2 in here, Tom? The horse does has a race over the turf. Brendan Walsh, it's a tough figure because Brendan's very sharp leaving this horse on the dirt.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Paul, because I thought that would be one of the scratches in the race.
Yeah, right.
And if the trainer is signifying that he still wants to run, then you got to put a little star by the horse.
JK, many cases with the surface switches, you see a lot of defections. Why do you think this field held together as well as it did?
Well, I think there's a lot of horses that have worked on the dirt. And, you know, you heard Cherie say it, and I'm sure a lot of these people are saying the same thing. Is like, well, they worked fine on the dirt. Like, well, let's just run them. And I think the other thing, you know, and a little bit of inside baseball, when you scratch out of a race like this, when you try to re-enter later, you can be penalized. So I think sometimes horses, they just want to get them around there, keep their date. That way, when a turf race comes up a little bit later, they're not on the also eligible list hoping to get in.
You know, some jurisdictions, a lot of 2-year-olds can't even train on the turf. They allow that here, so you kind of know that these horses are meant for the turf, Tom, more. Because some, like in California, you don't know. They don't run on the turf. They don't work on the turf.
Same in Kentucky. It's a great point, Paul. You know, you can test your horse out here at the Oklahoma turf course in practice, which is right across the street from the main course here at Saratoga. But you can't do that in other jurisdictions. So it makes a difference.
Maggie, you spent some time with Ewing last week. Dazzling debut last Saturday. DJ Stable, Mark Casse about to unveil another one in the form of Orbit. What are you seeing?
Well, Lafitte, I like what I'm seeing from the son of Medaglia d'Oro, and Mark's one of the trainers that really succeeded with his juveniles last year, and judging by Ewing, he might be off to the same foot in having these horses really ready to go. Now, he did say that he likes to get some experience into them, so maybe that's what's happening here with Orbit, but he's also done the bulk of his work on the main track. And while I didn't get to see his 47-3 out of the gate on the main track, I did see his first work here in Saratoga after coming up from Mark's Ocala base. And I liked what I saw. I mean, I know it was a 49-2, but he was on the inside, which isn't always easy as a young horse, and he was hard on the bridle throughout. And I liked the way that he traveled over the surface. Now, on the bottom side, there is a lot more turf, as the dam won her turf start in Ireland, and she's actually a half to Order of St. George, who is a multiple group winner in Europe. So yes, this might not be his preferred surface, but he also looks ready. He looks strong. He's incredibly well balanced. He's athletic. I love his disposition here in the paddock. He's just been nicely on the bridle and acting like he's done this before, and he is the picture of health. Now, I can totally get why number 5, Epic Desire, is your favorite. You watched this horse's debut at Keeneland way back when they first started running 2-year-old races, and he was just completely unorganized at the start, and he looked like a horse that wanted to run longer. So he'll get to do the 7 furlongs here, which is a bit of a step out from 4.5. And physically, he really looks as though he should relish the added ground. Plus, he's a laid-back dude. As they do put on those blinkers, I would think Todd Pletcher hoping that he is a little bit more organized coming out of the gate. And 2, Lafitte, he has the pedigree to say that this is the right condition for him, as he is a full brother to Adair Manor.
Multiple Grade 1 winner, superstar Adair Manor. I know 3 gentlemen really hoping Epic Desire breaks much better in the start of his race today. Goes much cleaner than his debut.
You know, another thing about Todd Pletcher, if he's going to bring a horse all the way to Keeneland, he knows that horse is precocious and ready to go. And sometimes you get fooled as a trainer. They don't perform the way you think you go. You want to regroup. But there's something to this horse. He thinks he's good.
And for trainers with 2-year-olds last year, just to gauge most wins trainers with freshmen, Chad Brown, the leader. Mark Casse here with 9 last year. He has Orbit, who Maggie just touched on, Pletcher for decades. So many wins over the years at Saratoga with 2-year-olds, and Mike Maker with 5. Tom, can you talk about trainer intent when it comes to horses in their debuts and why some trainers may excel in terms of win percentage versus others?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 trains of thought there. You know, trainers that like to bring their horse to the races ready to go. I'm one of those. I like my horse to be prepared. I like to see what happens in the race and work on any mistakes they made, but I'm intending and trying to win first time out. Other people, look, Lucas was famous for it. You know, that first start to second start, the jump and ability was incredible for his horses. He liked to use that first race to educate them and then let them run the next time.
Charlie Whittingham, the bald eagle, one of the greatest all time, would almost be irritated if one of his first-time starters won on debut.
He was one of the greats, was he not? They both were.
One of the best all time.
I think it's just, you know, when I first started owning horses, I owned them with Doug O'Neill. Doug O'Neill at that time was about 5% with first-time starters. But you get clients now. We live in the world of what have you done for me lately? So a lot of guys change their training programs to win first time out for their clients.
I mean, Bill Mott's a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest trainers of all time. He's 9% throughout his career with first-time starters. Like, it's not a good
That's
stat.
not because he can't do it. That's more about intent. Yeah. And
Old
that
school.
debut being a
very
first
much
step.
old school way of doing it.
Here, riders up, late pick 5. In case things didn't go your way in the 5th race for the pick 6, and Tom Amos with a win. Amos with a couple of live runners later on in the program we'll get to in moments. But first here, the post parade. Let's meet the field. These 2-year-old Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, an honoree purchased across the street last summer.
Those historic Woodford Silks from Lane's End. To me, this is a horse that wants to run on the turf.
A signatory man that saw the debut at Churchill, but on grass.
Yeah, Brendan Walsh, pretty sharp to leave this one in. Louis Saez gets the board, so maybe this horse will show a little bit more speed.
Dr. Agnew, mom as popular as she was talented.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Lafitte. It's hard to find a cooler racehorse than Lady Eli in the last 25 years.
A Million Dreams, number 4, pictured there. Bellamy Stables' first-time starter.
Yeah, this one bred by the University of Kentucky. Jose Lescano aboard.
Everyone on the set going with Epic Desire.
Yeah, Tom mentioned it. Todd didn't send this horse to Keeneland to have a test drive. This horse obviously had shown some talent.
Adair Manners' brother, then number 6 in Jet Off, first-time starter, 10-1.
And George Weaver's gotten off to a good start to this meet, and he's got Javier Castellano aboard.
Orbit, Maggie said he looks ready for the debut.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Cassie's got this look in his eye this year. Every time I see him in an interview, like he's about to do some damage.
Tom's about to have some more company in that 4,000 win club. Mark Cassie closing in quickly. Then it's pronounced Helios. There he is, the End Date Theory Racing first-time starter.
Well, he was full of himself here in the paddock. He had dropped Junior for a little while, then acted up a little bit, if you heard those oohs and ahs a little bit earlier. But he looks like he's okay on the racetrack.
First day on the job. Let's see how he handles things over the next few minutes. With a late pick 5 just around the corner, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day next on Saratoga Live.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Peaceful, serene, Congress Park, welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet anytrack, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
You know, it's good luck to feed the ducks. Very good luck. Went to the College World Series because of it.
Is he making that up?
No, I'm not lying to you. Guys went to go feed the ducks. We went all the way to the College World Series. We forgot to feed the ducks, and then we get Tom's late pick 5.
You want to go feed the ducks, Tom, before you play this ticket and play this pick 5?
Drink something out of the big red fountain or a big red spring, too. Gargle in it. So, look, I mean, this race is fairly wide open off the grass. I do think you can lean on the favorite, Epic Desire, near the 5. I'm required to take my horses that I run later today in their 8th race. the 3 horses, Munson, I think you can lean on him. I like him.
Nice.
I think he's got a big shot today. And then last race, I'm taking my horse again, Pretty Capable. Pretty Capable is a typical Tappet. He's got all the talent in the world. He's a bad boy. He likes to misbehave. It's up to a trainer to get him to do it right. Ideally, I'd like to get him down to the rail and use that as a training wheel. He won't be weaving in and out, and we'll see what he does.
At least one trip to the winner's circle thus far. Tom, best of luck in this late pick 5. JK, you're up.
Yeah, I'm going to go 4 deep here. Dr. Agni, the 3, the 5, Epic Desire, the 6, Jet Off, and the 7, Orbit. In the second leg, I'm going to try to get home with the 2 speed types, the 1, Make Haste, and the 3, Chloe. And then in the third leg, 2, 3, 7, I'm going to ride with my man Tom Amos, the 3, Munson. And then in the 9th race, the 4th leg, 2, 11, 13. I really like the 2 quite a bit. Don't be fooled by that morning line for that off-the-turf race. And then to wrap it up, 9, 10, 15.
Could be the best $108 you ever spent. Go get him, JK. Paul, big hit yesterday. Azara in the Delarose, 2nd division. Well done. Your late pick 5 approach.
Yeah, I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Easy as that, right? I'm going to single the 1 in the next race, Make Haste. I think that horse was very good last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 in race number 8. I tell you what, race number 9, I was between the 2 and the 13. I landed on the 13 in that event. That will be Whittingham Park with Dylan Davis gets aboard. 9, 4, 4, 15, 14, 15. Do not leave out the 4. Griffin's Wharf, 30-1 morning line.
3 different tickets, 3 different approaches. Late pick 5, day 2, Saratoga. They've reached post time for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Right back to Maggie, the colt who has a race under his belt, Maggie, but has to deal with the rail this afternoon. Your thoughts on Signatory Man?
And has to deal with the dirt. That's my biggest problem with him, Lafitte, as he is a horse by 10 sovereigns, and even though he's out of a discreetly mined mare, it's all turf. All the siblings have been much more proficient on the turf. He's a good-looking type. I'll give him that. If this was the turf, he would be a major player. But like you said, he has to do it from the rail, which I feel as though might be detrimental to a horse that is going to have to experience that kickback for the first time. But utmost respect for Brendan Walsh, obviously keeping him in here, and just the overall job he does, because it shows with how well this horse has turned out. Next, we'll check in with George Weaver's entrant here, Jet Off. I do think he is more of a turf horse. Watching his turf works, he really strides out beautifully, but also he gives the impression that he'll need a start. He's just a little bit heavy overall. He's a big type, so those ones do tend to take a little bit of time to get fitness levels achieved. Also wearing blinkers. Now, I totally think that number 5, Epic Desire, is by far the horse to beat. But I feel like whenever we're on the same horse, and I saw JK actually pick the 2, we never win. So I couldn't get over the first-time starter who looked tremendous. That's number 7, Orbit. But I'm not going to be shocked when the 5 wins. Lafitte?
Yeah, so Lafitte, so I did pick the 2 if it was running on the turf. I picked the 5 in Talking Horse this morning. But they put my 2. I like them both if you're playing the pick 5.
Who's your top pick, man?
I will go with all of them. I like them all. They're all my friends.
Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day. Lady Eli's son. What will she do? Dr. Agni, number 3, as they file in. Time for this late pick 5 up to Frank Miramati with the call. Race 6, Saratoga Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day, live on Fox Sports 2.
The last one to load. They want an S at the end. It's Helios. And they're off. And Helios breaks out alertly. Jet Off is a little bit quicker in orbit in between those 2. Signatory Man is moving through along the inside rapidly to be within 2 lengths of the pace. Epic Desire in mid-pack, 5 off the lead. Another 2 to Dr. Agni, who's 4 clear of A Million Dreams. And Honoree is at the back of the field. So it's Jet Off leading the way through a quarter that went in 22 and 4. Jet Off in front, 2.5 length advantage. Orbit second, Signatory Man rides the rail in third. Epic Desire 4 off the pace in fourth with less than a half mile to go. Helios is next, losing some ground. Dr. Agni 8 off them. Another 2 back to A Million Dreams, and Honoree around the far turn. Jet Off tracked intently by Orbit. Orbit within a length and a half as Epic Desire takes third at the quarter pole. Dr. Agni is starting to pick up some ground in fourth. The half mile for this front-running jet-off at the top of the stretch with a 2-length lead. On the outside, Orbit is still chasing in second, and Dr. Agnew is firing big. Here's Dr. Agnew out in the center of the track. Epic Desire, 16th pole. Dr. Agnew or Epic Desire. Dr. Agnew in front. Dr. Agnew, Lady Eli's son, wins it at first asking. What a performance. Epic Desire second, Orbit third, A Million Dreams fourth, an emotional conclusion to the 6th at Saratoga.
Because Mom was so popular. She was a superstar, a rock star, Lady Eli. And in his debut, her son, Dr. Agnew here, comes through, wears them all down to strike in the 6th to kick off the late pick 5. Wow.
Unbelievable. And then going back to Lady Eli, the horse's mom, this is a horse that stepped on a nail coming back from a race, had a founder of the foot. They never come back from that. And her trainer, who was an assistant at the time, Cherie DeVoe, took care of that horse on a daily basis. That's why you're seeing that emotional reaction from Cherie, taking care of Lady Eli to come back and win a Grade 1, and now trains the son to go on and win today. Amazing.
Tom, let me clear that up a little bit. Not only do they not come back in a race, often when they have laminitis, they don't come back at all.
They don't come back to the barn. Yeah,
This is amazing. This is what dreams are made for. And here's the thing about it. You think a colt like this, bred like this, would go for a lot. He went under the basically what Mint to Mischief goes for, $250,000. He went for $185,000. There was a lot of question marks. Lafitte, well, now worth a lot more money.
Sorry, Paul. Lafitte, when I see a horse like this do what they just did on a surface that everyone knows that they probably don't prefer, what's going to happen when this horse gets on the grass?
Lady Eli was a monster on grass. The connection between Cherie DeVoe, all the time that she spent with Lady Eli while she was recovering. As you mentioned, she'd stepped on that nail. It was right after the Belmont Oaks, like 20 minutes after the Belmont Oaks, stepping on that nail. It wasn't a matter at the time, Tom, if she was going to return to race. It was whether or not she was going to survive. In the fight of her life, she was able to pull through, showed that same enthusiasm, showed an enthusiasm to continue to train, returned, and reached her peak form to win at the highest level. Another Grade 1 win after that entire scenario played out.
And Cherie was right by her side throughout that whole process. Now, look, Cherie is a multiple Grade 1 stakes winning trainer. She's had some very important wins. I'm not going to put words in her mouth, but I guarantee you this one is as important as any win she's had in her entire career.
You saw it in the reaction, Jack.
Absolutely. You know what's really interesting about this, if you look at it big picture, is that, you know, obviously the connection to Lady Eli, a Diana winner. Cherie's got another opportunity to win a Diana with her name on the paper on Saturday, tomorrow, with She Feels Pretty. It all kind of wraps itself up in a nice little bow if she can pull that one off.
And Jose Ortiz throwing that hat in the ring. I think he's going to be around a lot longer than you think when it comes to the jockey's title.
There's no doubt. The best move that Jose made was to go to Fairgrounds for the winner. I couldn't believe it when he told me he was going to the Fairgrounds for the winner. It surprised me. And then he went to Churchill after that. He won titles at both places. By the way, first jockey in the paddock for the 5th race to come see his horse and talk to his trainer, Jose Ortiz in low key. He was the first one in the paddock, smile on his face. This guy's focused. He's ready to go. He's having fun.
He's so good, he even helped the guy I know win a Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They're the same silks as that last race. Yeah, those silks haunted you.
They're basically looking at that horse like it. That is an amazing picture right there.
Right there, that's emotion radiating through the screen. Cherie DeVoe and Dr. Agnew in his debut, the son of Lady Eli, in his debut, strikes to kick off this late pick 5. Up next, the Friday feature, the Coronation Cup, plus much more in the reaction following Dr. Agnew's debut and the Coronation Cup next on Saratoga Live.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care. They sacrifice. They make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
Welcome back to the program, and what a win we just witnessed from Dr. Agnew, first time out, the son of the great Lady Eli, and I'm so pleased to be joined by Winning Connections here with Cherie DeVoe, as well as Carrie Agnew, widow of Dr. Agnew. And this, you guys, I watched you embrace. I've never seen you that excited about a race before, about a win, but just this moment when he weaved through traffic and crossed the finish line first.
No, so, you know, like, he's obviously he wants the turf, and, you know, leaving him in, it was really just to get a race into him, but I kind of, you know, you have that little hope, like, okay, lots of eyes on him, but he's done everything right in his training, and has had plenty of fitness in him, so I kind of thought he might be able to have a good showing of himself, and then, you know, sometimes luck has its way, and it wasn't surprising that he had a good showing. He overcame a lot, and I'm just so pleased that Carrie was here and that we got to share this with her.
Carrie, when Cherie told you that she was going to name him Dr. Agnew, just talk about the emotions that ran through you.
Just incredible that 10 years after his passing, someone still remembers. You know, I mean, all of us close to him remember, but it's just such an honor, and just seeing this, it's like what comes to mind is like they have the same heart, like they just really try.
Absolutely, gosh, yeah, making me cry here. But Cherie, you know, you just had such a relationship with Lady Eli, and you said that this horse, you said, I feel like I might be looking through rose-colored glasses with him, and Jose Ortiz solidified your hopes.
Most definitely. You know, he did come and work him a few times, and I did call him and just say, you know, like, want to run him. He goes, he hasn't done anything wrong for me breezing on the dirt. You know, and if anything, we'll just get a race into him and go forward, and that's kind of, you know, what we're going to do, breeze him tomorrow on the dirt. So, you know, it just worked out, and I'm really pleased with him. But we'll probably find himself on a turf race next time, and hopefully he stays on the turf.
Yes, exactly. Here's to hoping for the weather gods. And Carrie, here's to Dr. Agnew, your late husband's memory staying with us forever.
Thanks to Cherie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing moment here with Dr. Agnew winning first time out, Lafitte.
It's those moments, the very best horse racing has to offer. Cherie DeVoe, jubilation after watching Dr. Agnew, the son of Lady Eli, do what she just did in his debut right here at Saratoga. The embrace, this emotional win, and the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Dr. Agnew 970, running down Epic Desire. Solid debut for Orbit to complete the trifecta, but the story, Dr. Agnew here at Saratoga, JK. These are, Lady Eli was the type of horse who could create fans. Someone watching at home, these moments, that story, that can create fans as well. The very best that horse racing has to offer.
Yeah, it was a sensational story, and she was such a good racehorse too, right? You mix that in with her overcoming that adversity and literally fighting for her literal life, and then to come back, like Tom said, and win a Grade 1. She was such an awesome horse and so much fun to watch.
Not saying he's as talented as Mom was, but showing some of that grit, desire, and determination in the stretch, just like Mom would do.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Connect the dots from when Lady Eli was, you know, had laminitis to today, that timeline. I mean, isn't that what sports is all about?
Yeah.
It can be so beautiful, and it just was.
She was so good, she broke through the gate and still won a Grade 1.
Yeah, you're right. They never do that.
It's ridiculous. You know, horses don't even win when they break through the gate, period. She broke through the gate, went around and said, oh, I'm okay. I got a little something on my nose, but I'm still going to beat you. Amazing horse.
Can't wait to see what Dr. Agnew does next as he graduates on debut here at the Spa. We march forward, and the Friday feature is next. Race 7, the Coronation Cup. Grade 3, 5.5 furlong turf sprint 3-year-old fillies. Chloe 5-2. Make Haste drawn inside at 3-2. What timing? First installment, opening week edition of Cart Talk. And Cherie DeVoe, the guest. More layers to this story. More work to be done for DeVoe. Tomorrow, the favorite in the first Grade 1 of the summer at Saratoga. That's next.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Sure, you grew up around horses. Your dad was a standardbred trainer, but I read somewhere that you didn't even really like the game when you were younger.
It's not even say like, I just really wasn't involved in it or introduced. I don't think that I went to a thoroughbred race until I was working when I was a hot walker, and that's how I got involved. I just needed a summer job in college, and that was my first introduction, and that was it.
I absolutely love She Feels Pretty. She's so much fun to watch. I haven't really nailed it down to be able to explain it into words yet, but she's one of my favorite horses in training.
She never run a bad race, and we're so thankful for that even when she wasn't winning. So she's been a horse that changed so much from 2 to 3 to 4, and it doesn't usually work out that when they change that much that they're precocious and still, running at a high level. You're talking about a filly that's won from, started off her career at 5.5 furlongs and has won at marathon, these long distances.
She Feels Pretty, a dominating performance.
It's quite an honor to be able to get to be part of her story as well.
Sure, you got to tell me about this. She Feels Pretty's goat. He tried to ram my son a little while ago.
Yeah, the goat's not my favorite part of her. So what I noticed as a 3-year-old is that she loved the animals that came by, the dogs. You guys got to see her, Jack Russell's running around, and she just kind of nuzzle them, and the cat would go on her hay net and she'd nuzzle it, and then she kind of just, they would leave, and you could just tell in their eyes and above their eyes, they get the stressed look. So I said, let's get a goat. And she loves the goat, but the goat is a menace to society. It has just changed her life. She's gained a lot of weight, her coat looks better, and the goat has traveled all over with her. Anything for She Feels Pretty.
Your husband David and Gordo famously bought Zenyatta, and the barn has a new addition in Nimue.
Yeah.
Zenyatta's last full. As someone who has a Zenyatta tattoo on my arm, I have to ask for the update on the filly.
Yeah, so the filly is actually quite neat, spitting image of her mom, and really smart, really professional. Bit spoiled, but that's understandable, I think.
Well, no pressure. She's only got to win 19 races in a row.
That's it. But first, I got to get a picture of her with your tattoo.
I know, we got to get it. We'll get it. We'll get her. We'll show her. See if she recognizes it. Sure, you spent a lot of time here at Saratoga, but this is your first time in this barn 83. When just looking at it and thinking that that, you know, Wayne was here walking this shed row, and all the great horses that were likely here as well. I'd imagine it gives you a pretty good feeling pulling up to here every morning.
It definitely does. When we first came in here, the office was left as if he was coming back. He has pictures of him and Lori. The desk is still set there like he was going to come back, put a cup of coffee down, put his notepad down and sit down. So it was quite emotional sitting down the first time and just sitting like, okay, well, Wayne was expecting to come back here. It's a great honor for us to be able to sit here and be part of the next chapter of Barn 83.
I don't know if it's true, but I read somewhere that if you occupy Barn 83, you got to get on a pony every morning.
Yeah, I got to get back on my pony. I'm being a little lazy about that, but
Great stuff. Great timing. Card Talk brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. So Zenyatta's legacy intact in the form of her last full and on Jonathan's arm, JK. The stuff about Dwayne Lucas in Barn 83, that was riveting.
Yeah, I got chills when she had said that the office was as if he intended to return. You know, the pictures on the wall, and she's kept a lot of that stuff up. She kept the DL on the outside of the barn. She kept that up. It's not just any other trainer was there that you've taken over that barn from. It's one of the most, if not the most influential trainer this game has ever seen, and I really appreciate that she's understands the history that's there and she's preserving it.
I don't like the goat taking a run at your son, though.
He did.
They got to.
He went for him.
He's a menace.
Menace to society, says Cherie DeVoe. The win moments ago with Dr. Agnew, and tomorrow in the Grade 1 Diana, first of the 16 Grade 1 events this summer. Cherie DeVoe has the favorite. She feels pretty. 4-time Grade 1 winner. Even money on the morning line. 6 strong, very strong competition. Much more on that, Diana, but we send things back to Maggie, standing by in the paddock with this Coronation Cup paddock report. Maggie.
Yeah, I'm excited that this race stayed on the turf, Lafitte, and we'll see how it's playing, but if my flats, wish I was wearing heels to give a more accurate reading, are anything to go by, it's pretty firm still, and we probably needed that rain, though I wish it was a little bit more of a soaking rain than that heavy downpour. So we'll see how these fillies negotiate the 5.5 furlongs on this course, as we'll check in with a horse who was very fast in her last start. That's Make Haste, down from the rail. I mean, she broke like a rocket ship, but that was from an outside post today, you know, being drawn down on the rail. We'll see how fast she is. Now, she presents herself as possibly being a high-strung type, as she is accompanied by the pony here. Typically, Miguel Clement and Christophe usually saddle in the stalls, but they've kept her out and away from all the other horses. So, you know, she's one that you're gonna wanna watch and how she behaves out in the track. But so far, so good. And she's just your typical turf sprinter. I thought Richard Migliore on the early show brought up an interesting point in that she ran very well when getting Lasix for the first time. That's often why these horses from Europe come over to America, also for very firm courses. Like I said, I don't think that much rain got into this course per se. So I still think we're dealing with a fairly firm going out there, but all things good for your favorite thus far. Like I said, keep an eye on her. Moving on to number 7, Got to Brazil on the outside. You can go to First TV and watch her latest breeze on the turf course, Oklahoma, down on the rail. She accomplished that half mile in 45.3, which is pretty fast. And, you know, she was hard on the bridle early. I was speaking with Brittany Russell's assistant here, Dom, and he said she did it so well within herself. I was kind of surprised to see the time, but she felt great, and she was really striding out well. And going back to her last race, which was in the Stormy Blues at Laurel, she, I thought, ran very well, considering she broke fine, but the jock was just content to let her sit back, where Roja and Biscuit with the Boss ran 1-2 around the racetrack, and she kind of tipped out, then back in, then back around the pace setter, and got up just in the nick of time. So I thought, considering that pace, you know, outside of her held together, I thought it was a really good effort, Lafitte, and I like what I'm seeing from her a lot in the paddock.
Got to Brazil, 13-1 when she captured that Stormy Blues, 5-1 this afternoon. Make Haste, She's the favorite, 9-5 picture there to be ridden by Flavien Prat. Polly, her latest, have been 3 months, mid-April Gulfstream. Make haste, just too fast to catch.
Yeah, she went really fast. 20-4, 43-2. That's really fast at Gulfstream, but still finishes up in 55. And, you know, her first start in the U.S. drawing the rail, I attribute that much more than anything else. I think this was her second career start, and it was obviously beneficiary to have that first one. I think drawing the rail is what she kind of wants because she's going to go to the front end and battle with the 3, so you might as well be pot committed anyway.
Opposite sides of the same coin. Tom, how do you see that unfolding? How do they stack up against one another in terms of the fastest fillies in this race? Make Haste and Chloe.
Yeah, they are going to be the fastest early, and I think Chloe gets the better of the draw. She's to the outside. She can put pressure on Make Haste and lean on her a little bit. I think it makes a difference. Make Haste, you know, look, a great race. We just watched it. I mean, fast early, wrapped up at the end of the race, but I think this is a little bit different field than what she's faced. And when you look back at her form from overseas, which she started a career over there, every time she stepped into the deep end of the pool, she hasn't run well. She's won a couple of races in Ireland at a place called Nas. I think he played basketball for LSU. He's with the Timberwolves now. But I don't know that track very well, so it has to be one of the smaller
You're
racetracks
talking about the
over
rapper
there.
or the three-point shooter, Nas
The three-point shooter,
okay,
come on,
Nas
man.
Nas Reed, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
I like the rapper, too. I will say this, that, you know, with the 1 and the 3, you got Flavien Prat and Irad Ortiz. They're the 2 best riders in this, maybe in this world. There's no way they're going to go ding-dong with each other and knock each other out in terms of this pace. Now, the horses might have different ideas. That's possible.
Who's quicker in your opinion?
I mean, I think they're both really fast. Probably Make Haste, and she's drawn inside. But it's more about the draw for me. Because she's drawn inside, what's she going to do, take back and let someone clear her? No, she's going to hold her position, and a horse like Chloe is going to pop away from there and sit right outside of her. If they flipped post positions, I would pick the other horse. I'm going to pick the 3 in here, though.
Let's meet the field. These 3-year-old fillies, Coronation Cup. Another look at the favorite, Make Haste.
Yeah, we're talking about this inside draw. I mean, Flavien has to be forward to hold that position rather than get in behind horses.
Pedal to the metal. Then Italian Soiree, Louis Size, 2-time Coronation Cup winning jockey.
I thought an interesting filly here, going to be a sprint for the first time over turf.
Chloe, more fuel to the fire. She's fast.
Yeah, she's very fast, and she's drawn really well. And let's not forget, 3 races back for her, 2 races back for Make Haste. Chloe beat Make Haste.
Larice, trainer George Weaver, 2 wins yesterday, both turf sprints.
She brings. You're right. She brings a little speed to the party, but she's also launched. She's kind of. I don't think they've really found her running style.
5 is out. Abiento in, does her best running late.
Yeah, she does. The gate's always been her issue, and she needs to solve it.
Number 7 got to Brazil, the upset winner of the Stormy Blues in Maryland.
Yeah, Miss Horse ran pretty well last time and got an okay speed figure. She just needs the top 2, the 1 and the 3, to hook up and set it up for her.
Sophomore fillies sprinting 5 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs, this 14th running of the Coronation Cup. Make Haste, the favorite, 9-5, Flavien Prat. Jonathan came out guns blazing yesterday, winning the first 3 races and picking up right where he left off a season ago. Historic, shattering records. His most stakes wins, most graded stakes wins, 7 Grade 1 victories a season ago. And yeah, doesn't look like he's slowing down at the Spa anytime soon.
I think the most impressive part about it is that he was primarily a California rider. Not primarily, he was a California rider. So to come here and within a year or 2 to have the success he had so quickly, I think says a lot about his talent and his raw ability to ride.
The wins at the highest level last year, 2 straight Dianas with White Beam, the summer of Flavien Prat, dominant season and off to a fast start here in 2025. But number 3, Chloe, who was trained by Jose D'Angelo, Maggie D'Angelo, who saddled the winner of last year's Coronation Cup winner.
This Coronation Cup. And Jose, you were just telling me that it could be a perfect storm because back on the turf today and with blinkers.
Yes, thank you. She was training very well for the last race. It was a shame that they moved the rest to there and also had just 2 workouts after the trip to California because we gave some time off. So now we're back on the grass. We're going to use the blinkers first time on the grass that she needs.
Where do you see her placed in this race? There's some speed. There's, you know, the inside horse is very quick. Is she content raiding off of it?
You know, she's fast horse. When you have fast horses, you have to break and see how the race plays, you know, to you. I think she's going to be on the lead of you know, for sure there. I think we have perfect post position because you are not inside, not outside, so we can decide let her get the control.
Well, here's to going 2 for 2. Best of luck, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Jose D'Angelo with Chloe. Maybe the blinkers on, back to the turf, equals a perfect match, guys.
Presence of Gerardo Ortiz, who won this event in 2014 with Stars Above Me. As for Chloe, another look at her last victory, the Melody of Colors, also at Gulfstream Park, Tom. She beats Larice, and the favorite here, Make Haste.
Yeah, look, this is a good race. I mean, she gets challenged hard here, and she fights on and wins. I thought that was very, very impressive.
What's the key, Paul, for her to duplicating this and defeating Make Haste once again?
Well, I think Jose hit the nail on the head. She got blinkers on today. She has to get the first run on Make Haste. Make Haste has to be in front of her, I would think. Now, did the one get better in her second career start? Yeah, she did. So you don't really know what you're going to get. But, you know, they're going to play the break. And I'm kind of in agreement with JK in here that if the 1 and the 3 do break like they should and break on top, I think Irad plays the 2-horse game. Let's see who's better, lays off the 1, and plays maybe that game.
The other thing, too, is, like, I know it's only half a furlong, but the difference between 5 furlongs at Gulfstream Park and 5.5 here is, like, one of the most drastic half furlong differences that you'll ever see and the way those races are run. What I will say about Chloe is there's at least some stamina there. At least Jose D'Angelo believes that to be the case, and he's a 19% trainer in his career, so I trust if he has an idea. He tried this horse to go a mile in the Suncoast. He tried that, so he saw something that suggested they would go a little bit longer. And then the 6.5 out in California, it didn't work out, but it wasn't bad. I just think this horse will definitely handle the distance.
Look, you guys talked about these two riders being the best in the country, and they are, but sometimes riders can get caught up too much with each other, and this is a perfect example of what could happen with two horses that have the same exact style. They want to be in front. They want to try to control. If these horses start challenging each other early, they could be on empty with an 1/8 of a mile to go in the race, and then somebody could pick up the pieces in that spot. So it's a difficult decision to know what's going to go on in the race in terms of pace scenario, but I think it's going to be very, very fast early, and I do think these two are going to be side by side.
Perhaps Maggie setting the table for late running, stretch running, Abiento.
And a few others, I think, that could be running late. But yes, Abiento, she might be the shortest price of those closers, Lafitte. My problem with her, and while I haven't seen her now as a 3-year-old, but did last year as a 2-year-old, she really hasn't changed. You know, I really prefer these horses to go on a bit. Now, she is a daughter of Not This Time, and his progeny do tend to stay a little bit smaller on the handier side. But what I don't like about her is she hasn't filled out at all. She hasn't, you know, put any conditioning on that frame. So we'll see how she does off a bit of a break. She just was also really disappointing in her last race. Granted, sometimes horses don't handle that Churchill Downs turf course, but I would have loved to see a little bit more from her as she did sit a good trip. Moving on to number 2, Italian Soiree. She is one of the long shots in this field, and she's never sprinted on the turf. But if you look at her dirt form, arguably her sprints are best. And her last turf race, which was against much tougher company, in my opinion, Laura Lynn and Opulent Restraint, she had tons of trouble. Horse backed up in her face at the quarter pole. She steadied, then clipped heels. She managed to pick herself back up. John Velasquez kind of giving her a moment to pick herself back up and get into the race. We'll see how she negotiates the 5.5. But for me, Lafitte, it was all about number 7. Got to Brazil, going to try with a little bit of a long shot.
Pulled off the upset in that Stormy Blues at Laurel. See what she does here at Saratoga in the Grade 3 Coronation Cup. It's post time. Final check of the toe board. 2-1. Make Haste drawn inside. Frank Miramonti standing by.
And they're off. Larice is out very alertly, but it is Make Haste who comes through on the inside smartly to take the lead. Chloe is pressing second. Larice, Italian Soiree side by side. A big gap back to Gata Brazil and Abiento. It's Make Haste and Chloe. These two speed into the far turn. 3 lengths clear of Italian Soiree. Loris, yellow colors on the outside, fourth with 4 to make up, a gap of a half dozen to Gata Brazil and Abiento. A very rapid opening quarter as Chloe is on even terms with Make Haste. They'll arrive at the top of the stretch with Loris 2 lengths back in third. From the back of the field, Gata Brazil in the pink blinker starting to roll. Abiento is last, angling further out for the final eighth of a mile, where Chloe has a 2-length lead on Loris in second, and Abiento is starting to roll. Italian Soiree comes through along the inside. It's Chloe, Italian Soiree, center Loris, outside Abiento, driving finish. Italian Soiree has the lead. Italian Soiree has won the Coronation Cup. Loris was second. Abiento closed into third. Chloe weakened late and took fourth.
Connections who know how to win this Coronation Cup. Italian Soiree, Luis Saez, third victory in this event, and for trainer John Terranova, a second. Italian Soiree in the 2025 Coronation Cup.
Man, our two favorites, they laid it down in the opening quarter of a mile. 20 seconds and 99/100ths is super duper fast, particularly when you're challenging one another. And you can see Make Haste made us set Uncle first, but there's no gas in the tank for Chloe at this point, and she's just trying to hang on. Doesn't even finish in the top 3. You know, it happened. These guys went out there and said, damned if I'm going to be the one that's going to be second early on, and it cost them both.
You look deep in the two Italian Soiree's past performances, and you're going to see 2 races in there, the Jessamine being one of them, that is one of the best 2-year-old turf races that we have in this game, right? And for her to run that well in that race, considering how well she ran, and then to come in here and get back to sprinting, 14-1 was a gift.
Over 14-1.
Yeah, well,
4.63.
Well, you got to give John Terranova credit. He kept firing her in a lot of these races. Maybe he found what she really wants. That's why you always got to check the boxes, right, Tom? You just never know. They tried turf sprinting, and boom, it hits.
No, it hits indeed.
About the effort from Loris to complete the exact. As we mentioned, trainer George Weaver, 2 wins opening day, both in turf sprints. In this turf sprint, this filly outruns her odds. Loris, he knows how to get him ready for this brand of racing.
He certainly does, George. And it's not like it's always been a George thing. It's like he's Wesley Ward, where he's invented taking horses over to Royal Ascot. Like George, I would look at George like a dirt trainer. But the success he's had with these turf sprinters, the one yesterday was unbelievable. Cy Fair for Reagan Swinbank at Swinbank Stables. I mean, he's won a race at Royal Ascot with a top hat on, and then he has a horse like this in Loris that runs so well as well.
Couple of 14-1 shots, running 1-2 Coronation Cup, Italian Soiree. You have a horse to go saddle, working on a second potential winner this afternoon. What can you tell our audience about Munson coming up in the 8th race?
So if you're a trip handicapper, one that watches races, Munson off the layoff in his last start, got wiped out at the gate, had absolutely no chance. So it was a race where, okay, that happened. So when you have a race like that, you try to take advantage of it. I think this is the right spot for him. By the way, he's named after Thurman Munson.
Mm-hmm.
They asked his family if they could name him Munson. That's their favorite ball player, and they said yes.
Ewing last Saturday, Munson today.
I'll take that.
Yeah. All coming together. Tom, best of luck.
Thank you.
One of only 15 trainers who's won 4,000 wins and working on the next 1,000. Tom Amos with Munson next, and Luis Saez, a 3rd win in the Coronation Cup and an upset. Italian Soiree at 14-1.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the winter early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Dust settling after that stirring edition of the Coronation Cup. Upset. Italian Soiree. 14-1, first ever turf sprint. Likely not the last after that performance. Another win in the Coronation Cup, Luis Saez. And a second for trainer John Terranova. Italian Soiree over Larice and Abiento 2-4-6 in the day 2 feature at Saratoga to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with Seth Morris, racing manager, bloodstock agent, D, all of the above, as we were just joking about. But Seth, it feels like deja vu because 2 years ago now? No, she's 3. It was a year ago when she won her debut, and I feel like it all came together today.
It really did. You know, it was last July 4th, and it's been definitely a slow run for the stable since then. We came out of the gates, no pun intended, you know, on fire with her. So, you know, Hal and I were in the winner's circle and talking to you, and, you know, we got a little bit of spoiled. And, you know, we came up here and we were a little disappointed, even though she did run second in the Adirondack. But in her subsequent turf races, you know, we really thought that she showed talent and just maybe wasn't 2 turns, you know, maybe just needed to mature a little bit. You know, we tried to get her on the Oaks Trail by bringing her back at Tampa, where she ran against Lecara, and even Flavian said, you know, I think shorten her up. And we just haven't been able to like get to the right race, and so it really did all come together today. And John and Tanya have been saying from the beginning that they think she's turf, you know, and listen, I'm just ecstatic. We think she's a classy filly. We know she has talent and trains well, so just really happy for Hal and Allison Mintz, Hit the Bid partners, you know, and everybody that's, you know, kind of gone through a tough year. You know, this kind of, it's a great feeling.
And John and his team and his wife Tanya, they're good horse people. They do a fabulous job, and I think, you know, she was in a tough spot in her last turf start. She had trouble turning for home, and it was good to see her come to the winner's circle today. How much does that do for a horse's confidence?
Oh, I mean, well, you and they would probably be able to tell more than me as a non-trainer, but you know, you see it happen as a handicapper once they start getting rolling and kind of understand what they want to do. You know, now all of a sudden, wait a second, I can run with these fast girls. So it's just really exciting. And you know, John and Tanya, like I said, it's, you know, their percentage isn't that high, and a lot of that is me putting some slow horses in their barn. So listen, they work with them, they establish them, you know, and like some trainers would probably kick them out. So you know, I thank them for sticking with us and sticking with the horse, and I thank Hal and Allison Mintz once again, and all the Hit the Bid guys, because this is just great.
Well, I appreciate how humble you are, Seth. Congratulations. So job well done here with Italian Soiree.
Thank you so much, Maggie. It's great talking to you again. I hope we spoke a lot more this summer.
I agree, too, as it's always a pleasure to catch up with Seth. But Italian Soiree really taking to this turf sprint, guys.
The more you talk to Maggie, the better your summer likely, and the more hardware you get to take home. Italian Soiree, all smiles. Luis Saez winning a stakes race at Saratoga. Paul, as sweet as that is, even sweeter when it's somewhat unexpected as this victory was.
Yeah, a horse that was obviously very well timed. They paid $600,000 for Italian Soiree. You look at the pick 6 carryover, follow along. Always had talent, and maybe they found what she wants to do now.
Dynamics of the race really changing at the top of the stretch with the lowest price horses, the quicker fillies folding tent and opening the door up for the upset in Italian Soiree.
Yeah, it doesn't always happen that way, but, you know, in this situation it did, and we talked about it. The difference between 5 furlongs at Gulfstream and 5.5 here is significant, and I think we saw that here with those 2 horses hooking it up and setting it up for a horse cutting back in distance.
8 races down here, 2 left, I should say. 7 down, 3 left here as we make our way through the late pick 5, that 8th race. Take a look at the field here. $50,000 maiden claimer. Take out numbers 5 and 8 months, and good luck, Tom Amos, 2-1. Gallo de Fuego, 2-1. Paulie, who graduates?
Well, I think Munson's going to be tough in here. I also think Dark Devil has got a little bit of shot, but you're looking at a horse that's 0 for 12. The outside horse, Gallo de Fuego, 0 for 9. So Munson might be good, sitting in a good spot on a little bit of a drop and only 3 career starts. Sometimes you look at some of these races and you want to go for the horse that's 0 for the least, right? But you also want a horse that's kind of in form. So, you know, Munson's a horse that's had a couple trips, really ran well first time out, now is coming out as a first-time gelding. And listen, Tom's one of the best when it comes to maiden races, too. That's another thing that people don't realize. He's already won 1 race in this meet, and he just got here in person.
Well, now that Tom's not here.
Yeah, man. Tell us what you really think.
I like this one. I don't like his horse in the last.
If you don't think that's not making back to him, you're out of your mind. out of your mind. Yeah, this New York sports hero theme perhaps continues. Ewing, who we saw on Saturday, Munson coming up next in the 8th here, day 2 of the 162nd meet at Saratoga. Opening week highlights, the 5 stakes races, 3 in the books. Yesterday, Deep Satin and Azara. Well done, Paulie. In the 2 divisions of the De La Rose, moments ago, Italian Soiree, Coronation Cup, and tomorrow, Grade 1 Diana. Also, Grade 2 Bowling Green. Sunday, more turf sprinters in the quick call. Cue that animation. America's Best Racing's race of the week and the Diana. 6 strong, 4 Grade 1 winners in the field, $500,000 purse. Number 1, She Feels Pretty, even money morning line favorite. Her latest Grade 1 tally. The New York on soft ground, Belmont Stakes Week, JK, She Feels Pretty, wears down a stubborn long shot in Beach Bomb.
Yeah, with a less than ideal situation, right? Out wide in the clear. Didn't get any cover in this race. Turf horses sometimes like to be in behind horses. She didn't get that. I think it was pretty well publicized that she probably doesn't love this type of ground, but she was still able to get it done. I think she's the best turf horse in the country, male or female. I will say this, though. There's some other good horses in this race. It is not a slam dunk automatic. I hope it is, because I like her. I like her a lot. But I do think she's got some competition.
Yeah, we'll get to the competition. Lael Stable, She Feels Pretty, Paulie. Johnny Velasquez said she did not handle the turf in the New York and still won. Like, what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me it's a horse that really, really has a ton of heart and really has the kind of will to get to the wire first. And, you know, is a horse that was obviously already a good horse. And then Cherie put blinkers on her, and now she's 4 for 4 with the blinkers. And like Johnny V said, you could tell she wasn't really liking the going, but she got the job done and then matching her career best figure. So it's kind of scary what she might do on a fast track. And even if there's a little cut in the ground, you know she can kind of handle it too as well. So she's going to be really tough to beat, and she's so tactical. She's got a good horse on her hands.
Yeah, for Cherie DeVoe, the win in the De La Rose, the win moments ago with Lady Eli, appearing on Cart Talk, and maybe, just maybe, a victory in the first of 16 Grade 1 events here at Saratoga this summer. She Feels Pretty in the Diana. That competition you were touching on, it's Chad Brown. He has owned this event. 9 wins in the Grade 1 Diana and a strong 1-2 punch. Dynamic pricing, excellent truth. JK stablemates running 1-2 in the Just a Game.
To me, the trickiest thing about these 2 horses is the unknown. Are they going to appreciate the 9 furlongs? You know, Dynamic Pricing has tried to go a little bit longer. That didn't necessarily work out. Excellent Truth has been very good since getting to North America, but has been beaten both times. I guess the scary part is that if secretly the 1 1/8 moves them up, then that could be problematic for She Feels Pretty. But here's the thing. They're both trained by Chad Brown. Chad obviously pays attention to these 16ths of a mile, these 1/8 of a mile, which is why a horse like Zulu Kingdom last week didn't try to go in the Grade 1. He went in the race that was a mile. Chad knows his distances for his horses pretty well. It makes me feel like Excellent Truth and Dynamic Pricing probably want to go a little bit slower, but it's the Diana, and we all know Chad loves the Diana.
9 overall, 3 straight, and the last 3 Diana winners for Brown, none of them were favored. His runners, while very strong, likely not favored either. She Feels Pretty, even money on the morning line for Cherie DeVoe. As our coverage continues here, horses in the paddock, race number 8. Stepping aside, and there is Gallo de Fuego, Rooster of Fire, great name, but the colt has to get it going. 9-race maiden. Is today the day? We'll find out in 17 minutes on this gorgeous day 2 at the Spa.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. These maiden claimers hit the track momentarily. Then the paddock behind us, field with updated odds, 6 furlong sprint. Sounds like fun number 2 is 6-1. Wanted to revisit his last dirt effort. There he is, back there tucked in these shadows, looking to graduate in what will be his 12th career start. But yeah, his last dirt race. This was May 1st Aqueduct at a mile distance. Pauline, you're going to see Sounds Like Fun. A little disconcerting that if ever he was going to win a race, it seemed like it was going to be on that afternoon. He ranged up right to the leader, waiting for him to roll on by, and just didn't kick it in.
No, he kind of did. And if you look at this colt throughout his career, he kind of ran that big effort, and it was 15 points higher than he's ever run. 16 points, excuse me. Then he came back on the turf and ran okay. Then they went long on the turf. It did not work out. I can't back this horse. Well, I mean, if you're getting 6-1 to maybe get back to this race, which is a 76 buyer, I just don't know if it's a true number.
Right, but Jonathan, watch this. Like, he has to win this race, right?
Yeah, but I mean, maybe he doesn't want to go that far. Maybe the cut back to the 6.5 is going to help him. I think he's very interesting, especially at 6-1. I think it's probably got something to do with the connections being 1 for 33 this year, low percentage connections, and the 2 dirty turf races after this one, right? You got to dig a little bit deeper to find this pretty darn good race, and maybe a distance he wants to go a little bit shorter. I think at 6-1, he's an outstanding opportunity. I prefer the 3 as a horse who's more likely to cross the wire first, but I do think the 2 is a great bet at 5-1.
Maggie, Tom can't hear you, I don't think, so you can tell us what you really think of Munson here pre-race.
I don't know. He's only a few stalls down, Lafita. I'm gonna speak in my quiet voice. No, but I did get to chat with Tom, and don't go by the form saying that this horse is a new gelding. He was a new gelding for his previous start at Churchill. It does feel as though New York is the only racing jurisdiction that can get at least that right. So don't bet him off of the new gelding angle like I was interested in. But he does exit a race that I think is pretty live, as he is dueling 2-1 shots with a horse who also exits that race in Gallo de Fuego. But Munson, he is less experienced, which I think in these maiden claimers always speaks volumes, less chances to mess it up. Though he feels like a horse that tends to mess things up. Last time, he hopped a little bit at the start, then he actually clipped heels and he plummeted back to last. So I think it was a race that you can just kind of put a line through. Now, he does lack a significant amount of focus here in the paddock. You can see why this horse was gelded, just don't know if it's taken effect. Physically, he looks tremendous, but the lack of focus does concern me for a horse that has shown not to get out of the gate that cleanly. As number 7, Gallo de Fuego, he has had his chances, that's for sure, and has competed at this maiden 50 in the past. But physically, overall, I think he looks best. He's a horse that just came in with a swagger, with a confidence about him, and sometimes it's not necessarily you as an individual, it's about who you're facing. And for me, I feel like he is facing arguably one of the weaker fields that he has encountered so far in his career, this time for Dale Romans. And he, last time, I thought was in a good forward spot early between and just kind of ran evenly behind two horses in Lambeau and Mo Work, who definitely would be standouts in this field. Next, we'll check in with Gary Contessa's entry, actually just the lettered part of it, and that's the 1A Stanley Cat breaking from the 2-hole. Now, I do think that he gets arguably one of the best riders he has ever had on his back in Joel Rosario as he goes back to the dirt. To me, he looks like a dirt sprinter. And if you go back to his last effort while doing so, it was his best race to date. In a way, I mean, his race 2 back going the 6th on the turf was fine, but he was wired by a horse who was the favorite in Secret Empire. He just looks very fit coming in here, and I think makes a good deal of sense, especially with Joel Rosario climbing aboard. Livy?
Stanley Cat looking to break through in his 9th career start. Riders up in a moment. Post-parade in this 8th race in 10 minutes. Javier Castellano, last year's Alabama winning jockey en route to the paddock, 7. If I won 7 Travers, I'd be smiling a lot at Saratoga as well.
I don't even think I picked 7 winners of the Travers, let alone win it 7 times.
Amazing.
Two records here in New York. That we've talked about this. Castellano 7 and the Woody Stevens, what, 5 Belmonts in a row? How many Belmonts in a row?
Woody Stevens, yeah, from 82 to
That's
86.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Never to be done again.
Those two, I think those two, and like JK was like, we were talking about it, you're like, man, that's a lot of Travers, yeah.
That's a lot of Travers. It's a lot of Belmonts in a row, too.
Castellano aboard. Sounds like fun. This for you, Paul. I mean, come on. Munson, named after Thurman Munson for you. This is like 90 middle.
Right? I mean, what a great ball player he was, tragically passing away. And a lot of people say he was kind of the reason why Steinbrenner brought the Yankees, because they went for so low after that in 1981 or 82 when he did buy the Yankees. But
what a leader.
Oh, yeah, he was. He was a heck of a leader. And they were relative till Thurman passed away, to be honest with you.
Munson, trained by Tom Amos there. He goes, JK, yeah, he said Tom was on set with us. He sounded confident. He just said, very obviously, he needs to break a lot better today.
Well, I think when you look at a lot of these claiming races, and you know, whether it be maiden claimers or claiming in general, you have to try to tell the story and play the game with them, right? And these maiden claiming races, all these horses are for sale for $50,000, right? If you wanted to buy them, you would have had to probably do it 2 or 3 minutes ago and put in your claim. But Tom has a dirtied up horse, right? A horse that does not look great on paper, a horse that doesn't break well and hasn't been breaking well and hasn't been running well. And so he can run him in this spot for a horse they paid $70,000 for. The worst thing that can happen is someone claims him for $50 and you're out $20. And in the game of buying and selling horses, that's not the worst thing that can happen. But the other thing, too, is that he's probably not going to lose this horse because the horse has done no running. And so he's got a chance to run against a little bit easier competition than he has been running against, restricted maiden special weights. And he has a horse that he obviously said on air that he likes, probably better than a maiden 50. I think this horse is going to run much better and run well here.
How much softer is the competition today, first time in for a claiming tag, Paul, than what he's been facing, Munson?
Well, Mo Work is okay, and Lambeau is a good horse, if I'm not mistaken, for Rudy Brissett. That just broke his maiden. Might be different trainer. I'm sorry if I'm wrong there. But JK makes a good point. Dropping down here, gelding. And here's the thing. The 3 hasn't, like Tom said before he went offset, he hasn't had the best beginnings. He's kind of been a little bit sideways. And I thought JK made another good point. You know, this horse has been training at Churchill Downs, and Tom's bringing the horse in from Churchill Downs. So a lot of people don't have eyes on this horse here. So the unknown, like JK said, is real.
And a handful of these other horses that have run for this level already have been 3-1 or lower and still gotten beat. So there's not like there's any really competitive maiden 50 types in here. To me, it's about the horses that are dropping from maiden special weight, and mostly the 3.
Successive Kentucky shippers in recent years. Do you feel more confident about these horses when they come in? Like it might be more or closer to a lateral move?
No, I do. And Tom said it on the show yesterday that he felt like this was the most competitive Churchill Downs meet he's ever been a part of. And I think the reason that is because Kentucky has been very aggressive in raising their purses. Yeah. They're running for lots of money. And when these horses are running, chasing that bag of money, they're going to run where the good ones are going to run where the money is. And that makes a lot of sense to me how I could be doing so much better.
And they figured out that turf course for long term.
Call to post parade. Let's meet the field. Here is Dew, part of the entry here, unraced since Travers Day last summer.
Yeah, it just feels like they're guessing. This horse tried the turf, tried the dirt. None of it really worked. Now dropping in for a tag.
Heard Maggie touch on Stanley Cat. There he is, back to dirt.
Yeah, this is one of those horses I mentioned that was 3-1 or less for maiden 25 and still wasn't able to win.
Now sounds like fun. Back to dirt, back in a claiming race.
And it needs to get back to that race 3 back. This is the first time this colt will be at Saratoga. Maybe that will be the trick.
Munson, Jose Ortiz, Amos looking to strike again.
I just hope he wins because Tom's going to be more fun to work with after this.
Much better moved if he wins his second race here at Saratoga this Friday afternoon. Dark Devil and Rudy Rodriguez saddled the winner opening day.
Yeah, Luis Saez looking for another double. I like this horse a little bit. I know he's got a lot of second-place finishes. I think he might have found his field.
Holy Dancer, go get him, Nick Zito.
Yeah, blinkers go on for Lane Luzzy and Nick Zito, a 3-year-old gelding here by Munnings.
Outsider 16-1. Then the favorite, Gallo de Fuego, the New York debut, and Arado Ortiz aboard for Dale Romans.
I get so excited when there's a Spanish name horse, and I know that I get to hear Lafitte roll his R's and his L's and all. It's so much fun.
You have more fun having your car call me just to hear how I pronounce my name.
Oh, yeah. Lafitte's dream would be to announce the Dominican or the Puerto Rican
I'm working on it, man.
World Classic team.
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I just want you to come out of break one day, straight Spanish, and make people start adjusting their TVs.
America's Day at the Races Noticias.
Saratoga Live in Espanol coming to you before long. 5 minutes out this 8th race. Who'd you have graduating here, JK? ¿Quién va a ganar?
Yeah, no, I
Carrera 8 en Saratoga?
Sí, Munson. I like Munson. I like the 3, but the 2's a nice little wager at 9-2.
Está loco, ese caballo no puede correr, man. No puede correr, no va a ganar, te estoy diciendo.
I heard some of those words.
See, here's the thing. All I know is afuera, which was outside because a lot of the pitchers used to say, hey, afuera?
Adentro, afuera.
You know? I'm like, yeah, it's outside. And then cambio was a changeup. Yeah, so I used to say cambio or afuera to you know. Listen, you have communication problems, you got to go with it, man.
Culpa. This is your fault. You started this.
Hey.
So Munson for you.
See? Munson's muy bien. No, I think this horse has, and I think the other thing too is this horse hasn't broken particularly well in a couple of starts, and I think that the gelding is something that can help with that, right? You know, sometimes that can improve a horse's ability to break away from there, to get their legs underneath them.
Yeah, and Paul, you can see him there with Ortiz and revving his engines here in the warm-up.
Yeah, and I think this is what Tom wants. He usually wants his horses to warm up on their own. You can see the blinkers they're almost half cut, and getting out of the gate, the horse has had a couple different starts, and I think getting out of the gate, and listen, when Tom endorses his horses, he's not giving you anything, you know, out of the ordinary. He's giving you the plain truth, the most honest guy you'll ever meet.
On the musculo, Maggie, on the muscle, Munson.
We love you so much, Lafitte. Just to reiterate, to clarify, like I said back in the paddock, Munson is not, N-O-T, a new gelding, guys. So he was a gelding last time out. We'll see if it has any more effect on him this time around. Moving on to number 2. Sounds like fun. 0 for 11. Last dirt race, though, would squash this field. Look, he's a horse that I've tried in the past, and I don't seem to win. He doesn't seem to win. But I do like him shortening up a little bit. I've always thought he's more of a compact type, so sprinting might be more in his wheelhouse. Going the 6.5 furlongs today, I wish he warmed up a little bit better. He's not warming up as well as Munson out there. I guess we can't find him on the racetrack. Sounds like fun. Just wish he was a little bit looser in his stride. As number 4 is Dark Devil, 0 for 12. that's what you get when you're dealing with horses like this. He wears those cheek pieces. He has done so for quite a while now for Rudy Rodriguez. They just act like a shortcut cheater blinker, and you see that small shadow roll as well. A horse that is quite high-headed, as you can see there, quite a nervous type. He's totally washed out. At least he is sweating because it is very hot. He's gone a little bit over the top, more so than any other horse out there on the track. He's had his chances. That's the problem. He looks well, but he always does. And I just find that they just keep losing. Now, a horse that is a massive price in here, rank outsider, is number 6, Holy Dancer. I know. I just kind of wanted to talk about Nick Zito, how much I would love to interview him. But I will say this horse is moving really, really well. Now, jury out if he can stand up at all on the main track, but does take that drop in class, puts the blinkers on. We'll see if he makes any noise at a big price, and I can get my Nick Zito interview for the meet, guys.
When Nick Zito wins, everybody wins. The two-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, strike the gold, go for gin back in early mid-90s.
Diablo Escuero looks. He looks cansado.
Cansado?
Yeah.
Cansado. I don't like. You don't want to bet on cansado horse. You don't want the cansado horse, JK.
No, I don't.
I don't want the tired horse.
Okay, that ends our Spanish lesson for the day. I mean, the 4 at 4-1. Like, I understand. Like Maggie said, he's had so many chances. And he's a little washy, but I get it's getting hotter out here. We're getting a little washy over here, but this is a wide open board. I'm surprised.
The pace, JK. Key scratch for a key contender with speed to the outside with World Fair not in the mix. Who do you think is the quickest leaving the gate? Late defection here, Maggie. What's going on?
Like I said, I didn't necessarily like the way Sounds Like Fun was warming up. Neither did Javier Castellano or our attending veterinarians. He will be a late scratch. This is to protect the horse, firstly, but also the bettors. No Sounds Like Fun today.
Not sure how much it would affect the ratio we were just discussing, but the defection of the second choice in the wagering, Jonathan, Sounds Like Fun.
Yeah. I mean, I thought he was primed to run well based on the paper. But based on what Maggie said, and also what Javier and the vets have decided that he won't be running today. So I guess there's not a whole lot of speed horses in there. I think maybe the 7 to the outside. Dale Romans has never been shy about having a horse with a little bit of speed, just based on pace figures. I know when you look at the 7's past performance, you don't really see this horse making the lead, but I do think that this horse could be a little bit closer. And then also the 3 Munson. I mean, look, I understand that he has never broken well, but he's actually broken horribly. If he breaks well, and there's a chance, I suppose, if he's improved and he's better than these horses, that he could be 4. I don't think he'll make the lead, though.
Feels like a lot to concede, though, yes? Kind of a leap of faith that today will be the day he finally does what he's supposed to do, getting out of the blocks?
Especially at that price. But, you know, I do think that he's getting some class relief. He's facing a group that's not all that great, right? Even like the third choice here, right? Dark Devil, the 4. This horse was under 2-1 for Brad Cox in a maiden 50, couldn't win. Under 2-1 for Linda Rice, maiden 50, couldn't win. I love Rudy, but how does that work now? Why now? So
I think the 4. I think Luis Saez is going to push the 4 to the front end. Hey, listen, this horse has had so many second-place finishes. Maybe he gets to the front at all costs at 7-2. And the 7, you are playing a little bit of poker with the 7, just off that lone number, kind of off that lone number with some of the other horses. I get it, 5 second-place finishes. The 4 kind of had the same resume as the 2, just a tiny bit better. But, you know, maybe they push. But I do think the entry in here, one of those 2 horses is going to go to the front, either Dew or Stanley Cat.
Lee Pekoik, owner of Dew. The entry, trained by Gary Contessa, Dew and Stanley Cat. Pekoik and Contessa shocked us opening day a couple of years ago. Becky's Joker at a big price, the maiden in the Schuylerville. Let's see what Dew does here if he can graduate in his 6th career start. Stanley Cat, 8-race maiden, steps forward. 8-5 now. Gallo de Fuego, the favorite, and Tom Amis, he'll be back on set right after this 8th race. See what Munson does, and if he can break clean as he and Jose Ortiz look to visit the winner's circle for a second time this afternoon. Frank Ramadi with the call, the 8th from the Spa, live.
feet. 2 more. Holy Dancer. And the favorite, Gallo de Fuego. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gallo de Fuego is very quick out of the gate. Stanley Cat is up and on the pace through the opening furlong. And in between those two, it's Dark Devil. Dark Devil and Stanley Cat go on. Perfect trip. Gallo de Fuego a length and a half back third. The gray is due. 4 lengths off his stablemate and inching forward. Munson is next. And it's a distance. Holy Dancer has to be almost 18 lengths out of it. 22-1 for Stanley Cat, chased by Dark Devil, and Dew along the inside is third. Ortiz asking Gallo de Fuego, and he does respond, inching up very willingly in the yellow colors. There goes Gallo de Fuego, moving in tandem with Dark Devil and moving by Stanley Cat as they come to the top of the stretch. Munson has about 6 lengths to make up as the field turns for home. Gallo de Fuego on the outside. In between, it's Dark Devil. Dew swings to the outside for the final 1/8 of a mile. Gallo de Fuego short lead on Dark Devil in second. They come to the 16th pole that way. Gallo de Fuego pouring it on the final 16th of a mile, asserting himself, drawing off to win by more than 3 lengths over Dark Devil second. Dew was third in front of Stanley Cat and Munson.
That rooster is on fire on this afternoon. Gallo de Fuego, Arad Ortiz, Dale Romans teaming up, graduates in his 9th career start as the favorite delivers in the 8th of 10 at Saratoga.
Broke out of the gate well, sat good. As you see, Dale Romans looking healthy, lean
Dale Romans.
yeah, he is lean machine. Gets the job done here. And Gallo de Fuego just sat a really good trip in here, but was just much the best at 3-2. And by the way, if you did have the 2 and this horse, you're now got a $2 pick 6 or a $1 pick 5 because it went to your post-time favorite. But right here, never looking like a loser.
The other riders, Jake, hey, look, they're going to work. They're encouraging. They're going to the crop and driving while Arad Ortiz was just sitting still waiting to press the button on Gallo de Fuego.
Yeah, I would imagine for riders like Luis Saez and Junior Alvarado and Joel Rosario, when you look over and you see Irad sitting there and you're doing all you can to get your horse to run on, it's probably not a great feeling.
Yeah, and I guess the second time gelding didn't work for Tom's horse.
By audible Florida Derby winner, Dale Romans, high five, into the winner's circle. Pickleball player, like a good pickleball player now. Lean, mean, and saddling winners again here at
If I catch
Saratoga.
you on a pickleball court, I'm going to smack you. Right?
Not a fan?
Come on, man. If I get caught on a pickleball court,
America's fastest growing sport.
It's like me playing softball. I'm just a target.
I don't think I've picked up a racket. You can rest easy for now.
There's a pickleball.
Is it called a racket?
And Leiter keeps hitting me up, Al Leiter. Okay, and he's like, when are you going to play on our pickleball team? I'm like,
New phone, who dis?
yes.
Is it not a paddle?
I love you, Al, but
is it a paddle?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah
know.
it's a paddle.
See, I don't know anything about it. Dale Romans does. Maybe he'll tell us all about it after the break. Arad Ortiz, Dale Romans, Gallo de Fuego, 7-4-1 in the 8th at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to the program. It's Saratoga Live as we are brought to you in part by Hillendale Farm. Now at Lapa, standing such greats as Curlin, as I am pleased to be joined in the winner's circle by winning trainer Dale Romans on the program. Gallo de Fuego, how's your Espanol?
It's good. My Spanish is muy poquito. I can speak in the barns a little bit, but that's a great story. It's Roosters on Fire. The guys own a chain of restaurants called Roosters, and one of them caught on fire. So I thought that was a great name they came up with.
Well, making something good out of maybe something bad. As Gallo de Fuego, he ran well, and as you said, world of better horses in his last start at Churchill.
He ran a tough group down there in Kentucky, and he ran well today. It's good to win at Saratoga, especially to win early. Takes a little pressure off for the rest of the meet. We can have fun.
I caught up with your partner, Tammy Fox, and I asked her, Tammy, do you like this one? She's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't get on this one. But being, that she gallops for you, she gets to handpick some of them. How important is it to have somebody like Tammy in the barn?
When she retires, I retire. So that's how important it's been over the last 35 years.
She's awesome. And to get up and do it, and how fit she is, too.
60 years old, still going out here all the time. Been getting on horses since she was 12. We have pictures of her 12 years old galloping at the fairgrounds, the racetrack in New Orleans. So, yeah, loves it and knows what she's talking about.
That she does. She is my idol. Well, congratulations, Dale. Good to get a win here at the Spa, right?
Always. Thank you.
All right, Dale Romans getting Gallo de Fuego. As we just heard from him, Lafitte. Well, the restaurant burned down, but they got a Saratoga winner.
With Gallo de Fuego. You retire, man, I retire. Ollie, too.
Same deal.
Those Kentucky invaders. Gallo de Fuego, 5'10". Arad Ortiz over Dark Devil, the entry. 3-2 in the end. Gallo de Fuego as we make our way through this pick six sequence, the carryover day 2 of the meet. Here at Saratoga, 2 left on the program. Another look, deep stretch here. Arad Ortiz going to work. 6-time Saratoga champion rider, 3 straight titles. 5-time Eclipse Award winning pilot, highly decorated, one of the very best in the world, and boots home, Gallo de Fuego in the 8th at Saratoga. Race 9 looks a little different than when they drew it off the turf of the main track. Mile out of the Wilson chute now, surface switch, hence all the defections. New York breds, updated odds, get a job, 9-5. Arad Ortiz, they're going to go back-to-back. Jonathan, who'd you come up with as we welcome back Tom Amis to the set?
I really like the 2. I thought the 2 ran extremely well last time, and even the race before that, I thought he ran a winning race. I like that horse quite a bit, and I'm happy with the 7-2 that's on the board right now.
I think the 2's a major player. I went with a 13, but I had this race 2-13, to be honest with you. I think the 2 shared success. I'm along with JK. I was teetering on using both or singling one for air, and I went with the 13 because it's the 2 draws the rail. That's my only worry, but I think the 2's a major player in here.
I appreciate the hustle back. Tom, we'll get your thoughts on this 9th race. What went on with Munson today? What'd you think?
He just was running in place the entire time. Dale had the winner, and certainly Dale's horse ran to expectations. Mine just didn't. We all know it's not a game of perfect,
Still a win earlier on the program here at Saratoga, and this 9th race coming up here in 20 minutes. We touched on the Grade 1 event tomorrow afternoon with the Diana, also on the would-be undercard Bowling Green. And that guy, 3-time Grade 1 winner, captured one of them last summer, Far Bridge, the one to beat in tomorrow's Bowling Green.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel. averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the barn. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Saturday on Saratoga Live, winner of 7 races and 10 starts, She Feels Pretty in the Duncan Diana on Saratoga's opening weekend. Saratoga Live kicks off Saturday, July 12th, 12:30.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
And it's Channel Maker. Verstappen comes out to chase in the center of the course. Never Explain is finishing nicely. Never Explain coming to Channel Maker. Channel Maker digging in. Never Explain. Verstappen is in between them. Channel Maker keeps on going, and it's going to be Channel Maker. Channel Maker takes them all the way to win the Bowling Green.
This race, this division isn't the same without him. Channel Maker, who ran in the Bowling Green no less than 5 times, won it twice, 5 years apart. 2018, 2023, the high-headed warrior, Channel Maker. He was awesome. Fun to watch, a fan favorite.
I remember my father used to say, that horse runs down the lane like saying, what's up, what's up, what's up? With his head.
Like a giraffe.
Yeah.
Such a good horse and an absolute warrior. Tomorrow's edition of the Bowling Green, and Far Bridge, who is 6-5 on the morning line. There's a look at the field. Far Bridge, a 3-time Grade 1 winner. Mile and 3/8 this time. That's key. Inner turf course. Far Bridge. His latest, Tom, the Grade 1 Manhattan. This was the day after the Belmont Stakes. Shortened to 1 mile and 1/8. That's sharp for Far Bridge.
And I think you said it, Lafitte. It's 1 mile and 1/8. He's getting, another 1/4 of a mile in the Bowling Green, and that's his forte. That's what he likes to do. I think he'll be better placed early in a race that really doesn't have a lot of speed. And to me, this is his game to lose.
Far Bridge, JK, what are you expecting?
Yeah, I wanted nothing to do with him in this race. Like you mentioned, I thought the 1 mile and 1/8 was too short for him. But now, and he ran actually pretty well. And I like to call that kind of running through my bad opinion. If I have a bad opinion and or I like to think I have a good one, so if someone runs through one that it was wrong, I give them extra credit when they get back to doing what they want to do, and this is what I feel about Far Bridge. I didn't like him last time, and he proved me wrong. I respect him this time. I think he'll run well.
Big class edge, Far Bridge, Paul.
Yeah, and I think he's the one that wants to go this distance. I understand he's 6-5 in here, but you might just want to go with him. I think Web Slinger is very, very interesting. Obviously, going to be your second choice or clear second choice, but Far Bridge is the one to beat.
Yeah, you mentioned the competition. Web Slinger, Far Bridge. This is going all the way back to where just kids, 3-year-olds in the Saratoga Derby, yielding ground. Far Bridge, JK, who's right there. Web Slinger can't get by. Progress Trading here and beat by a dirty, dirty nose.
Yeah, Web Slinger was a really good 3-year-old turf horse, but he seems to actually appreciate these longer distances. I think he's got one of these races with his name on him. I just don't know if he's going to have it when he's facing a horse like Far Bridge who's doing as well as he's doing.
I mean, these are different horses back then. I mean, these are the equivalent of 18 or 19-year-old athletes, and these are now mature athletes. Their styles have changed. So a lot has changed since 2023 for not only Web Slinger, but for Far Bridge as well.
That was then. This is now. Web Slinger now here up, Paul. His best race. Can he compete with the likes of Farbridge if Farbridge brings his best?
I think he can, but the thing is Farbridge, like you said, if he brings his best, and he's run well here, right? Farbridge, he's got a win, 3/3 from 4 starts, 694,000 in the bank. So there's no deterministic in this race. So
El Razine, also a contender in here. His last race at Keeneland will revisit off of this effort here, facing Allowance Company. It was in April. Paulie, El Razine. Look, this first start of the season off the layoff, that effort's something to build on.
Absolutely, and getting back to the scene of the crime. He loves it here, El Razine, 2 for 2 at Saratoga, so this could set up perfectly for him to run on a race course that he really loves.
You're watching him there finish up. I mean, he makes a good move to get in position. I thought his finish in this race was average.
Couldn't close any ground on the leader when it looked like he might have his sights set on him.
Yeah, but, you know, it's like you said, it could have been a starting point to kind of get him ready for a race up here on a racetrack that he loves, 2 for 2 at Saratoga.
And he's bred to go all day long. So I think that if anybody's going to love the distance, it will be him. It's just whether he's good enough.
And a step up in class, no doubt, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, first grade 1 of the season. Duncan Diana with a $500,000 purse. The Bowling Green, terrific racing on grass. More good grass racing on Sunday with the quick call presented by TRF with a $175,000 purse opening weekend at Saratoga. No stakes types in this one, Maggie. Race 9, this New York bred event, a mile out of the Wilson Chute on the main track now. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Hold your tongue, Lafitte. There's some former stakes winners still in this field today for New York breds, of course, as we'll check in with one that's been running out of town, and that is one of 4 MTOs. Number 11, Get a Job. Actually, he ran for 3 for 20 at Lone Star Park, so maybe not the most confidence enabling condition for a horse to come up here to Saratoga with. But what I can say is that he had trouble, I thought, in that start where he was kind of hustled for early speed. Then he was put in that chase from the inside position, and he kind of got shuffled back in the turn, losing crucial position. He tried to split horses. He didn't really want to go through that very tight spot. In the end, he would get through there and make it very close on the eventual winner. Now, some horses have come back to run well out of that affair, but also I think the mile distance is imperative for this guy. I think he's better with a bit more ground, as his one start up here at Saratoga would suggest. So well-versed with today's condition, and I think that he is one that makes a lot of sense if you can kind of get past that last race here for Steve Asmussen. Moving on to one of the venerable New York breds that I always tend to love when he shows up here. He won the Haynesfield way back when, well, not way back when, but a year and a half ago in 2024 at Whittington Park. And this is a horse that Fernando Abreu gelded, and I think it made a bit of difference. And last time he was involved in a 4-horse race where he was taken out of his game a bit and forced to sit a bit closer. You know, it becomes a rider's race when you don't have that many horses in there, while the winner, who was the favorite in Top Gun Rocket, he sat back off 3-horse Pastel and swooped by them down the stretch. Whittington Park physically looks the best in this field, but he usually does. I just think he might get a better setup here today, as Dylan Davis will get the mount. Number 14, Mighty Atlas, will go first off the claim for Wayne Potts, and 9 furlongs in his last start was just way too far. He's a horse that I think is better at this a little shorter distance, and he looks great in his coat. I wish he was carrying the same amount of conditioning. It looks as though he's tucked up a bit since his last start, but again, I think he's another runner that makes a good deal of sense, as one often does, Lafitte, in these races. You gravitate to those MTOs.
Mighty Atlas, to be ridden by Ricardo Santana, won the nightcap yesterday, triggering the pick 6 carryover, won the opener today. See what he does with Mighty Atlas. Riders up, the post-parade 9th race from the Spa next.
Watchtower coming at Medoro. Medoro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
De Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The big highlight this year is our new executive chef. So in partnership with Levy Restaurants, we welcome Chef Matt Negron as our new executive chef here at Saratoga, but also...
For 2025, we really look forward to welcoming everyone in. We really enjoyed having everyone here last week for the 4th of July Festival. Over here, we're going to offer you guys a lot of our local vendors that were coming through and our new flavor profiles that we're bringing to the track. This also goes from concessions to premium to our a la carte restaurants to our suites and spa verandas. So some of our concessions items here that we're kind of really highlighting is these beautiful nachos. We got beef nachos, we got chicken nachos, right? This goes into our shrimp roll, really light, bright, really pops with color and flavor. As we go to Carnegie, we have their new offering, which is their beef sausage. It's pretty spicy, but it really comes and gives you a really nice snap, natural casing product. This year that's brand new is our vegan ELT press. So it's an eggplant-style bacon to come and give you a vegan option for a BLT. So we really look forward to welcoming everyone to the track this year.
I know you love some Shake Shack, JK, but man, the menu has expanded here at Saratoga.
Ooh, the food here is outstanding. That sausage thing, I'm Tom Amos. I gotta train a horse. I'm gonna go get a hot dog.
Well, let me tell you something. If the wind's blowing the right way, you can smell the Shake Shack and the paddock. And I'm telling you, it's hard not to have an appetite when that happens.
I mean, that pretzel, what do you even
That
dip
is no
that thing
joke.
in?
That is no joke. Matthew Negron here at Saratoga. Yeah, expanded menu, so many options. As we welcome you back, day 2 of the 162nd meet at Saratoga. Horses making their way front side. Call to post. I didn't get your selection yet, Tom.
Oh, I like the 13,
You and
Whittington
Paul.
Park. I do. I mean, this is a horse that's already won this race, and he's only eligible for it because he's running for a claiming price. So it's the same kind of horses he's already beaten.
Off the turf of the main track, Wilson Shoot, Post Parade, their shared success.
Yeah, 7 for 28. I think a big player in here.
Real network number 6 outsider, 20-1.
Yeah, another one here that's 2 for 12, but the Kachamashi Bond had a big upset yesterday.
16-1 yesterday afternoon. Cable ready. And Ramiro Mirage looking for a second win this afternoon.
Hasn't won in quite some time, and that was on the grass.
Ocala Dream, there he is at 9-1. Javier Castellano.
Yeah, 0 for 2 on the turf. Sire FNX, second to American Pharoah in the Breeders' Cup.
Get a job. And Narado Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is probably a little bit overbet. Definitely has a shot in here. I don't think this horse should be 5-2.
First of the main track onlys. There's Rock the Weekend here. Katie Davis, 13-1.
Yeah, a little girl power here. Lolita Shivmagal and Katie Davis. A horse that 2-back ran a good effort, but it was over a sloppy racetrack.
Siblings to break side by side. There's Dylan Davis and Whittington Park, Paul and Tom's top selection.
Yeah, this horse should get a nice little setup. Needs some pace to close into. A homebred for Marshall Graham and Clay Sanders, also known as 10-strike racing.
Mighty Atlas on the outside.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana for the second time aboard this horse. So he's been aboard him before when he was in the Michael Maker barn. This horse is pretty consistent. Getting a good price here at 7-1.
The runners in the 9th, New York Breds, off the turf of the main track from the Wilson Chute, 4 minutes out. And Whittington Park can make the rider, Dylan Davis. This was his last victory, 2 starts back mid-May. Aqueduct, Paul, and Whittington Park from off the pace finds his momentum and goes right by the leaders.
He does. He's the kind of horse, though, that needs pace in front of him. And if you look at that race, they went 109 and change. He was able to run horses down. Now, Flavien Prat knew that there was not a lot of pace in the next race in a 4-horse field, and the horse ran 3rd. That's my one concern about the 13. But maybe there is enough pace for this horse, maybe draw it to the outside, but that was a perfect setup when he did win.
You like him, Tom. You expect the table to be set to enhance his kick?
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, there are a bunch of scratches in this race, and a number of them were the kind of horses that could set the table, that have speed. When you look at this race now, to me, it's shared success that's the controlling speed in here. You'd like to see something go with the 2 early to give our horse, Paul, a big chance at the end in Whittington Park.
JK, you're hoping shared success is all by his lonesome.
Comfortable out there on the front end, just loping along, enjoying himself. Yeah, I mean, look, if he can do that, I think he's got a chance to get loose in here. And he is one of those horses that, you know, the last race he kind of jumped up and ran a pretty quick number. But if you look at Timeform US, his figures for those 2 races, his last 2 races, aren't that far apart. So I think it looks like a big jump because maybe his figure is a little bit light 2 races ago. I actually think he's been running good races in his last 2 starts.
Shared success, second choice, 3-1. We check it with Maggie.
Yeah, JK, I don't know that he gets the lone lead and a comfortable one at that, because I'll talk about him first, and which I think he looks fantastic. Second best to Whittington Park, of course. But I thought his last race was incredibly game in battling the whole way around there to the wire just to prevail. I thought that was a really good effort. But against Senegal, who was a heavy favorite that day, but I still question the overall merits of Senegal being that short of a price. So I think he does, albeit in an off-the-turf event, face some stiffer competition. And that horse that I was mentioning that I think could be a pace presence is Ocala Dream. Now, granted, this is shorter than the 1 1/8 in which he got to set the pace at last time, but that was his first start for Bruce Levine, and he is sharp. This is a horse I know very well. My husband, Tom Morley, used to train him. And I thought it was encouraging that he ran so well on the dirt in his last start. He is, in my estimation, probably a little bit better of a turf horse, hence why he was entered that way. But he is revved up. I mean, they had to get him away from the rest of the field. With Javier Castellano aboard, they broke post parade. Ever since he got the tack on, he has been breathing fire out there. So he just presents himself, at least, as a horse that is going to get out of the gate quickly and be forward. And guys, I actually caught up with Steve Asmussen, who sends out the current second choice here, number 11, Get a Job. I asked him about magnitude, and he said he is here. He is at his stable over on the Oklahoma training track as he comes off the back of that big win out in Iowa with one of the fastest buyer speed figures we've seen from a 3-year-old this entire season. And he said his first inclination is to wait for the Travers, citing that such a big effort off the layoff, and obviously he runs fresh. But boy, this Travers this year, if everybody, knock on wood, stays healthy, Lafitte, is shaping up to be a good one.
The depth, the class of the 3-year-olds. Jim Dandy, we'll have a chance to see Sovereignty by Asa. Headed back east once again, the road to the Travers every summer, the highlight here at Saratoga. So we've reached post time for this 9th race. Another look at Narado Ortiz there.
I think he holds the key, Lafitte. because he's the other horse that's maybe as quick as the two. And if Irad wants to go, but we'll see what happens. But this horse showed a little bit of speed at Lone Star, has shown some speed, and going back to sprinting second time for Steve in a while. They usually are sharper.
You had a chance to see Magnitude last weekend. What did you?
did.
How impressed? How good is he? Is he good enough to tangle with the likes of Sovereignty, Baeza, maybe Journalism heading
I
down
saw
the road?
his rear end. And I saw his rear end in New Orleans when he won that prep for the Louisiana Derby in very fine fashion and ran a big figure that day as well. Look, he's a horse whose game is going to the lead and burying him. And that's what he did in Des Moines in the Iowa Derby. That's what he did at the Fairgrounds. I think was it the Risen Star? Or was it
Rebel. No, Risen. No, you're Risen
Lecomte.
Star.
It was either
no,
Lecomte or the
Risen
Rebel.
Star.
Yeah.
Risen Star.
And he did the same thing there. He's back. I mean, he did that off the layoff, and I mean, look, he's a factor in the 3-year-old division. But
Yeah,
boy, it's a good 3-year-old division.
It's absolutely
Yeah,
it is, and
it's a
especially because the other main competitors, they don't have that style. They come from off of it.
Right.
So, to be fair, they might be happy that he's kind of, a horse that he's emerged, a horse that can keep anything else from getting loose on the front end, and then give them some real pace to close into. The problem is he's so good, he might not come back to him.
I encourage you, don't watch the Iowa Derby. Watch the Iowa Oaks, and how Tom Amos won that race is still beyond my imagination. And I know you didn't think you were going to win that race.
I had a drink in my hand watching that race. I wasn't there. And when they got to about the half mile to go, I took a big gulp of vodka on the rocks. I was like, oh, this is no good. And they turned for home. I said, well, I think I'll probably run second. And she just never stopped trying, Paul. Quick kick.
We conceal nothing.
Greg Tramachine.
Vodka on
Sealed
the
you for
rocks. That's
nothing.
a tough drink.
Start trading horses.
You run
You'll move over to that. You'll go to the
Filing
clear.
in to the gate from the Wilson Shoot, these New York Breds, after Frank Miramati with a load-in call, post-time race 9 live from Saratoga.
Last couple going in. And they're off. And it is a quick beginning for Get a Job in the Red Silks, going out for the early lead, joined immediately by Shared Success. Those two are stride for stride in the opening stages. Down at the rail, it's Neural Network, who's a joint third. And in between horses comes Ocala Dream, who's now taking that third spot. They are followed by Mighty Atlas, who's only 3 lengths off that lead through an opening quarter that went in 24 2/5 seconds. Cable Ready is next, racing in mid-pack about 7 or 8 lengths off the pace as they move into the far turn. Rock the Weekend is next, and it's another 2 back to Whittington Park. Into the far turn, Shared Success, short lead. Get a Job, keeping pace on the outside. Second, that half went in 48 seconds flat. Just in behind them, Neural Network asks for a bit more now, losing some ground as Ocala Dream takes the third spot. Mighty Atlas is called on. In behind them, Rock the Weekend and Cable Ready with a quarter of a mile to go. And Shared Success still prominent on the inside of Get a Job. Neither has given up as they come toward the 8th pole. Shared Success, Get a Job is up to take a narrow lead. Shared Success in second, 4 lengths back. Ocala Dream in third. On the far outside comes Rock the Weekend. Get a Job, and Arad Ortiz Jr. cruised throughout and took care of business over Shared Success in second. It was a photo for third between Ocala Dream and Whittington Park, who was picking it up nicely late.
The brothers, stride for a few strides, but in the end, too much Get a Job, too much Arad Ortiz. And for trainer Steve Asmussen, Get a Job. Ortiz goes back-to-back in the Friday program.
Yeah, you watch those two horses, and you look at them galloping out right there, and those silks are pristine on those two riders. You know, they went to the front, they slowed it down. It was a 2-horse race, and in the end, it was Get a Job.
I don't think Irad's gonna have to get a job anytime soon.
Nah, he's good.
You know, this is what we were kind of hoping with Make Haste and Chloe, right?
Yeah.
And they went after each other. But these two horses, Irad said, okay, Jose, let's turn this into a 2-horse race. And you know, the 2 was game, but the 11 got the best. And the 13 just never looked like a winner, was lagging behind. Congratulations to Irad. This is another horse That's a little tough to get to. I know it's 3-1, but that will help out your pick six players.
Get a job, 3-1 in the end. A likely race gelding, a 4-year-old Tom, just the 8 races, 3 wins, 3 second-place finishes. When he shows up, he's dependable in terms of bringing his best.
100%. That's my daughter's expression. That's a 30-year-old expression. 100%.
He gives you 100% each and every time. Jonathan, get a job. There, that Michael Jordan tongue wag thing. Right, Ortiz goes to work. Get a job, goes right on by. Shared success, 11-2, 8-13. Get a job here. And it is a brave effort from Shared Success, who's clearly defeated but never quit.
No, he ran fine. Get a job just ran better.
Yeah, look, pace makes the race, right?
Absolutely, and this is a great example of why I feel like being drawn outside with speed-type horses is a better situation. Because if you think about it, if you flip where they drew, Shared Success probably sits off of Get a Job the same way Get a Job sat off of Shared Success, and it's just a much more comfortable trip where you're not getting dictated to when you're on the outside, you're doing the dictating.
Steve Asmussen saddled his first Sanford winner last Saturday. A victory here, and Tagermeen in the first race tomorrow. Exciting 2-year-old trainer.
Steve's first Sanford win?
His first.
I would never have guessed
Shock,
that.
right?
He always has a lot of good 2-year-olds.
Yeah, and with
wow.
obliteration, doing so in devastating fashion. You're leaving again.
I got another one in.
You
Drawn in.
You don't need to get a job either. You're plenty busy.
Well, actually, look, I'm going to the Shake Shack. But
yeah,
as far as you guys are concerned,
if I see you,
anybody need some fries? They got those great crinkle fries there.
Now I wonder why he asks me all my war stories, because you know what? He's soft.
What do you think? What can you tell our viewers about?
Oh
your
yeah,
runner?
so look, he's a tappet, and he acts like a tappet in the race. He's all over the place, but he's got talent.
The confidence inspiring. 9 down,
Might see him
1
at the
left.
Shake Shack.
The nightcap left from Saratoga.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
For 104 years, success starts at Saratoga. Offering the highest concentration of quality of any U.S. yearling sale, Saratoga is ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners. Recent stars include Preakness Stakes winner Journalism, Eclipse champion and Breeders' Cup Classic victor Sierra Leone, and Grade 1 winners Kings Barnes. And one more time, to Penn Street and seize the gray. The 104th Saratoga sale, August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, July 17th.
4 years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Welcome back to the program. It's Saratoga Live, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. One of the greatest cities in America, Saratoga Springs, and even better here in the winner's circle. Of course, please be joined by Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen as Get a Job prevails. Steve, you glad you didn't lose him down at Lone Star?
Well, obviously he's worth more money in New York, being a New York bred. Needed the race, put him sharp, and got fortunate today with the race coming off the turf and run on a fast racetrack. Irad gave him a perfect trip, and always great to win here at Saratoga.
As a trainer, how often is that the case when you have to find a race to kind of get them going again off a layoff?
Right. You know, like I said, not the same conditions as an open horse being New York bred. It just, I think it was too peculiar for him on the first time to jump in and grab him. He'd still be in jail down there. So just felt that an older horse needed it. Obviously, it worked out perfectly.
That it did set him up beautifully. Now, I caught you in the paddock. You told me that Magnitude is here on the grounds. Were you expecting such a big performance from him off of the layoff? You know, we hadn't seen him since his massive win in the Risen Star.
Well, his training was great. The important part about it was validating the Risen Star. We loved the horse early on some of his losses, and just the fact that, you know, when you get a step back a little bit and you see that he's run 2 triple-digit buyers, both at 1 1/8 in the style that he did, you know, I think that the circumstances of the Risen Star, drawn 13 at the fairgrounds, the tight turns, forced us to be very aggressive with him early that day, and how he has responded has put us in this position. And then for him, as you mentioned, off the bench to run that fast, you know, against considerably lesser, but couldn't have beat him any easier. Obviously, we're excited to be back in the 3-year-old mix in a year that there's just fabulous 3-year-olds. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It's so great to be a fan. But how about his jockey, Ben Curtis?
Isn't that? It's just worked out It worked out extremely well, and Magnitude loves Ben Curtis, so we love Ben Curtis.
I think Ben Curtis loves Magnitude. Right. Well, Steve, can't wait to see him. Congrats here. Get a job.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Great to be here.
Absolutely. As Steve Asmussen, like I said, we can't wait till that last weekend. It's not the last weekend in August, Lafitte, but August 23rd to be exact.
Beyond Christmas, doesn't matter. The Travers, what we get most fired up about here every summer at Saratoga. Magnitude, Asmussen, another win here. Get a job. Magnitude won that Risen Star, JK. Like, he skyrocketed up everyone's Derby ranking, like a top 2, top 3 type thing.
It's what's great about the Travers is you get all the Triple Crown horses, the famous ones, the ones that have been, you know, the journalisms, the sovereignties, but then you typically get those kind of late to the party types, whether it was from injury, right? Think about an Arrogate. Right? He didn't run in any Triple Crown races, but he came here and ran the fastest Travers ever.
Yep.
You can get those situations in the late part of the summer. It should be a fun one.
Wasn't even favored. The other Baffert was supposed to
ran
be
second, American
better.
Freedom.
Right, yeah.
Bejarano chose
if
that one.
everybody had Arrogate, who says they had Arrogate, he would have been 1-9.
Sure would have been.
What are we seeing here? For the pick 6 and the carryover, day 2, with that total pool over $750,000.
Yeah, it's paying good. You know, the favorite right now, the 9, paying $17,243, and then in the pick 5, if you're alive, the shortest payout there is the 15, $2,236.
Best of luck. Still alive. This pick 6, late pick 5. Polly, 1 left. Off the turf of the main track once again from the Wilson Chute. Several defections. Soon to be king. 9-5. Handsome Pants. Check that Super Times Polly 6-5. Who'd you come up with?
Well, I think the 15 is going to be tough to beat in here, to be honest with you. I came with the 4, Griffin's Wharf. I know it's a big long shot, but this horse does have a bit of speed. And actually, the one race at 1 1/8 was actually pretty good. And at a mile, I think this horse has got a little bit of chance to at least get to the front end and maybe scare these horses for a little bit. But I think the 15 will be right on his back. But I like Johnny V staying aboard Griffin's Wharf.
21 minutes out. The nightcap next at Saratoga.
Hello, racing fans. My name is Humberto Chavez, and I am the Executive Director and Lead Chaplain of the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy. There's nothing quite like the thrill of race day, the speed, the power, and the excitement of thoroughbred racing. But what you see here on the track is just a part of the story. Behind every race, there's a team of dedicated workers, the men and women of the backstretch, who wake up before dawn to take care for these incredible animals. They make racing possible, working long hours in all weather to ensure the horses are healthy, trained, and ready to perform. At the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy, we are here for them and for their entire family as well. We provide children's programs, teen mentoring, women's enrichment, and men's educational programming, recreational activities, social activities, and non-denominational religious services. Thanks to supporters like you, we can continue serving the people behind the scenes of our great sport. They are the heart and soul of racing, and with your help, we're making sure they are cared for. We touch all aspects of their lives, providing the tools for them to become the best person, the best spouse, the best parent, and the best backstretch employee they can be. So the next time you're cheering for your favorite horse, remember the dedicated hands that made it all possible. Thank you for being part of their story. Together, we race forward. Thank you.
Such an important cause, a worthy cause, a New York racetrack chaplaincy, the backstretch community. Without the backstretch workers, the backstretch heroes, we do not have a sport. And anything you can possibly donate, there you see the information. Again, just incredibly important cause, the New York racetrack chaplaincy. Here at Saratoga, where we have one left, the 10th in about 18 minutes, winding things down. Day 2 of the meet. Tomorrow, first of 16 Grade 1 events. The Diana on grass, the Bowling Green on grass, and today's feature on grass a little bit earlier as well. 3-year-old fillies in the Coronation Cup, and an upset here in the end. A couple of 14-to-1 shots running 1-2. Italian Soiree. JK with Luis Saez, his 3rd win in this particular race. What was the key to triggering the upset?
My wife texted me and saying, "Why didn't you bet Italian Soiree? I'm Italian." So that was tough. No, it's a situation where if you look at her past performances, you'll see that she had some really nice turf races, but she was probably a better sprinter. So you mix in the getting back to sprinting, getting on the grass, and you get a 14-to-1 shot winning the Coronation Cup.
First turf sprint in her career, likely not the last. Here it is, the Coronation Cup, and Luis Saez and Italian Soiree. Paul.
They went really fast on the front end, the 1 and the 3 in here, and they just kind of just emptied out. And when Italian Soiree was, I guess, the first to get the 4 kind of got first run, but you could see Luis Saez cut to the rail and the race was over. But this horse has been going long on the turf, so you knew that she would have some finish here and ridden to perfection.
Italian Soiree, 2nd Coronation Cup, trainer John Terranova. Luis Saez here, saving ground towards the inside. She responds, and with all eyes on Chloe and Make Haste, the standouts on paper, little to offer after being part of that hot pace early on.
Yeah, I mean, look, the pace was going to be at least honest with those horses, the 1 and the 3. The problem is that there was a hope that they wouldn't go too fast if you liked one of them. If you liked Italian Soiree, there was a hope they did go fast. And it's exactly what did happen. But we talked about it a little bit before that race. Man, it's a huge difference going 5 furlongs to 5.5, especially 5 furlongs at Gulfstream Park. It's an absolute dash to get to the wire at Gulfstream. This is a little bit more demanding going the 5.5 up here. So those horses just got tired, and Italian Soiree ran. It wasn't that necessarily they fully came back and it fell apart. She ran well, Italian Soiree.
Figuring out maybe this is what she wants to do, maybe what she does best, and we'll see more of it in the future.
I would think so, yeah. I mean, she was a big-time purchase, so I think sprinting on the turf, maybe they found out what she wanted to do. And, we were worried, is there any cut in the ground? Well, they went 20.99, a shade under 21, and like JK said, you just can't go that fast going 5.5 furlongs here.
Really good grass racing, stakes racing here this opening week at Saratoga, and it continues tomorrow with the Grade 1 Duncan Diana. The stakes run down, $500,000 purse. All eyes on She Feels Pretty. 3-time Grade 1 winner Far Bridge, 6-5 favorite in the Bowling Green. And on Sunday, more fast sprinters. The quick call presented by TRF. The highlight to wind down opening week here at Saratoga. Of a paddock report, riders up post-parade for the 10th and final 15 minutes out. The nightcap next from the Spa on Saratoga Live.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. hats, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Fans here at Saratoga, close to 25,000 yesterday, over 1 million every summer, the heartbeat of the spa. You walked in here today, like you could tell. It felt the energy, the head count weaving through traffic. A good crowd here this afternoon.
Giveaway. Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I got the giveaway. Yeah, but, you know, it's like it feels like opening weekend. It's funny because, like, we came up here for Belmont, and that was Belmont Steak, so it's always, you know, packed. And then last weekend, it wasn't, like, crazy packed. It was just like a
15,000 on Saturday.
Yeah, it was like a normal Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, basically the whole weekend. But the handle obviously was sensational. But this weekend, like, this is exactly what Saratoga feels like. There's people everywhere. You better time your walk over here a little bit better because you got to dodge and weave, and, you know, it's good, though. I love it.
A little bit more alcohol flowing in the patrons' veins. Yeah.
Something about a Friday here. The excitement's about the racing today, especially when you have a big Pick 6 carryover. That giveaway there, very cool T-shirt, by the way. All the stakes races this summer at Saratoga. And then always looking ahead to the marquee events of Saturday to come. The giveaways this summer with the Hawaiian shirt. Like, if you take one home, I'm going to have an issue. Like, the last thing you need in your life is a Hawaiian shirt. Last thing. Maggie standing by with this race 10 paddock report.
Thanks, Lafitte. And we'll take a look at some horses who have to stay in the body of this race. And as JK brought up earlier with another off-the-turf event, there are other reasons that horses stay in these races beyond trainers just thinking that their horses will handle the surface. But we'll start with two that have dirt experience, and that is number 9 in here, Super Times, as his start 2 back was very good, I thought. So he, excuse me, was second to River Thames, who would come back and run second in the Fountain of Youth with a 95 buyer, and Rolando would come back and break his, or win his allowance condition with an 89. So last time he stretched out to 1 1/8 miles, and I thought that looking at him, he'd be a horse that would relish it. He's a big lanky type of horse that looks like a big galloping type when you watch him in stride. So maybe something happened out of that race, hence the longer type of layoff. Haven't seen him since February. We'll see how he does here. I understand Mark kind of going back to what had worked, and that was going back to the turf, but I think he's a horse that's more than capable on this surface. Hopefully he can get a forward position. He does look fit. Moving on to number 10, Handsome Pants. He's another one off a layoff. I saw him 3 back at Oaklawn in January, and I thought he looked amazing. He ran okay that day, not great, though Brodeur, a Mark Casse horse, actually wired the field. And he last time was kind of headstrong going around the first turn. He settled on the backside, but then he had absolutely nothing. So again, hence the longer type of layoff. He is revved up here in the paddock again. He looks awesome again too. But what version of Handsome Pants are we going to get today, as shortening up to this kind of 1.5 turn mile? We'll see how he negotiates that. He's only been 2 turns in his career. Number 6, Without Caution, Cherie DeVaux, citing that this horse works well enough on the main track that she opted to keep him in here, amongst some other reasons too. I thought he was a beautiful 2-year-old. Same can be said here again. He is sharp, he is on the muscle, but if, I'm going to call a spade, and, the things I look at, dirt versus turf horses, he looks like a turf horse, Lafitte.
Just might be her day. Winning a race on dirt with a son of Lady Eli earlier on the program, the highlight of this Friday card. How much fun that was to watch the colt, the reaction from the crowd, and to watch Cherie watching the colt.
It's one of the things the hidden things I love about this game is it's the game that kind of keeps on giving. You fall in love with a horse today. You fall in love with a horse, next weekend, and then you get to see their offspring, right? Look, it could happen with tomorrow with She Feels Pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I can say I watched her run in the Diana. 3 or 4 years from now, I can watch her baby debut here at Saratoga. And, it's a story that continues on, and that's part of the thing I think is so much fun about it.
So often that it starts here at Saratoga. Don't miss that first race tomorrow. Very good 2-year-old event. Let's meet the field post Parade, Griffin's Wharf, and Johnny V.
Yeah, I think the horse that might go to the front end in here at 7-1 for Tommy Morley.
For Cherie DeVaux, Without Caution, dirt debut.
I guess do what you want to do with Cherie's horses, because they're running right now at 12-1.
Jose Liscano in the saddle. 7 and 8 are out. Super Time, second choice, 2-1. There you see Dylan Davis in the Live Oak colors.
This horse ran second to River Thames. River Thames would be 1 to 100 in this race.
Yeah, he would. Trained by Mark Casse. Casse Barn going very, very well at just the right time. Number 10 then, Handsome Pants for Kenny McPeak, 6-1. There, Kendrick Carmouche in the white cap.
Yeah, McPeak's only had 3 or 4 runners at this meet. He's had a couple run well. I would think Handsome Pants will outrun those odds.
Main track only, pretty capable. And Jose Ortiz takes the riding assignment, not pictured just yet.
Well, Tom talked about it before. This is Tom's runner. He said he's a tap-it, so you really don't know what you're going to get. So I guess he's basically telling you he's a box of chocolates. So we'll see what happens.
Jose Ortiz, Tom Amoss, teaming up with a win earlier. In fact, the first leg of the pick 6 with his carryover, pretty capable, 4-1. And to his outside, the favorite, 9-5, soon to be king, Eric Cancel, former Gander winner at Aqueduct.
Yeah, this horse is running a ton of New York bred stakes, and he's only been off the board 1 time, and he was 4th in there. Every other time he's hit the board. He was 5th in the Sanford, but that's not a state bred stake.
Trainer George Weaver, a couple of wins yesterday. Here was soon to be king, the favorite. At 9-5, New York breds on the main track out of the Wilson Chute. Wind down this day 2 of the 2025 Saratoga meet. We'll be right back.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gorgeous Friday, late afternoon in Saratoga Springs. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live with the 10th and final just moments away off the turf on the main track. A mile out of the Wilson Chute. And what's going on with these 6 here? Without caution.
Saddle adjustment.
Just an adjustment. Just an adjustment. Maggie, what are you seeing?
Just an adjustment. You're exactly right. As you see Jose Lascano standing off there to the left of your screen. Sometimes, you know, with horses, they might have really high withers. They might be a little bit more narrow through their barrel. So the saddle doesn't sit quite right. And 2, he was a little bit tough to get the tack on. Sometimes when they're wiggling about in the saddling stalls, a little tough for the trainers and valets to get it perfectly straight. But that's why the gate crew are just the unsung heroes of this sport, just handling all things, including saddle adjustments, as we'll take a look here at the 2 MTOs and the New York bred in here, soon to be king. Look, he brings the credentials to be the favorite. Physically, he looks like the favorite. I wish he's never been the biggest strided horse. He just kind of like skips along up in front. But for him, this is a good warm-up. Eric Cancel, who's ridden him every time except one time before, knows him very well, warming him up fairly aggressively, because it does feel as though you don't want to be too far back on this racetrack, and he's one it feels as though as of late he's learned to put himself a bit more in the game, which I think is a feather in his cap. Now number 14, pretty capable. As Tom Amos said on the show earlier, he's a horse that needs guidance. He needs the rail as his guidance, so he's not thrilled with the second to last outside post in this starting gate here. And I asked him about the quick works. He's like, look, he trains that way all the time. There's no slowing him down. He just doesn't quite put it together in the afternoons. But he looks good on the track. He's a little bit of a lighter framed type of Tappet colt, the chestnut version. Again, it's kind of down to Jose Ortiz to get him the right kind of trip, forwardly placed, and over to the rail.
The Tappet colt for Tom Amos, pretty capable. 4-1. Paulie, you're going with the 4, Griffin's Wharf. Maggie's husband does the training. Tom Morley, why do you like him?
I just think he might be the speed of the speed, and maybe if Johnny V goes to the front end, he can get brave in here. Now, he is getting a little bit washy, but that's okay. It's hot out today. And like I said, I do think the 15's the horse to beat. But the problem with the 15 is the 3 wins are by a nose, and a head. So that doesn't make me feel like an 8-5 shot. So I was 4-15 in here. I just think the 4 would be good value. I mean, I know the horse was 30-1 morning line, but I thought 8-1 was about to be the price.
3 summers of the Wilson Chute here, I believe, at Saratoga. Have you found yourself leaning towards any tendencies or any changes that you make as far as handicapping a race?
I call it a coin flip situation, right? Like, there's times where you don't want to be on the inside. There's times you do want to be on the inside. And so when it's a coin flip, I don't know which one's going to happen, so I just pretend it doesn't exist. I don't think too much into it, because when you start allowing something that's a coin flip to influence your decisions, you're going to be wrong half the time.
trying to predict something that's strictly, in your opinion, just chance.
It's just I don't think there's, when you want to start making decisions based on a trend, you want that to be a heavy trend, right? Like, it's like, there's 2 races in a day, and one horse wins on the rail and the other one wins that they're closing. You better not start saying it's a closing track or an inside track. You don't have enough information.
We have a moment, quickly, revisit soon-to-be King's most recent victory. And this is what you're talking about, Paul. In the gander, from well off the pace, starts grinding away, and is going to get there just in time in an exciting finish. Look how much ground losing there.
Yeah, he made up a ton of ground late in this race. He's an honest horse, too. Listen, he's 10 for 13 in the trifecta. I think the key, too, is he's been in a lot of stakes races. He's getting Lasix today, and the last time he got Lasix, he did the exact same thing. He grinded out a win by a nose. I still don't know how he got up here, but amazing that he got up.
You watch the race. Wait, are we looking at the wrong race?
You don't usually see horses rally up the inside like that. That was pretty impressive.
Soon-to-be King, gander victory. What will he do today? As the 8-5 favorite, busting out of that Wilson chute for the 10th and final. Close out the first Friday of this brand new Saratoga program. There's the favorite, Soon-to-be King. Up to Frank Miramati. One final time, the 10th race, live from Saratoga.
Soon-to-be King goes in. And they're off. And it is a quick start for Griffin's Wharf, who flashes good speed but is overhauled immediately by Handsome Pants, and Handsome Pants intent on getting to the front. Griffin's Wharf is in second, Soon-to-be King well spotted third, and they're followed by Pretty Capable, who's fourth and inching up along the inside. 2 more to Without Caution, and Super Times is at the back of the field. They swing on to the backstretch, and it's Handsome Pants the target. Leads at a length and a half. Griffin's Wharf is second by a similar margin, and Pretty Capable a clear-cut third. Soon-to-be King is fourth, now with 5 lengths to find. Without Caution next, and Super Times is last. The quarter went in 24 3 for Handsome Pants, who clicked a half in 47 4/5 seconds. Handsome Pants in front. Griffin's Wharf moves clearly into second and is coming after the front runner now. Behind them, it's Pretty Capable in third. Then comes Soon-to-be King. Without Caution, Super Times angling to the outside and putting in a nice bid with the red cap. Will have to cover a lot of real estate as the field turns for home. Many chances here. Griffin's Wharf short lead. Here's Super Times on the outside. Super Times moves into second with 1 furlong to go. It is still Griffin's Wharf. Super Times on the outside. Super Times gradually getting to Griffin's Wharf, and Super Times takes the lead close to home. Super Times from last to first wins it. Second went to Griffin's Wharf, and then it was Without Caution in third. Pretty Capable finished fourth.
Charlotte Weber's Live Oak Plantation, those famed silks. Super Times for trainer Mark Cassey and Dylan Davis in the nightcap.
Yeah, look, that was a strength of schedule play. We talked about River Thames was in that past performances when you looked at this horse. And when you have horses that can show up and run second against stakes-type horses, they find themselves in spots like this. This is what typically can happen.
Colt, you like Paul Griffin's Wharf, giving him everything he can handle. And for Mark Cassey in multiple Halls of Fame, victory number 3,993, closing in on a major milestone. Just 15 trainers in history who have won 4,000 races. Cassey very soon to become the 16th.
This is an interesting race because you can watch this race. The 9 never looked like he was getting there. He's going to swing all the way to the outside, and Tom's horse was loaded on the rail, but the tappet kicked in like Tom said. I mean, he kind of got shut off, but then after that, look how high-headed he got on the rail. The 4 tried to battle on, but Dylan Davis had the 9 in the right spot. You can see how long he is. I think getting to the outside was just the right thing to do, just to stretch his legs, and he proved to be best in here. The 4 fought on nicely here, but the 9 was best. Had to go really wide.
Cassey closing in on that milestone. 3 wins during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, 2 stakes wins during the 4th of July Racing Phil, and a victory here with Super Times. In the 10th and final, Cassey standing by live with Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte. And Mark had to be patient with Super Times as his second race of his career, I thought very live and very good.
Yeah, I agree. You know, we looked at it. His 2 races down on the dirt were good. We, of course, in the beginning had some Derby hopes, but it just didn't work out that way. We sent him home, gave him a break. Didn't really hurt my feelings when the race came off.
I agree. And too, a horse that's so big, so lanky, you'd almost feel, and it took him every bit of the stretch to get by today, that little bit more ground's in his wheelhouse.
Yes, I agree. And Dylan, thank you. And, you know, Dylan just let him get himself together. And that's another, you know, at Gulfstream, you know, speed is so tough. And that probably played against him there. Today, he got to do what he wants to do, and that's sit and come with a big run.
Well, congratulations. Well done bringing him back.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Casse, and yeah, that was my husband saying, well done, Mark. As Griffin's Worth run second, guys.
He ran well, Maggie, for Tom Morley. Griffin's Wharf, in the end, just, yeah, too much. Super Times.
We've all been around this game a lot, and we've heard interviews, and we've seen things. Mark Casse's got this, like, edge about him this summer, like he's about to do some work. And so far, so that's exactly what he's doing. I'm giving all of his horses just a little extra long look. I think he's going to have a great summer.
I ran
congestion on the inside, Paul.
Yeah, congestion on the inside. You could see when the 4 Griffin's Wharf really ran great for Tommy Morley. You could see the horse on the outside was always moving and was stretching his legs. I ran into Mark Casse earlier today. I said, "You gotten off to a smart meet, good start to the meet so far up here at Saratoga. How you enjoying it?" He goes, "Wait till you see, I got my Papa Smurf jacket on today." And he does. He brought out the Papa Smurf jacket.
A very confident Mark Casse, as well as the barn is going. There's 40 horses at Colonial. He has his string, of course, at Woodbine. Ellis Park here. It felt like a week ago I heard that he was at 3,970 and wins all over the country, all over North America, and very close to that milestone of 4,000 career wins.
It's a lot of races. We talked about Javier winning 7 Travers, a lot of Travers, 4,000 races, a lot of races.
And you got to understand, like, Mark's done it at the highest level, and he's getting to, you know, the 16th trainer all time, and our colleague who just sat with us is 14th all time, and Tom Amos. So pretty crazy, the group that we're sitting with, and also the Hall of Famers that we have out here too as well.
I'm really excited about his 2-year-olds, understandably so, given what we saw from Ewing. As for Super Times in the nightcap here, JK, and that payout, the pick 6 carryover day to 17,000 plus.
Man, when you get these carryovers, it's such an unbelievable opportunity, right? The hardest thing for horse players is takeout. Takeout is high in horse racing, and it makes it a little bit of a challenge. When you have a carryover, it really does help to offset that part of the battle, and especially here when we have the dollar, right? You know, a lot of other places have the 20 cent thing, and we have the dollar. I think it makes for a really great opportunity to have some big scores.
Fun day of racing. Day 2 here, Saratoga in the books. As for the Saratoga Live, the Bankroll Challenge contest here amongst the handicappers and analysts. Paulie screaming like, "Stop the race." After that big win yesterday, you're in front, my friend. Let's update it here. There you go. Paulie out in front, trying to dethrone Andy Serling, the 2024 winner.
Yeah, Andy put us to sleep, and he made sure to let everybody know last on the air a couple days ago. So I have a feeling me and JK, I got a ice cold exacta myself over JK. JK has an ice cold exacta himself over myself, and we are going to put Andy Serling to bed.
Andy got after us last year.
He did. He killed us.
He got after us last year. I'm going to try to turn the tables here.
We'll be following it all summer long. What a great day of thoroughbred racing. And I think the highlight, guys, the story and the performance, watching Lady Eli's son win earlier today in his debut on the main track.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a little unexpected, right? I mean, I think if on the grass, probably would have been a pretty big favorite, but shows up on the dirt. But still, he took some money and ran extremely well. I can't wait to see that horse get on the grass next time.
Right back at it tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you on Saratoga Live. The giveaway earlier today. If you need one, JK, I've got like 32 stuffed in the trunk of my car. If you need one, I'll sell it to you real cheap. Highlight today, the Coronation Cup and an upset. A 3rd Coronation Cup for Luis Saez at a price. Italian
Soiree in her turf sprint debut in front of a good crowd here at Saratoga. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow, the first Saturday of the meet. Grade 1 racing in the Diana. Have a great night, everyone.